There is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy, lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
But hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? Come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing is important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up or shut up.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingram and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve, you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna, you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. The 2019 IAME Euro Series Champions of the Future are being made here at the Karting de Fagnes at Mariembourg in Belgium. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box, overlooking the action from each of our four categories, the minis, juniors, seniors and shifters. We've had some amazing race action over the first half of the morning, and now we go into the second half with plenty of great racing action in front of us. We will be beginning, as you can see on the live stream in front of you, if you are watching from wherever you are around the world. We know for a fact there are people watching all over Europe, into Asia, and even a few from the United States are watching along with us as well. A massive welcome to all of you. And we have got some great race action to come from the seniors in two of their next heats. The juniors will have two heats after that, and then we'll have the second race for the minis, and then the shifters, followed by two more of the heats for seniors. Excuse me. And then we'll continue the rotation along for the juniors, minis and shifters before two final heats for the seniors, and then we will wrap up proceedings for the heats today before the second chance heats, and then pre-finals and finals tomorrow. 11 races tomorrow. We've already had a good chunk of our race action today, but 22 races in total to give us all of the running, basically to decide who is going to be in which grid positions for the finals tomorrow. And particularly in the case of the juniors and seniors, we will be finding out which of the drivers are going to make it through to the finals because there are only 34 drivers on the grid for each of those individual races. So there are only 34 spaces available. Only the first 28 drivers in the combined points tally from the juniors and seniors are going to be guaranteed a place into the finals tomorrow. The remaining 6 spaces will be decided by the drivers who cross the finish line in the top 6 positions in tomorrow's second chance heats. In order to avoid that fate, the drivers have to keep on putting in as many points, as few points, I should say, as physically possible through the course of the heats. Just for those who are still new to the IAME Euro Series and want to know how it works, well, it's very simple. The scores that the drivers are accumulating now are very much like golf. The object of the exercise is basically to score as few points as possible. You score as many points as your finishing position crossing the line, except for the winners who get 0 points for coming home in first place. The second place man will get 2, the third place will get 3, fourth will get 4, fifth will get 5, and so on down the line. And the person with the fewest points will be the one to qualify for the pre-finals in pole position. Only the top 28 accumulated point scorers will be guaranteed a place in the finals. The others will have to be drawn into a second chance heat. In the case of the senior X30 drivers, there is a chance that they will actually have to go into a second race, essentially. Well, some of them will not even make it as far as the second chance heat. They will race in a separate cup, which is going to be called the MG Cup this year, named after our tyre suppliers. And those drivers will, unfortunately, once that race is completed, take no further part in the event. But the other drivers will be going through for their second chance heats. But the senior category is obviously very heavily competitive, and we're going to see some really exciting battles from them in the remainder of today's action. Let's talk you through the grid for the next heat, which is obviously going to be a particularly close call and a very exciting one, and it is for the drivers in heat classes D and E for those groups. And it's Eli Goldstein, the home hero, who will start from pole position. Alongside him on the grid is going to be Joey van Spunteren, who sprinted away to such a convincing victory earlier on, and he will continue with his chance to do so again in this. Mark Kimber will line up beside Sean Butcher on the second row of the grid, with Angus Mulsdale alongside Reese Ushijima. Then Leonardo Caglioni will go beside Morgan Porter. Jort Kuhn will join forces on the fifth row with Bodica Szabo, the Hungarian. Then the Spaniard Ivan Batalla will go alongside Patrick Degenbeck. And then it will be Eberts Moore and Nelson King from Jana Guvarts and Manel Galofre. Then Manafi Jawi, the Jordanian, will line up beside the Dutchman Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Sim Liedmar will share the grid with Nicola Pico. Linus Janssen and Douglas Bolger will be on the 11th row together from Rasmus Janssen and Luka Medunitsa of Estonia. Then it will be the Spaniard Gerard Tinoco and Harry Barlow. And then it will be Casper Janssen and Oliver Fürstenhoff, Paul Javier Lopez and Masatora Wada. And at the back of the grid, it will be the Mach 1 chassis of the German ace Eric Müller. So the racers from the front end of the grid are obviously going to find it very hard charging to that first corner. Only about 20 metres to get to the first corner on this circuit at Mariembourg, and it's a very tricky racetrack. The first half of the circuit is full of long straights and long flowing, sweeping, very tricky corners. Once you get to the second half of the lap, things get quite tight, twisty and technical after that point. So there's a bit of a balancing act in terms of setup here, as some will want to go for top speed, others will want to go for good balance and handling for that latter section, which means you get some really interesting battles as you get the difference between the drivers who want to brake a lot later but get a much faster exit for top-end speed against those who are much smoother and more fluid in the tighter, twistier section of the second half of the lap. So there's always a bit of an interesting one. 11 laps are on the counter on the digiboard underneath the starting gantry. And the drivers are ready to go out for their next race of the day. It's going to be Ile Goldstein, Joey van Spunteren, Mark Kimber and Sean Butcher that will lead the battle from the start. And boy, oh boy, what is going to be coming up next? It's very much up in the air with the quality and talent of the drivers in this particular category. It's all still very much an unexpected entity. So much can happen in this senior category. It is the class that most of the people come here to see. And with so many drivers from all over the world competing, 79 drivers from all the different various regions of the world who have come here to be in the competition, they all want to win, and they've all got to do their best to do so. But Joey van Spunteren, there in the right of your picture with the flame design helmet, is the man who is going to be in the best possible position to charge away. Having won so brilliantly earlier on in his earlier heat, he will want to do the same again. But on pole position, it is the local hero, Eli Goldstein. He is a dark horse to win the whole thing. Goldstein, Van Spunteren, Mark Kimber and Sean Butcher. From Angus Morsdale and Rhys Ushijima. Leonardo Calione and Morgan Porter. Jort Kuhn and Bolica Jabo. Ivan Bataya and Patrick Diggenbeck. Herbert Moore and Nelson King. Jana Gouvards and Manuel Golofre. From Mana Fijawi and Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Sim Liedmar and Nicola Pico. Linus Janssen and Douglas Bolger. Rasmus Janssen and Luca Medunitza. Gerard Tinoco and Harry Barlow. Casper Janssen and Oliver Fürstenhoff. Paul Xavier Lopez. Masato Awada and Eric Müller. That is your starting grid. 11 laps around this Karting de Fagnes Mariembourg circuit in the heart of Belgium. A beautiful sunny day now. Air temperature 17 degrees. Track temperature is probably about 22, 23 degrees Celsius with the sun shining down and baking the circuit to a crisp. Tyre life is going to be quite critical here as it's a lot warmer than I think a lot of people gave it credit for. And they're obviously going to be very careful about tyre choice today because there is the potential for rain tomorrow, but it's not a guarantee. There is a bit of a forecast that we may well be getting rain tomorrow, but if you push too hard on these slick tyres in the hope that you're not going to have to use your wets tomorrow, if you find you are in a position where you are not using your wets, then that's going to make things particularly tricky. So the drivers have to be very careful how they manage the tyres, how they look after things over the course of these races in the heats. So obviously it's a very important and very critical part of the race to make sure that the drivers have to get their tyres and brakes up to temperature. They're obviously working very hard around this circuit. It's a very technical, twisty challenge, but the Mariembourg circuit gives us plenty of entertainment. Hello to those of you wherever you are watching on the live stream around the world. Do share your comments with us. Silvano H. Santos says, come on, Joey Van Spunteren, Evolution Team number 1. Well, technically, he is number 302 because, of course, he is the runner-up from last year's championship. But despite the fact in the protestations, he keeps saying, I'm too old for this. I can't keep up with the youngsters. That's a load of rubbish. He's clearly faster than most of them out there at the moment, and he still has what it takes to be at the front end of the game. And a lot of his fan base are here, as well as watching around the world to see how Joey Van Spunteren gets on. So let's see how they go. Van Spunteren alongside Goldstein on the front row of the grid in pole position. Kimber, Butcher, Morsdale, Ushijima, Calione, Porter, Kuhn and Jabo. Engine revs rise. It's going to be a clean start. It's a perfect getaway from Goldstein on the front end. But round the outside, Van Spunteren sorts it out. Lovely job and a perfect start from round the outside. Van Spunteren leaps into the lead and takes command through turn 2 as Goldstein slots into that second position slot. Mark Kimber is there in third position, the reigning Euro Series champion, in front of Butcher, Ushijima and Angus Morsdale. Cracking start from the top 6 as they filter through, but Joey Van Spunteren round the outside gets himself into the lead of this race. A stellar move, and now he heads the way. And look at the gap, he's already starting to pull out over a very sluggish Eli Goldstein, and that's because Mark Kimber has got him into second position early. So Kimber makes his way through, and the man in front of him is the man he defeated for last year's championship. So now it's all about whether Kimber can close up on Joey Van Spunteren. Here at Mariembourg, though, the Dutchman has amazing form. He was the fastest of all this weekend in terms of one-lap pace. 55.776, the fastest lap he set in practice. And nobody has gone even close to faster than that. But Joey Van Spunteren is having a great run at the end of lap 1. Kimber in second place. Goldstein in third. From Butcher, Ushijima's running much stronger in this race in P5. And then it is Morsdale in front of Morgan Porter. And that is Leonardo Calione in 8th position. Just a whisker in there as Morgan Porter goes for a bold move on Angus Morsdale and gets through. And I'm fairly sure Leonardo Calione was able to slot through on the inside as well. Morsdale caught completely off guard. And that was very nicely handled. So now Angus Morsdale is in trouble of losing the place to Bolica Jabo for the Dimes Racing team, the Hungarian, trying to come through into P8. But Joey Van Spunteren leads the way in fine style. A really exciting battle. Silvana H. Santos watching along on the stream going, yes, 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 Joey is the best. Well, he certainly made the best start, charging round the outside. Up into 6th place further back, that's Calione making the move on Morgan Porter. So Calione, the Italian. Oh, that is Ivan Bataya. Ivan Bataya, the Spaniard for the Praga Hispania squad, is out of the race. What a shame. Yet more misfortune befalling the Spaniard. And that is a very unfortunate case of affairs for Ivan Bataya. Well, unfortunately, his race comes to a premature end, and he was racing in the midst of the top 10. So it's not going to happen. And the lead changes. Kimber has caught up to Joey van Spunteren and taken the initiative. So the reigning European champion gets past the vice champion. Mark Kimber goes into the lead on Joey van Spunteren on lap 3. And now he's going to have a bit of a mission to hold off Eli Goldstein as well, Joey van Spunteren, because Goldstein is all over the back of him. He was faster than him in qualifying, of course. So now they're going to continue this battle once again. As Joey van Spunteren goes for a late move on Mark Kimber. It's not going to happen. He makes a lunge towards the second corner. He might be trying to dial him in for a move into turn 3. Kimber is still enough in front of him that he's not going to have a big challenge in this corner. Now up towards turn 4. Eli Goldstein, the fastest lap of the race. 56.476 from him. Still a long way off the fastest lap of the weekend from Joey van Spunteren of a 55.7. But still good pace from this particular heat. And on the inside, lead change. That is Joey van Spunteren back again in front. He's got him on the hairpin on the far side. So Joey van Spunteren is back into the lead on Mark Kimber. Makes the move. And Eli Goldstein in third position. Fourth place is Sean Butcher. And fifth is Rhys Ushijima. These 5 have broken clear. So it's Van Spunteren, Kimber, Goldstein, Butcher and Ushijima. The Dutchman, the Brit, the Belgian, the Australian and the American. Here we come, up the inside. Mark Kimber going for Joey van Spunteren again. And Joey van Spunteren holding it round the outside. But the door is opening for Goldstein. No, Van Spunteren shuts the door. So he's only going to lose 1 place for the lead from Mark Kimber. Now he's going to have another go on the inside of turn 3 and he gets there. Goes onto the curb. Kimber trying to come back at him. Goldstein goes right. Up the inside for the left goes Butcher and takes Goldstein for third. Kimber's now coming back at Joey van Spunteren. The 2 great rivals of last year are now battling for supremacy here at Mariembourg. The champion versus the vice champion. And it's the vice champion in front. Joey van Spunteren in front of Mark Kimber. Then Butcher, Goldstein, Ushijima. And look back. We now have Calione and Porter have joined the fray. Porter having made the move into P6. So Calione is still in P6 from Porter, but there's 7 of them now in the train. It was a 5-car train. Now it's a 7. So here they come. Mark Kimber having another look at Joey van Spunteren. Joey cuts across. He's not going to let him through with 6 laps to go. It's going to be a bold move now from Sean Butcher. No, it's not Kimber. Kimber's going to get on the inside of Van Spunteren, who tries to hold him off. Holds him round the outside. Squeezes his man. And now Butcher's going to get on the inside of Mark Kimber and take second place. Goldstein tries to get on the inside. Can't make a move. And through past Ushijima comes Calione into P5. But Butcher gets into second place. Great bit of driving from the Australian. Immense defending from Joey van Spunteren. So he continues to hold the lead. And up the inside comes Goldstein now on Kimber. Kimber down to P4 as the local man, Eli Goldstein, comes through into third position. So Eli Goldstein now in third place, the Belgian, as they come through to the far side of the course and into the braking zone. Up down the straight once again, through to the chicane. Sean Butcher looking very hungry on the back of Joey van Spunteren. Can the Aussie make his move onto the inside line? Not yet. I think he's wanting to play the long game here with Joey van Spunteren. He knows that the Dutchman is the fastest man of the weekend. He knows that he's got a good chance to beat him, but he also knows that there's a massive queue of carts stacking up behind them as Kimber makes the move on Goldstein, gets back into third position, signals to the Belgian home favourite. Come on, work with me. Don't make the move past me again. Let's catch up to these 2. We've lost too much time already. It's amazing what you can say with a hand gesture, isn't it? So Joey van Spunteren leads the way. Second place, Sean Butcher. Right in behind him now, the Mick Barrett racing driver from Australia, based in London in England these days. But this is going to be a tough battle for Sean Butcher to take on and find a way past the Flying Dutchman, Joey van Spunteren, making it very difficult. Just the 1 retirement from this race thus far, that of Ivan Bataya. All of the others have continued on. But Joey van Spunteren now with 4 laps to go in front of Sean Butcher, trying to hold his position. Kimber third, Goldstein fourth, Calione fifth from Ushijima, Porter, Pico, Jarbo and Manaf Hijawi, who's crept up into 10th place. The Jordanian is now in the top 10. Good bit of driving from him as he holds his line. And up the inside, that's Goldstein. Goldstein makes the move on Butcher. Butcher has dropped behind Kimber and now behind Goldstein. So Kimber through to second, Goldstein through to third, Butcher caught out, and that could be heaven sent for Joey van Spunteren. And there's a move further back as well. That looked like a move for fifth place. I think Ushijima Ushijima lost out to Morgan Porter in the end. My apologies. So Calione remains in P5, But Porter now in front of Ushijima, then Pico, Jabo, Hijawi, Nelson King, Angus Morsdale, Jana Guvarts, and Rivaldo van der Westerleken from Erbaldsmoor, Jort Koen, Mano Golofre, Linus Janssen, and Douglas Bolger. 21st place currently is Harry Barlow in front of Luka Medunitsa. Siim Liedmar way down in 23rd. He's having a nightmare weekend. Kasper and Rasmus Janssen are next. Then Gerard Tinoco. Here's Calione, Porter, and Ushijima battling away for P5. Lead change. Kimber's gone for Van Splinteren. Kimber's gone for the lead and got him. And now Goldstein's trying to head up on Joey Van Splinteren. He commits to the move and gets there. Van Splinteren's going to lose another place maybe to Butcher. No, he doesn't. Chops across. But Kimber's been allowed to get way and get clear. Butcher now gets through on Goldstein. All of a sudden, Van Splinteren in the lead has lost massive ground to Kimber. Kimber has bolted through and taken the advantage at exactly the right moment. And now Kimber's got space to deal with it. Van Splinteren second, Butcher third. But Kimber has absolutely stormed away. Look at that gap he's got now as we've got a yellow flag. Somebody has gone off at the entrance to the second sector. And I think that is going to be Oliver Fürstenhoff. Oliver Fürstenhoff appears to have had a big moment as Goldstein now fends off from Morgan Porter. Morgan Porter trying to come through. Risa Shijima puts himself in the inside line, sideways with Goldstein and Porter. They're all trying to get through, and now Butcher's made the move on Joey Van Splinteren. But for fourth place, Ushijima's getting some support from Calione as they come onto the back of the two men fighting for fourth place, Goldstein and Porter. Really exciting stuff for fourth position. There's about 7 or 8 of them now bidding for fourth place. Kimber is long gone in the lead with a lap and a half to go. But for second place, Butcher is trying to maintain his position in front of Joey Van Splinteren. A really exciting race. So let's keep this going. An absolutely terrific battle. Alicia Goundry watching on the stream. Go on, Morgan. He's putting in an amazing battle here to run with Eli Goldstein. He's looking good for P4 if he keeps this up. Last lap. Here we go. Mark Kimber leading the way from Sean Butcher, Joey Van Splinteren, and then Eli Goldstein in front of Morgan Porter and Rhys Ushijima having a brilliant scrap for P5. Rhys Ushijima, the Pierce Sexton racing driver, grown up in Japan and, of course, is based in America and London a lot of the time. He's banging his steering wheel in frustration. He wants to get past Morgan Porter, but he's just not able to at this moment. But out in front, Mark Kimber timed his overtaking move to perfection and bolted away from the field at exactly the moment that he left the door wide open for his opposition to come in and battle with Joey Van Splinteren. Mark Kimber, he's so good at this. He's in the right place at the right time and just bolts with a fast few sectors to get the gap away. That's why he's the European champion from 2018. He's threatening to do it again. Mark Kimber comes down the home straight and Mark Kimber wins here at Mariembourg. This more than makes up for his disappointment in 2018 when, because of exams, he couldn't attend the Friday testing and had to try and make it through on Saturday with no testing time. He didn't even make the B final, but he's come back with amazing battle as Mark Kimber, and now he finds himself at the front of the field where he should have been 12 months ago. Butcher is a valiant second, Joey Van Splinteren in a very strong third, and then Eli Goldstein in front of Morgan Porter in the top 5, and Rhys Ushijima getting his best ever finish in the IAME European Series. A 6th place finish. He'll be very happy with that. Leonardo Calione in 7th from Nicolas Pico, Bolichar Jabo and Manav Hijawi. And then it is Nelson King and Angus Morsdale in front of Rivaldo van der Westerleken and Patrick Degenbeck. Erbaldsmoor and Jort Koen from Manel Golofre and Jana Guvarts. Douglas Bolger and Luka Medunitsa. Siim Liedmar and Linus Janssen from Rasmus Janssen. And then Harry Barlow, Kasper Janssen and Masatoro Wada. Gerard Tinoco. And then the last 2 men home were Paul Javier Lopez and Eric Müller. And unfortunately, the 2 retirees were Oliver Fürstenhoff and Ivan Bataya. So a very dramatic race, but a brilliant one from Mark Kimber. Bolted at exactly the right moment and set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 56.234, to stamp home his authority on Senior X30. He's not the European Championship winner by accident, and he's going to do it again in 2019 if he gets half a chance. So, on to the next heat, which is for qualifying groups A and C. That means we're going to see the ultimate pole position sitter from yesterday's qualifying head out now. 2 o'clock local time, very nearly. In 5 minutes' time, that will be the case. The pole position sitter from the qualifying session was Estonia's Rimo Kadapik, who was only a junior last year, don't forget. So Rimo Kadapik coming straight up and putting himself in pole position as a senior, alongside Philip Vava on the front row of the grid. Then Danny Curl, the former world champion from 2017, versus Mari Boya of Spain in the second row of the grid. That'll be entertaining. Jordan Brown-Nutley and Alex Lloyd will be on the third row of the grid to make it an all-British affair. Ruben Moya will be 7th for the Paralin chassis, and alongside him will be Callum Bradshaw, and then it will be Thomas Fleming and Nicky Schmidt, who had a big accident in his last heat, we were told, went off at the final turn. Apparently he is okay, so we should be able to see him out there once again. Georgi Dimitrov and Sam Balota are on row 6, from Guillermo de Oliveira and Niels Kuhlen. Roman Leroux and Eduardo Cosateng on the 8th row of the grid from Hans Morin and Danny Bunshu. Kirby Powells and Tom Nellison from Jack Deakin and Alexander Wang. Robin Knudsen and Guillaume Crespin. Will Orton and Nino Potov. Then Alicia Barrett and Alex Pendlebury from Rufus Hunt, Dan Steenman, Sandro Ritz and Rivki Rakamulya. So the drivers are obviously getting themselves ready for what promises to be another spellbinding heat. The qualifying has been a much stronger state of affairs for Rimo Kadapik. He's not really been able to show the same form of racecraft in the actual races themselves, which has been very frustrating for the young Estonian. The difficulty he has now is that he's basically got to try and assert himself in terms of racecraft against the drivers that he managed to pit with a really strong qualifying lap. He found the absolute perfect lap in qualifying yesterday, but he needs to find 11 of them in one go for the race victory, and that's how difficult it is at this level when you've got 78 other competitors to try and fend off. Philip Vava lining up alongside him on the front row of the grid. There's no other way to put this. He is a changed man. Philip Vava is so much stronger than he was in 2018. It's clear that over the winter he's done some soul searching, he's been increasing his development, and he is now a much better racer than he was last year. Danny Curl, former world champion, of course he's one to keep an eye on. Alongside him, an FIA Karting Academy Trophy champion, that is Mari Boya. And then on that third row, it's an all-British affair with Jordan Brown-Nutley, ever the top British star at Strawberry Racing. He's always been very, very strong, and the last few years now, he has asserted himself as one of the elite of international karting. There are many drivers from Great Britain who go into karting and then they wander off to cars. Jordan Brown-Nutley has not done that. He wants to assert himself as the best kart racer in the world. He sees this as the pinnacle of the sport. And from Jordan Brown-Nutley's point of view, well, this is the ultimate opportunity to do so up against the world's best. Alongside him on the front row of the grid, Alex Lloyd, stepping up from the junior contingent to be a senior this year and has already been very quick out of the blocks. He knows it's going to be very difficult to get to the title, but he's up for the challenge and he thinks it's doable. So let's see what can happen. Ruben Moya, Callum Bradshaw, Thomas Fleming and Nick Schmidt, all very much in contingent as well. So as the drivers get themselves ready for the battle, in a little over a minute's time for the next heat, you can see on the live stream the order of proceedings for the next part of the day. You're going to see the senior heat for groups A versus C in just a moment. Then we'll have the two junior heats, which will consist of their two groups of drivers. Then we'll have a mini heat and a shifter heat, followed by two more seniors, and then we'll have the same rotation round one more time before close of business at about 6:15 by the time we're finished this evening. 6:15 local time, I should stress. So it is going to be a very busy day at the office, but that's what we love about the IAME Euro Series. These champions of the future are very much the main headline acts around this magnificent Karting de Fania circuit at Mariembourg. Less than a minute to go. The drivers getting themselves into the karts. Some of them not wanting to sit in the kart for as long as others. There's obviously a bit of a balancing act to make sure you're in the kart for as long as is necessary. But some want to wait until the last possible moment to make that happen. Philip Vava from the front row of the starting grid alongside Rimo Kadapik on that front row of the grid. It's always going to be tight. It's always going to be fairly tense. But they want to have a really exciting show, and they will do whatever it takes to make that dream come true. They will be sent out of the pits very shortly, and they will do the two exploratory laps around the Karting de Fania circuit as they warm up tyres and brakes, get everything up to temperature, and get ready for that 20-metre blast down to the first corner. It's not very much at all, and it's, I think, the shortest run from the gantry to the first corner that we see in the European Series, which means that you've got to get the perfect start to really take advantage of it through the first corner. Rimo Katapik on pole position from Philip Vava. Danny Curl and Marty Boyer on the second row from Jordan Brown-Nutley and Alex Lloyd. Ruben Moya and Callum Bradshaw. Thomas Fleming and Nick Smith. Georgi Dimitrov and Sam Balota from Guillermo de Oliveira and Niels Kuhlen. Roman LaRue and Eduardo Cosseteng. Hans Morin and Danny Bunshu. Kobe Bowles and Tom Nellison from Jack Deakin and Alexander Wang. Robin Knudsen and Guillaume Crespin. William Orton and Nina Potov. Alicia Barrett and Alex Pendlebury. Rufus Hunt and Don Steenman and Sandro Ritz and Rivki Rakamulya. So the smoke in the air, it's just a little bit of steam that's rised off the engines. Nothing you need to worry about. It's all perfectly natural when the karts are getting themselves up to speed. You check the tyre temperatures, you check the brakes, and obviously you make sure that the engine is not going to overheat. It's all part and parcel of getting these first couple of laps in the bag to really understand what the kart is going to do. You need to warm it up just right. I was talking to a few drivers. If you overheat the tyres in that first couple of laps, if you overwork the brakes, it can really pay dividends against you when you get to the end of the race, because that can really punish your last 2 or 3 laps and take some of your hard work away from you. Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you get it very, very wrong indeed, and there's always an interesting balance of drivers as they try and get themselves into a strong position. It's all about tactics as well. There's a lot of gamesmanship that goes on in these 2 rolling laps as well, as the drivers try to get underneath the skin and into the heads of some of their opponents. It's always very interesting to see how the drivers do so. By the look of things, we may have 2 non-starters. Danny Bunshu and Jack Deakin are showing as not out on circuit, which would be a big shame for both of them. Danny Bunshu, the talented Swiss, and Zach Meakin, one of the stars rising up in this category. He's already showing an amazing turn of speed. But if that is the case and they're not out there, that really would be quite a shame. So hopefully, even if they're not out there, they can rejoin the field at the back of the grid and hopefully charge their way back through. So far, so good, as the drivers are lined up in their tram lines. And we're going to get ourselves ready for a clean start. It looks as though we're going to get one. They've been pretty good off the start so far. Martin Bean's words of caution have been very much respected and adhered to. So it looks like we're going to get another good run to the first corner. Just judging the pace, Katapik, Vava, Curl, Boyer, Brown-Nutley and Lloyd. Here we go. Is it a good start? Yes, it is. A fantastic getaway as Vava tries to chop across and stop Danny Curl coming through up the inside. And he has failed to do so, but he is there in third place still. The rest of the field still cracking on. Danny Curl slots in behind Rimo Katapik. So Rimo Katapik leads the way. Marty Boyer is squeezed there by a fast-starting Strawberry Racing kart. That is Jordan Brown-Nutley. And Marty Boyer loses out again to the 416. A cracking start from Callum Bradshaw. So they charge up through the S's. No major catastrophes on this first lap thus far. Cracking start. But Danny Curl has got past Rimo Katapik and into the lead. So Danny Curl for the Birolart Middle East squad has managed to get himself into first position. A cracking run so far from Danny Curl. Rimo Katapik for Ike's Racing. Still there in second place. But how long will he be able to hold on to the guys behind? There's a change for third position behind these 2 leaders. It's a bit of a squabble. I think Jordan Brown-Nutley has got into third place as they come round the final turn and down the main straight. It's Curl from Katapik. Then it is Brown-Nutley. And in fourth place, it's Vava. But for how much longer? Bradshaw's going to dive up the inside. Vava has nothing to do but let him go. And Marty Boyer is now going to try and come back at him. It's getting a little bit hectic behind Bradshaw. But Bradshaw gets through into P4 on Philip. Oh, contact! Contact further back. 2 cards spin off, and that is Alex Lloyd. Alex Lloyd has gone there. Unfortunately, he's tangled with Thomas Fleming, and both men are blaming the other. So Tom Fleming is going to get up alongside Alex Lloyd as they go through and fight with each other, but both men are blaming each other for the incident. What a shame. But unfortunately, they just came too close together, and they both got spat out to the scenery. So now it is Danny Curl leading the way from Rimo Katapik. Jordan Brown-Nutley in third from Philip Vava and Callum Bradshaw. Boyer, Fleming, and then Moya, LaRue, and... Fleming is no longer there because he and Alex Lloyd have had that tussle. So that has shaken up the field somewhat. It's Curl in the lead from Katapik and Brown-Nutley. Then Bradshaw in fourth position now, having got past Philip Vava. Boyer has done so as well. And then it is Moya in front of De Oliveira. And then Georgi Dimitrov in front of Hans Morin in 10th position. So the battle continues in the midfield. It's absolutely a squabble as they come off the turn. Whoa, a bit of a moment there, unfortunately, for Nina Potov. She was in the midfield having a bit of a squabble with a couple of the other drivers and put two wheels on the curb and then ended up very nearly on the grass. So a bit of a rough ride for teammate to this man, or certainly stablemate to this man. They're both on the same chassis. Danny Curl leading the race at the moment on the Birolart, doing a fantastic job. Rimo Kadapik on the Tony Kart for the Ike's Racing Squad is there in behind. So Rimo Kadapik working hard to close in on the man in front. From pole position, he has done a much better job in his second heat than he did earlier on. And so Rimo Kadapik still trying to stay with Danny Curl. So far, so good for Jordan Brown-Nutley. He can do a lot of good work from there. Callum Bradshaw is 4th. 5th is Boyer. 6th is Vava. 7th now is Ruben Moya. So the 3 Spaniards are all together. 8th place is now Guilherme de Oliveira, the Portuguese racer. And then in 9th position, that is Hans Morin in front of Sam Balota, who has made the move past Georgi Dimitrov. And then Niels Kulen is in 12th position. Not quite getting the same sort of run he had before. A great race battle in the lead of the race, though, as Danny Curl tries to get away from Kadapik and Brown-Nutley. Now, Brown-Nutley has caught up to the Estonian in second place, and you do get the sense that he's either going to make the bid to work with him and get away, or he may just feel that Kadapik is too slow and decides to go for the move himself to try and close up to Danny Curl. But Danny Curl's got quite a crucial gap with 7 laps to go. He needs to make use of this. He's got himself a very good performance there. A really good performance. Absolutely sensational battle. Up through towards turn 4. And it's still Danny Curl from Rimo Kadapik. 3rd, Jordan Brown-Nutley. Then Bradshaw. And then we've got the 3 Spaniards. Boyer, Vava and Moya all together. They are dropping back a little bit from the top 4, though. That's a little bit concerning at this stage of the race. They want to try and stay with them as much as possible. There is a titanic battle in the midfield. We've got about 8 drivers all squabbling over the same bit of tarmac. And we've had 2 contact up at the top end of the course. We've got 2 karts off in the grass. One's gone a very long way off there. So we've got 2 karts that have not come through from the midfield battle. That was going to happen because there were 8 drivers squabbling for the same bit of tarmac. And it looks as though yet again, it's a nightmare for Kobe Powells. He's hit trouble. Rivki Rakamulya has rejoined, having gone off initially with him as well. But Kobe Powells this weekend is turning into an absolute write-off. What a shame. The Belgian on home soil, very highly rated in this country. He's got a massive fan base here, especially after being runner-up in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy last year to Marley Boyer, who goes through there. It's a real shame that he's not in a higher position and hasn't had the same sort of luck that he had in the 2018 campaign as a junior. So here they come. This is the battle for second place, and it is a 3-way scrap because Brown-Nutley has not yet made the move on Kadapik, and Bradshaw has caught them both. This is going to kick off in a moment. One of them is going to make the bid, and I think it's going to be Brown-Nutley first, but Bradshaw may get a better run out of the final turn. As I say that, Bradshaw is going to start getting impatient. He's going to go for the lunge on the inside. At the same time, Brown-Nutley makes the move on Kadapik. Bradshaw had to back out of that one. Brown-Nutley gets through on Kadapik. Bradshaw is not going to wait around for long on the Estonian. He wasn't close enough to make the move there, but watch him on the inside line for 3. He may make the lunge. No, he's going to wait for the next hairpin. They're going to have the left and then the right, and then he can line up the Estonian. Kadapik is still very fast over 1 lap, but when he's in a crowd, he just doesn't seem to have that same authority, that same discipline as some of the other drivers who just see the gap and plunge in. And now Kadapik is going to come back. So as I say that, he decides to eat my words and charges through on Jordan Brown-Nutley. Good comeback from the Estonian. Clearly, my words were ringing in his ears. How dare you suggest I'm not as strong as the others? I'm going for it, mate. And through he goes. Jordan Brown-Nutley in 3rd, Bradshaw in 4th. They come off the kink, back up the straight once again. Now, who's going to make the lunge? Watch for Brown-Nutley. He's going to get alongside Kadapik, who tries to squeeze him. Bradshaw, the door is left wide open, and Bradshaw comes through. Oh, Kadapik was a little too eager to keep Brown-Nutley at bay. Once Jordan Brown-Nutley's on the inside, you're never going to hold him back. And unfortunately, that let Bradshaw go through as well. So Kadapik just a little bit too eager to hold on to second place. as that's cost him 2 places. Danny Curl out in front. Bradshaw's going on the inside of the right-hander and gets through on Jordan Brown-Nutley, and Katapik's going to get by as well now. That's a brave lunge from Bradshaw. There's very few drivers who can pull off the move into the right-hander after fire. That's amazing in turn 5. And Bradshaw, having got through, Katapik has got through as well, and Bradshaw has bolted. He's now going to try and get away from the pack. Well, that's frustrating for Jordan Brown-Nutley, especially now that Mari Boyer, Philippe Vava and Ruben Moya are closing up. So here they come down the straight. Curl looking set for the victory with 3 laps to go. Bradshaw second, Katapik third. Brown-Nutley, Boyer, Vava, Moya, and then behind them it's Morin, Coulin and Guillermo de la Vera. They come up towards turn 4. Danny Curl still running very well in front of Bradshaw. Bradshaw's got about 6 kart lengths over Remo Katapik as they come through to the left-hander at turn 4. Up the short stretch through to 5. That's where Bradshaw made the move a lap ago. Secured what could be a very permanent second place. If he keeps banging in these top 3 finishes, Bradshaw's going to get a great grid start for the pre-final tomorrow. And if he gets into the first corner first, judging by his current 1-lap pace, there's not going to be a lot of people who could hold a candle to Bradshaw in a straight fight. So he's doing a grand job there in second place. And considering this is his senior debut in the championship, he was at the very first event of the IAME X30 Euro Series when it was run as a 2-weekend challenge back in 2016. The first one being at Castelletto, the second being at Zuera. Bradshaw was at that first meeting, but he's not been back since. So it's going to be interesting to see what Bradshaw can do over the course of a season. And the Fusion Motorsport team must be absolutely beaming. They've picked the right boy this one. So, Curl leads. Bradshaw second. Katapik third. Fourth is Jordan Brown-Nutley, trying to hold off the attentions of Philippe Vava now, who has got through on Marty Boyer. And it looks as though Hans Morin has made the move on Ruben Moya. With a lap and a half to go, though, you can't begrudge this man. Danny Curl, 2017 World Champion of Karting, which he did so on home soil at PF International in Lincolnshire in Great Britain. But Danny Curl has proven that it wasn't just a one-weekend sensational move. He's been improving ever since that day. In September 2017, he became the champion of the world. Ever since then, he has been fighting to prove that it wasn't a one-off. Last lap, and with races like this, Danny Curl is definitely proving it. So here we come. Callum Bradshaw second. Looks to me as though Remo Katapik could hang on for that third position. There is Bradshaw. A real threat to a lot of drivers in this field. Looks as though we've got some bubbles coming across the main start-finish straight. Clearly, one of the young spectators has started blowing bubbles on the main straight. And there's a danger that it's going to go across the track. That's one of the more bizarre things I've seen in the paddock in recent times. But obviously, fans of all ages... Yeah, there is a bubble gun down the straight. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to get distracted, but that's going to be a bit of a fairy tale finish for Danny Curl as he comes through in the final couple of corners. Here comes Danny Curl, and it's going to be a checkered flag finish. A victory for Danny Curl as he comes through to a brilliant victory. Second place for Callum Bradshaw, and then Remo Katapik does hang on for third position. That has saved his reputation quite a lot, that race, because the first one, it all got away from him very quickly. But that time, Remo Katapik assured everybody, I still have what it takes to be at the front end. And that will give him bags of confidence, that result. So Danny Curl in front of Callum Bradshaw and Remo Katapik, with Jordan Brown-Nutley in fourth position, Philip Vava in fifth, and Niels Coulin fighting his way to sixth position in the end of it all. So here's the confirmation. Danny Curl and Callum Bradshaw from Remo Katapik in third, Jordan Brown-Nutley in P4, Philip Vava and Niels Coulin. Hans Morin comes through to seventh in front of Marty Boyer and Ruben Moya. And then Guillermo de Oliveira finishes up in the top 10 for KR Sport. Sam Balota is 11th from Guillaume Crespin. And then it is Nick Smith in front of Eduardo Cosseteng. Alex Pendlebury comes through for 15th in front of Romain Leroux. Tom Nellison and Robin Knudsen. Alexander Wang and Alex Lloyd recovers to finish 20th. Then Alicia Barrett and Darren Steenman, Rufus Hunt and Will Orton. Nina Potov and Sandro Ritz. Then Georgi Dimitrov and Rivki Rakamulya. Kobe Bowles, and then the retirees, unfortunately, Thomas Fleming, Danny Bunshu, and Jack Deakin. So some big problems there, unfortunately, for Jack Deakin and for Danny Bunshu. He was not able to start the race either. So now we come from the senior brigade to the junior brigade, and there are some amazing youngsters in this. A lot of them have come straight out of the minis and have already started to show their supremacy in the junior category, which is pretty incredible going, considering you get a massive burst of extra horsepower from this particular challenge. So moving up from minis to juniors, it can always be a really big ask for these guys to be competitive. But considering that they are at this point, you're always going to get a particularly tough time of it. And they have made a very good work of it thus far. The first row of the grid for this one is going to be the Strawberry Racing pair of Josh Rowledge and Aaron Walker of Great Britain. They will start from the front row of the grid. Marcus Luzio and Zach Ripley will make it an all-British row 2 as well, showing that the X30 Brigade is very much a British dominant class at times. Fifth position on the grid, though, is going to be the Albanian driver, Helena Nordini, who is based in Germany these days. Chris Harnan, the Dutchman, who featured so prominently in his earlier heat, will be starting from the third row of the grid on the outside line. Then it's going to be Jason Leung, the Canadian, who is there in seventh position on the grid. A really good performance from him all weekend long, actually. Since the move to the Chaos Sport team, he certainly seems much more settled in and is learning so much with that squad. Then it is Oliver Behrman, his teammate, who lines up alongside him, the man who dominated the Valencia Winter Cup 6 weeks ago. And then, of course, we have Archie Walker and Maximus Meyer, who will line up on the fifth row of the grid together. Archie Walker is actually part of the McLaren Formula One team Young Driver Programme, the McLaren DNA project. And alongside him on the grid is Max Meyer, the man who, I'm fairly sure I've calculated this right, has started more races in the IAME Euro Series paddock since 2016 when we ran at Castelletto for the first time. More than any other driver. He's competed over 50 races and has had an amazing journey from minis to juniors. And next year, of course, they'll be thinking about seniors. So he is one of the success stories of the category to have gone from the bottom of the ranks in minis to go all the way through to the top as a senior competitor. Ruben Volt and Elon Reshepi, both very quick drivers, will round out the top six rows, I should say. Ian Aguilera, the Mexican, will line up beside Belgium's Lois Delbar. The Spaniard, Eloy Gonzalez, part of Fernando Alonso's racing team, is there in the eighth row of the grid. From Danny Prinz, who lines up beside Eloy Gonzalez. And then it is Sam Hawthorne alongside Harvey Ryby, two British drivers with a lot of incredible talent behind them. And then we have Dinan Dokum and Olivan Fait, who are on the 10th row of the starting grid. Sam Shaw is alongside Patrick Enoch. And then it is Eric Alanis Bosch, another of the top drivers from the Monlau Competition team with the Alonso chassis. Alongside him on the grid is the Ralf Schumacher kart of Luca Leistra. And he is doing a fantastic job to fight his way back after a difficult qualifying session. The man on home soil knows this circuit beautifully, and that is helping him along the way. Then it is Hugo Orendi, the Estonian, alongside the Polish star Viktor Obajanek. And then in the back row of the grid, it is one of the Belgian talents, Mathis Fagbemi, alongside the man who had a technical failure on his first flying lap in qualifying, the Spanish charge Miguel Peru, who is the new boy wonder from Fernando Alonso's awning. And I have to say, this guy has bags of talent. He just had no luck at all in qualifying yesterday when the kart broke down on his first qualifying lap. He made up about 12 places in the first heat to make his way back into competition. But he's going to have to do that and more in the second heat in order to make his way back into the top six. But Miguel Peru, he's one of the most talented drivers on this grid, considering he was a mini driver last year. He won more races in the minis last year than any other driver in the European Championship. The only problem for him was that he did most of those in the heats rather than the championship point scoring pre-finals and finals. And that was his undoing, essentially. It all seemed to come away. The bad luck would hit in the Sunday running, whereas on the Saturday, a lot of the time, he was dominant. So now he needs to carry that form and switch it over. Saturday can be the hard day. Sunday can be the dominant day. Let's make that work. So it's going to be a tough battle for all of the drivers out there. But from the front of the grid, the Strawberry Racing pair of Josh Rowledge and Aaron Walker have really stepped up the attack. Last year, Josh Rowledge had some good performances in the top six, but just let things get a little bit too flustered at times. Aaron Walker has been with the Strawberry Racing only a few short weeks, but has already shown incredible flair and speed since that point. But you've got to look at all these drivers in the top 10. They're all race winners. Luzio, Ripley, Nerodini, Harnan, Leung, Behrman, Walker and Max Meyer. They're all European champions potentially. So it's all going to come down to who does the best job, who does the best prep, and who can come into each race with the best opportunities. So it's obviously going to be a really exciting battle. There are lots of great races over the course of the weekend. We go all the way through to about 6:15 we will finish local time here. The finals, of course, tomorrow start from 1 o'clock. We will be live streaming 1 o'clock local time here. And, of course, you'll see the finals for each of the 4 classes, the minis, the shifters, the juniors and the seniors. The pre-finals starting tomorrow from 11 o'clock local time. But you will get to see the second chance heats tomorrow as well. And they are starting from about 9:40 local time tomorrow morning. Here's the grid. Josh Rowledge and Aaron Walker, Marcus Luzio and Zach Ripley, from Helen Nardini and Chris Harnan, Jason Young and Oliver Behrman, Archie Walker and Max Meyer, Ruben Volt and Aaron Roscepi, Ian Aguilera and Lois Delbar, Eloy Gonzalez and Danny Prinz from Sam Hawthorne and Harvey Ryby, Dylan Dukum and Olivan Fight from Sam Shaw and Patrick Enoch, Alec Alanis and Luca Leistra, Hugo Arendi, Victor Obajanek, Matis Fagbami and Miguel Perro. So the drivers round the circuit, getting a little bit of temperature into the tyres and brakes. A massive spectators here, over 500 people here for this one weekend, as so many people are involved in each of these races. The drivers, we've got over 150 of them in the paddock. But, of course, you then have to take into account all of the mechanics, the sponsors, the families, the race crew, the staff here at Karting de Fagnes, all of the officials. It's a massive event, the IAME European Series, and it's great to see so many people flocking around this circuit, and they've taken up various vantage points in order to get the most out of this experience. It is an amazing circuit to watch kart racing from. The great thing about these stands is that the way that the entire infrastructure of the grandstand is that when you're on that main straight, you can literally see every single point on the racetrack. There are not many racetracks in the world of karting, never mind in Europe, where you get that kind of a viewing point. And later on, of course, the drivers will be able to, tomorrow, take their positions on the podium opposite the main grandstand, where they'll get an absolutely fantastic overview of the main start-finish straight, and we'll get to present them their trophies once again for the start of the 2019 IAME Euro Series. 4 weekends through the year. We are here, and then, of course, in May, we go to Castelletto at Siete Larghi in Italy. And then we travel on in July to Wackersdorf in Germany. And then the season finale is on the last weekend of August into September the 1st at Salbris in France. It's a truly international European Championship with drivers coming from all 6 continents on the globe. And here they come for another good heat. Rowledge and Walker, Luzio and Ripley, Nardini, Harnan, Leung, Behrman, Walker, Meyer. They're going to rise the revs and come across the line once again. Lights are going to be out. No, they're not. False start. Well, so far so good, but unfortunately this time it is a false start. Now that's the first false start we've had all weekend. So far up to this point it's been pretty good actually, and the standards have been quite high. But Martin Bean, the clerk of the course for the championship, was quite adamant that they needed to be very, very careful on the start. They were never going to let the races get underway if we didn't get a clean start. And to be fair, the standards on the grids have actually been pretty spank-on perfect up until that point. So there may be a gentle reminder later on this evening, or a word that's sent out to the teams just to remind them about, the starting procedure. It's actually a very nervous Josh Rowledge and Aaron Walker clearly on the front row of the grid. You only tend to get a bit of a false start when the leaders are desperate to get into that first corner first, especially here, because at Mariembourg, as we keep stressing, this is a very fast circuit, but you only get 20 metres to get to that first corner, and it's the shortest run of the IAME Euro Series to get to turn 1. It's so difficult to line up the karts and then build up the speed. You've also got to take into account every little element. You don't want to overcook the tyres, you don't want to overheat the brakes. Everything's got to be just so, and you come into view of that start-finish line, you just want to get going, and you just hope that everybody behind you has gone with you, and if you haven't, then it ends up being a false start. So they come out of the final turn, sweep past our camera position on the top of the pit gantry, And now we're going to get a good start this time, are we? Yes, we do. And it's a cracking start. Aaron Walker tries to cut across and shut the door on his opponents. Slots in behind his teammate. That's a textbook start from the Strawberry Boys. They are first and second. And it's Rowledge in front of Walker up to third position. A cracking start from Marcus Luzio as he hangs on. He's going to go for Aaron Walker straight away. Great move from Luzio into second place. Marcus Luzio into P2. And now there's a chance for Chris Harnan. He gets on the curb to try and come past Aaron Walker with some assistance from Nerudini, but he's not going to be able to come through. So it's Josh Rowledge in the lead and Luzio second. 3 wide for third position. They nudged each other, big star, but Aaron Walker holds on to third place as Chris Harnan goes for broke, and we've got an off further back. Somebody else has gone onto the grass there. Couldn't quite see who that is that has gone to the back of the queue. It looks like one of the Kart Republic chassis. I think it's Viktor Obajanek who has gone off there, in fact. So that is one of the Cosmic drivers. My apologies. So down the straight, it is Aaron Walker. Aaron Walker now fending off third place from Chris Harnan. Harnan goes through, but not for long. Aaron Walker gets him on the switchback, and now here comes Herolin Nerudini. He's going to get through. Watch for Zach Ripley as well. Zach Ripley trying to come through. And he's going to make the move into the next corner, but he's not able to because Herolin Nerudini makes the lunge on Walker. There's a proper squabble further back as Nerudini dived to the inside line to stop any thoughts Aaron Walker might have had of getting the switchback option. But Josh Rowledge leads from Marcus Luzio. Watch for Luzio. He is one of the star finds of this weekend. He's come into the Dan Holland Racing team as a rookie in the IAME Euro Series. First time out in Europe. He's been one of the reasonably strong contenders in Great Britain, but he's never been truly spectacular. He's been a relatively strong opponent, but he's come to Europe and he's settled up shop. He's doing a great job, and now he's giving pressure to Josh Rowledge. The rise of Marcus Luzio is absolutely spectacular. Up the inside, Walker makes the move to get back into third place on Nerudini, and now here comes Zach Ripley. He's going to get some assistance too from Oliver Behrman. Behrman gets through, takes the place. So now Oliver Behrman is going to try and make the move straight away. He doesn't hang around. Behrman gets through on Ripley. So does Nerudini. So does Chris Harnan. My goodness. Unfortunately, Behrman's very decisive move has really caught out Zach Ripley, and he's lost countless places as a result of that one. But Rowledge has got lots of pressure from Marcus Luzio. They've been hanging out a lot. Luzio, he's been sticking like glue to Archie Walker, who's one of the other new members of this team. They're hanging around a lot, these two, and they really gel off each other. But Luzio has suddenly found his element. As a youngster in cadets in Britain, he was a fairly good racer. He had some flashes of excellence. In juniors, he's found his niche, and now he is giving pressure to not just anybody, but that's Josh Rowledge, you know. Up the inside, Max Myers coming back into the fray. Charging his way forward now on Herolin Nerudini. And there is Archie Walker going with him. Myers through, Walker's through, and it could be Jason Young as well. He does get the job done. Walker now makes the move on Maximus Meyer. Sensational racing. Absolutely terrific battles. And now Archie Walker has finished the move. Jason Young has got past Maximus Meyer now as well. I'll tell you what, the Canadian has done such an amazing amount of work to develop himself over the last few months. He's gone from a reasonable midfielder to a very sharp hitter, Jason Young. Good to see him make the progress. So Josh Rowledge still trying to fend off Marcus Luzio. We are nearly at half distance in this race. 4 laps down and 4 to go. But this is going to be very tight indeed. Down the straight. Rowledge still holds on from Luzio. Luzio just following in his wheel tracks. And there goes Behrman up the inside of Aaron Walker. Walker's trying to get the switch back, but Behrman's so good. He just edges the car a few millimetres across to the right, and that's enough for Walker to get the message. Don't even try it. 5th place for Chris Harnan, the Dutchman, going very strongly indeed. Then it is Jason Young, Archie Walker, Max Meyer, Nerudini, Ripley. A very good battle indeed in this sharp end of the field. Really good racing from the juniors. But Rowledge and Luzio absolutely tight together in the lead of the race. Luzio just shadowing Rowledge's every move. He's not going to go for the move until he absolutely needs to. Still, all 28 of the drivers running in this one. And some excellent battles. The drivers still pushing on very hard. They come through to the final section of the course, through that final corner. Luzio's not really able to gain enough on Rowledge at this point to challenge for the position, but a 2nd place in these heats is invaluable. That only means you score 2 points because in the heats you score as many points as you finish up with, as Archie Walker makes the move on Maya, and Maya comes straight back at him, and there's a little tangle. They just about get away with it, but Maya was trying to get the switch back on Archie Walker. Walker was having none of it, and Walker holding his nerve. Well, I tell you what, that was incredible kart control from Archie Walker. Another driver would have lost that completely. No wonder the McLaren F1 team picked him. Safe hands. So Josh Rowledge battling away with Marcus Luzio. Oliver Behrman in third position. There he is. Aaron Walker in fourth. Chris Harnan in fifth place. Jason Young in sixth place for Cosmic and the KR Sport team. Then it's Archie Walker having the race of his life in seventh position. There's contact further back. We've had two karts come together, and I think that might be Max Meyer. Is it Max Meyer? I think he's had a coming together. We're going to have to look back through the field to see where Max Meyer has disappeared, because I'm not sure he's going to come through in the collection of karts. No, Sam Hawthorne has come through. Oh, Luca Lystra goes up on two wheels there as he tries to make the move on Ruben Volt, and it hasn't worked out in his favour. Herolin Nerodini's come through. So has Max Meyer. So has Sam Balota. So three of them involved in that incident. It's a disaster for Maya, Nerodini, and for Sam Balota. Oh, sorry, no, that's Victor Obajanek, isn't it? Because Balota's now a senior. My apologies. So Maya and Nerodini have had that contact, and that's why they've down the order. 2 laps to go, and Luzio still has a chance to go for Rowledge, but he needs to get on with it if he's going to. They come up to the far side. Has Luzio timed this one right? Rowledge may think he's safe and sound here, but Luzio's got a good exit out of the final turn. If he can just get in the slipstream, he may get a chance up towards the final section of the course on the final lap. Here we go, in through the first corner. And there's a good opportunity here for Luzio. He just needs to time it right. He doesn't want to get too flustered. He's on the back of Josh Rowledge, through to the right-hander, following him in procedure. Don't get silly. Just dial in each apex as you come through. This is a good run from Rowledge. We've seen him out in front before, but Luzio has never run as high as this in the IAME European Series. He's still wet behind the ears in this championship. Oh, we've had contact further back. 2 karts have come together at turn 2. And it looks to me like one of the FA Racing karts has had a bit of a moment there. Is that Miguel Peru? It is. Miguel Peru has come together, unfortunately, with the 22. So a problem there. So he's had a bit of a tangle with Eric Alanis. The 2 Spaniards collide. But out in front, it is going to be Josh Rowledge. He will hang on. But what a moment for Marcus Luzio in second place. His highest ever finish in the category. The checkered flag flies and Rowledge gets the victory. Luzio is elated with second place. Third position for Oliver Behrman. Fourth is Just Walker in front of Harnan. And sixth place for Jason Young. Oh, Archie Walker just beats Ripley to the line. What a great race in the juniors. Sensational run from Rowledge. Dominant race, but for Marcus Luzio, that is a heroic drive. And now everybody all around the world knows his name. Marcus Luzio, take a bow. So it's time for the emergence of a new talent in the world of IAME Euro Series. And what a performer. What a standout effort. Oh dear, looks like somebody crabbing rather badly on the way home. That is the 80 of Matis Fagbemi. So they're going to have to repair that axle. Rowledge, Luzio, Behrman and Walker from Harnan and Young. Archie Walker and Zach Ripley. Sam Hawthorne and Lois Del Bar complete the top 10. From Elo Gonzalez and the heroic Luca Lystra. Ruben Volt and Ian Aguilera. Harvey Ryby and Patrick Enoch. Olivan Fight and Danny Prinz. And rounding up the top 20, Hugo Arendi and Sam Shaw. Dinan Dokum and Matis Fagbemi, despite the crabbing the crabbing axle even. Max Meyer and Herolin Nerodini. Rishepi, Pero, Obajanek and Alanis. They all finished the race, some quite a long way off others. But there were quite a few incidents in that race as the juniors, especially some of those who are trying to work their way back through the field, are getting a little bit edgy. You've got to remember, these guys are only aged 11 to 15, the juniors, so it's very, very tough. And you've got to be absolutely at the limit of your abilities to push for the top spot. And some of them are still learning as they go. So now we come to the next X30 junior race, and it's Group A versus D. So Group A obviously denotes the fastest group, or certainly the man who was in pole position for his group and overall, and that is the Swede Wilgard Edqvist. He's a very shy, very charming young man, but on the racetrack, he is an absolute speed freak. He was so good in qualifying yesterday. And really good to see him put on such a spectacular demonstration of how to get the pole position lap in. He's going to have it tough, though, because on the front row of the grid with him is Liam McNeely, another one of these star challengers from Evolution. And I tell you what, Liam McNeely's getting better and better with every race, and it's clear that the hard work the team are putting in for him are really paying off. So it's going to be a good one for Liam McNeely. Second row of the grid, we'll see Joe Taylor and Oliver Gray go to battle. And we'll see some spectacular challenges from them, no doubt. I'm really excited to see how it's going to go for them. So we'll see some sensational challenges as the drivers prepare for action once again. Freddie Spindlow will go off P5. The fastest man of the whole weekend is going to be in 6th position on the grid. That is Cian Shields for the Fusion Motorsport squad. Fastest lap of the weekend and fastest in warm-up this morning as well. The Scotsman from Glasgow is going to be there in 6th position on the grid. Then it will be Tom Leben alongside Ken Oscar Algra. They'll be there on the 4th row of the starting grid. And then it will be Alex Lee and Alfie Rigby who will share the 5th row of the grid. Good performance from both of these guys. Newbies to the IAME European Series as well. Alex Lee, still a newcomer to the world of karting, don't forget. I mean, he's won his championships back home in the clubs in Great Britain. But he's been racing since the age of 6 when he first rocked up to Buckmore Park in Great Britain. And he's come a long way since then. He wants to win at Le Mans one day. And he trains by wakeboarding. That's a new sport on me. I think you're going to have to teach me how to do that one, Alex. Alongside him on the grid, Alfie Rigby, who seems to be winning everything at the moment. He really does seem to turn to gold every time he gets out onto the circuit. Since winning his national championship in Britain last year, he now has the European stage before him. He went to the Middle East in January and did a fantastic job, and now he's here in Europe doing a sensational job as well. Ed Pearson and Nathan Ottink will share the 6th row of the grid from Noah Maton and Jurzik Spinkovic. Then it is Kimi Abraham and Thijs Kleinjen, the Dutchman. Matteo Rubio, the American, will be beside Dan Ginshard, the British challenge from the RS Schumacher chassis. SFR Motorsport is the squad he races for. William Nicolou and Ben Fugelsang from Vigor Hjorvard and Ollie Pilker. Ollie did such a good job to fight back in his previous heat. He shouldn't be down as low as 22nd place. He was 3rd overall at Valencia back in February. So we'll see how he fights his way back through the field again. Francois Delati, the Frenchman, beside Belgium's Lucas Teilman. And then the 4 remaining drivers in the field are Robin Pagnat, Albin Carlsen, Angelo Melli. And right down at the back of the field is the Dutchman Bart Plug, who was so successful as a mini in this paddock a couple of seasons ago. But he had no end of problems in qualifying and ended up falling right down to the back of the field. So we'll watch out for Bart Plug. I have a feeling he's going to be charging his way through the field like Billy-O. And he will not be finishing up on the 14th row of the grid if he remains where he is. So the challenge is going to be a tough one for this junior grid. The race will kickstart again in 3 minutes' time. Just a reminder of what's going to happen over the course of tomorrow's racing. We're going to continue on through the heats all the way through to today. We'll emerge with our 4 top drivers from the 4 classes. And then tomorrow we go into the second chance heats for the junior and senior categories for the drivers that qualified from these heats provisionally in positions 29th to 62. Those are the ones that go through. For the seniors, there are more than that competing here this weekend. So anybody who is 63rd downwards to 79th, because there are 79 drivers here, will go through to the MG Cup, which is an 11-lap straight race. And that will be the last race they will do of the weekend. But the top 6 drivers home in the second chance heat, who qualified 29th to 62, the 6 drivers across the line from that race tomorrow morning will be joining the other 28 drivers who qualified in each class in the finals. The pre-final for each class will take place at 11 o'clock local time. And they will be given 9 laps for the minis, 14 laps for the shifters and seniors, and 11 laps for the juniors. And then the big race, the main event, where we will get the drivers on the starting grid with rock music and pomp and circumstance, and all of the fans here flocking from all over the world to have seen these drivers will get a really cool grid presentation. I'll do my best Martin Brundle impersonation as I walk up and down the grid tomorrow. But it's going to be amazing. And that will take place at 1 o'clock local time tomorrow as the 4 race winners from this weekend. The first of 4 race meetings over the course of the year will be crowned as the winners. Of course, the second round of the championship takes place from the 23rd to the 26th of May at Siete Larghi, the gorgeous racetrack at Castelletto in Italy, on the lakes. And we are looking forward to attending there. But we are having so much fun here at Karting de Fagnes in Mariembourg, the most beautiful area of Belgium you could possibly wish to visit. It's a wonderful area. The staff and the people behind the scenes here are absolutely fantastic. They've been nothing but so warm and friendly and inviting to us. And it's a joy to come here every year. It really is. We've been coming here now every year since 2017. And it's been an absolute pleasure to come to Mariembourg. We really do love it. And we are enjoying an absolutely fantastic battle. Kai Rogers writes on the YouTube live stream, watch the front row crash between Wilgert Edqvist and Liam McNeely. I'm not so sure that's a fair comment. Wilgert Edqvist is a very talented racing driver. He's very clean off the grid. And Liam McNeely does not charge in and do silly things. He's a very calculated driver. So I'm not sure I'd agree with that comment. But fair enough. Everyone to his own opinion. Wilgert Edqvist and Liam McNeely on the front row of the grid. Joe Taylor and Oliver Gray on the second row. Freddie Spindlow and Cian Shields are row 3 from Tom Leben and Ken Oscar Algra. Alex Lee and Alfie Rigby from Ed Pearson and Nathan Otting. Noah Maton and Josef Spinkovic from Kimi Abraham and Thijs Kleinian. Matteo Rubio and Dan Ginchard. William Nicolou and Ben Fugelsang. Figo Hjorvard and Ollie Pilker from Francois Delatti and Lucas Tileman. Robin Pagnat, Albin Carlson, Angelo Melli and Bart Plug. So once again, the drivers warming up their tyres and brakes as they get themselves up to temperature. And this is going to be a tough race, to be fair. There's a lot of drivers who can win this. You've got Edqvist on pole position, who is coming of age in this championship now. You've got Liam McNeely, who is incredibly fast over one lap, and his racecraft is improving every time. Joe Taylor, who took the early lead in his earlier heat, of course. And the Coles Racing driver genuinely has a good chance to do so on the world stage. Oliver Gray, who was amazing last time out at Valencia, but had so much bad luck. He had to fight through about 20 positions in the final and got up to about P6, I think, in the final reckoning, having started 34th. So not a bad run from Oliver Gray last time out. Freddie Spindlow, who has no end of bad luck, but the second it does, he will be one of the strongest drivers out there, no question. And Cian Shields, fastest man of the entire weekend. We're all still reeling over a year on from the time he came to Valencia back in 2018 as a privateer and was 3rd overall. You barely ever see that these days, but that shows you just how good he is. And now part of the Fusion Motorsport team, he's got a great chance. But just look behind them. You've got Leben, Algra, Lee, Rigby, Pearson, Otting, Maton, Spinkovic, Abraham, Kleinian, and even the likes of Rubio, Ginchard, Nicolou and Fugelsang will be strong. Pilker outside the top 20. He won't stay there because he's too good a driver to just sit on his laurels and wait for the moment. Bart Plug should be up from the back of the grid as well after having a technical infringement in qualifying. So Bart Plug will come through the field. There's a lot of overtaking to come in this one. A few drivers out of position. The leaders desperately trying to take up residency at the front of the grid. So Edqvist, McNeely, Taylor, Gray, Spindlow, Shields, Leben, Algra, Lee, Rigby. Here they come. Engine revs rise. Who's going to get to the first corner first? Will it be a clean start? Yes, it is. And away we go. Right round the outside. McNeely tries to get past the Swede, but Edqvist is going to keep the position. So Edqvist is still there. Watch for Piers. Watch for the Coles Racing driver, Joe Taylor. He comes through. And up into 3rd position, that is Oliver Gray. So there's not a lot that can be done there about that one from the man in 4th position, McNeely. Cian Shields comes up to 5th in front of Spindlow. The rest of the field gets through, although Dan Ginchard was initially off on the first couple of corners. I think he was squeezed wide there, so the Ralf Schumacher chassis, there he is at the back of the field, now needing to fight his way back. Joe Taylor managing to shake off Oliver Gray in the first couple of corners, but not for long. Here comes Oliver Gray, dives up the inside and grabs 2nd place. Nice move from Oliver Gray. So Edqvist, Gray, Taylor, and then McNeely in front of Cian Shields. And in 6th place, Freddie Spindlow. Watch the battle emerge from here. Wilgert Edqvist is very, very impressive at this point in procedure. They come down the straight. And he leads at Mariembourg. Here they come. Over the line. In through turn 1. Wilgert Edqvist out in 1st position from Oliver Gray. Joe Taylor 3rd now. My apologies. And up the inside, Cian Shields trying to have a look at Liam McNeely, but he can't get through. But so far, so good, as Wilgert Edqvist leads in Mariembourg, having got pole position in yesterday's qualifying session, as they continue to race around here in Belgium. Up towards the second, more trickier part of the course. Whoops! Who was that went off the circuit? Looked like one of the Coles drivers potentially going off onto the grass there. Didn't quite see the number, unfortunately. The new Nassau panels with the groove split up the middle makes it a bit harder to read the numbers as they curve over the top of the nose. But we'll see how that has changed a few drivers' positions. It was Ed Pearson who tumbles down the order, unfortunately. So now they come off the final corner. It's a train of Brits behind Wilgert Edqvist. The Swede is pushing very hard indeed onto the home straight. Here comes Edqvist. He's gesturing to Joe Taylor. Work with me. Joe Taylor will not ignore. He will ignore the request. He tries to go for the move. And he's not going to get through this time. Edqvist absolutely determined. The Swede wants to win. The 14-year-old from Uppsala in Sweden is still trying to hold on to this battle out in front. So Edqvist goes through the left-hander, up the short stretch towards the right flick, keeping the foot flat to the floor through there. Edqvist, Taylor, Gray, McNeely, Shields, Spindlow, Ken-Oscar Algra, the Estonian. And as they come off the first part of the tight and twisty section of the course, they're now going to drop through the curbs and up into that very tight and twisty section of the course. Joe Taylor just getting a little bit of a nudge on to Edqvist. Come on, get on with this now, mate. We've got a huge queue of karts developing. Go faster or I'm coming through. It's as simple as that. Your choice. So they come through once again, down through the fast section of the course. Looking through the field, there's definitely been some big changes in the rankings. As up the inside, Joe Taylor's going to take the lead. Is he going to get Gray going with him? McNeely's going to come through to the inside as well, and Kian Shields is going to get the door wide open too. He comes through into P4, and for Wilgert Edqvist, that is heart-wrenching. From first to fifth in 2 corners, but that's how quickly it can change here in the world of karting. Freddie Spindlow now trying to get his move on Wilgert Edqvist, and it's not going to happen. He's going to have to wait for his moment. But there's been a few changes through the field. Ollie Pilker is up 9 places to 13th now. Viggo Hjorvard on the Ricardo kart has done a very good job. Named, of course, after Daniel Ricciardo, that chassis. So Hjorvard going well. Francois Delati's up a few places. So is Robert Pagnard. Bart Plug, by the way, is up to 21st from 28th on the grid. So the Dutchman is making good progress. But Joe Taylor now leads from Gray and McNeely. Kian Shields in front of Wilgert Edqvist and Freddie Spindlow. So Joe Taylor has taken up the lead, as he did earlier on. It didn't quite end up converting into a race victory, though. Oliver Gray was very close in behind him, and that's the move on the inside of Kian Shields. Edqvist goes to 4th, and Spindlow goes to 5th. So Kian Shields will have to fight back again, but he is one of those drivers who will be up for any challenge he can throw at, and he's going to charge again after the 2 guys in front. So out in front, Joe Taylor, Oliver Gray, Liam McNeely, then Edqvist, Spindlow, Kian Shields. A good battle going on further back as Rigby makes the ultimate move, I think, there on Tom Leben as he battles away with Alex Lee as well. And they were tussling in with Ken-Oscar Algra, the Estonian. So Rigby is now up to 7th place. Good battle. So Rigby making some big challenges there. Up to 8th position, my apologies. Hasn't quite made the move on Ken-Oscar Algra yet, but the Estonian is his next target. Here comes Joe Taylor. Watch for Oliver Gray. He's got a good run out of the final turn. He's not going to go through in turn 1. He's not close enough yet, but he can definitely have a challenge into turn, I would say, 3. He's still a bit far back at turn 1. But if he gets this corner right, he can step up the attack. It's going to take a couple more laps, really, to go for the move when we've only got 3 laps left of the race. So Oliver Gray needs to continue this charge forward. The juniors don't have as long a race as the seniors, of course, because they are considerably younger, 11 to 14 years old, these guys. They continue to push forward up to the long sweeping right-hander and up towards the S's on the far side of the circuit. A very tricky technical part of the course, this. Oliver Gray will know to wind up his moment on Joe Taylor at the right time. He doesn't want to go too sloppy. He wants to make sure he's got a good position and a good rhythm to make the move. So Joe Taylor, Oliver Gray, Liam McNeely, Edqvist, Spindlow, Kian Shields, Ken-Oscar Algra, Alfie Rigby now in front of Tom Leben, and Ollie Pilker has come up into the top 10. So the pole has been absolutely rapid through this field. And he's going to try and pick up another one, Ollie Pilker, as they go through turn 1. Leben has made the move. And Leben is going to try and hold on in front of Alfie Rigby. But Ollie Pilker is in the mix there as well. So a good battle behind these guys we're watching. But Kian Shields has got back through on Freddie Spindlow and is holding on in front of Ken-Oscar Algra. So Kian Shields is up to 5th place, trying to chase down Wilgert Edqvist, our original pole sitter. But we're going to have just a lap and a half to go now as the battle continues to intensify in the midfield. Such a big squabble with all these drivers from all over the world still tussling away for position. But Oliver Gray charging on behind Joe Taylor. They come off the corner and down towards it. Look, Joe Taylor knows that Oliver Gray is going to be quite close to him on this last lap. He knows where Oliver Gray is. So now Joe Taylor is going to have to go defensive. Oliver Gray's been working very hard on this lap, and surely now he's going to try and make the bid to come through. Joe Taylor defends to the inside line. He wants to send Oliver Gray to the outside because that will give him a better run for the next corner. Very wise positioning from Joe Taylor. That backs Oliver Gray into the third place man, Liam McNeely. And again, Joe Taylor sends him round to the far side, but he hasn't got as much speed. He's going to get some support, Oliver Gray, from Liam McNeely, but Joe Taylor cuts across to the inside line to chop back across. Watch out for Wilgert Edfist. He's going to get up the inside of Liam McNeely. McNeely hesitates and Cian Shields gets into fourth place. Wow, all it takes is a little burst of speed and a bit of energy, and it really shakes things up. So up into the lead, Joe Taylor, still running in front of Oliver Gray from McNeely, now down to fifth, behind Edfist and Shields. But there's still an opportunity here for Oliver Gray. He may decide to wait. Joe Taylor knows he's there. But as they come off the final corner here at Karting de Fagnes in Mariembourg, it's going to be a victory here in Belgium for Joe Taylor. He wins the next heat just in front of Oliver Gray. Cian Shields tries to beat Wilgert Edfist to the line for third, but has to concede to fourth. McNeely, Algra and Spindlow in front of Rigby. Ollie Pilker in ninth place. What a fight back for him. And considering he was last, a few seconds off the back of the grid in the first lap, Dan Ginchard has fought his way back to 17th. Great drive from him. Really good to see him charge his way further forward. And Bart Plug from the back of the grid made up 10 places as well. Good challenge from Bart Plug. Lots of good comeback drives, but Joe Taylor taking the bull by the horns and grabbing a thriller of a victory. So the checkered flag flies for Joe Taylor. He wins from Oliver Gray. Wilgert Edfist is third from Cian Shields, Liam McNeely and the Estonian Ken Oscar Algra. Then Freddie Spindlow and Alfie Rigby, Ollie Pilker and Alex Lee from Tom Levin and Jerzy Spinkovic. In 13th, it is Nathan Ottink from Thijs Kleinian. Then Viggo Hjorvard and Edward Pearson. Dan Ginchard fights back to 17th after being last on lap 1. Bart Plug is 18th. Then Will Nicolou and Matteo Rubio from Ben Fuglsang, Lucas Tymon, Francois Delatti, Robin Pagnat, Noah Maton in front of Kimi Abraham, Albin Carlson and Angelo Melli. And to be fair, yet again, they all finished and were covered by less than 13 seconds. How competitive a junior field have we got this year? Absolutely brilliant racing. Once again from the Champions of the Future IAME Euro Series. Just when you think you've seen the best racing you're going to see, absolutely fantastic. Absolutely sensational. Really good racing and a really good bit of battling from the juniors. Well, we've seen the juniors for the moment. And now we are going to see one of the most spectacular classes of karting you're ever going to see in any form of motorsport. And that is the X30 Mini Brigade. Now, on the European scene, the X30 Minis are for drivers from 8 to 12 years old. A lot of these guys are still taking their first steps in the world of karting, let alone racing of any kind, and let alone, of any form of international competition. So to be here on the world stage and doing as good a job as they are is quite exceptional. It's the same grid that we had from earlier on, because of course with only 30 drivers in the field, they are not split into different groups. They're all sharing the same grid. But we had an amazing race from the X30 Minis last time, so we're going to see them again out in action for this one. It's an all-Fusion Motorsport front row for Freddie Slater of Great Britain and, Guillermo Delgado of Spain. Then it is the Dutchman René Lammers, who was so strong in the earlier race, got around the inside line of the first front row and just drove around the outside of Freddie Slater and took the initial lead. He was there in third position on the grid for this one. Paul Cayos, the Spaniard, Fernando Alonso's latest new signing, is there in the second row of the grid. So remember where you heard the name Paul Cayos. He is incredibly quick. Then we have Sascha van Pad Bosch, the Dutchman. Is going to be good there, Sascha van Pad Bosch. Then on the inside, he's on the inside, I should say, of the third row. Beside him is the Italian for the Kart Republic squad. That is Sebastiano Pavan, who is there in the third row. Then on the fourth row of the grid, he started 7th but finished 2nd in the previous heat. He charged his way forward. Panama's Sebastian Ng, who was very, very good indeed. Alongside him on the grid is going to be the Filipino racer for Fusion, William Go, who is getting on with things very quickly indeed. And then it's the Robinsons, both teammates at Fusion Motorsport, not related, it's just a pure coincidence. Leo Robinson is 9th on the grid, and Edu Robinson is on the 5th row beside him in 10th place. Then it is Clement Autran, the Frenchman. Alfie Slater will start from 12th on the grid. Now, he is the brother of Freddie Slater, and he starts from the 6th row of the grid. Zico Hopkins-Collis, the Australian from the famous Hopkins Australian motorcycle racing line, is there on the 7th row of the grid. Alongside him is the Spaniard Lucas Flusha for the Praga España squad. Then it is Thomas Strovan, who is there, the Belgian, beside the Danish talent Louis Laveau. Adrian Ferrer for Praga España is there on the 9th row of the grid in 17th, alongside the Dutchman Dylan Visser. Then it is going to be the Spaniard Bogdan Ianudbria, who is on the 10th row of the grid, alongside the Belgian star Thibaut Ramakers. His countryman, Thibaut Gelard, is alongside the Dutchman Julian Jägers. Then it is Hank Junior Voigt, who is there in 23rd on the grid, alongside the Portuguese star Maria Germano Neto. She is part of the Fernando Alonso racing team as well. Then it is Rodrigo Seabra, the Wolf. Rodrigo is there in 25th position on the grid on the 13th row, alongside Artur Vassort of Belgium. Then I think the youngest person in the grid, I'm probably going to be corrected, but Luna Flusha for the Praga España team. She did an amazing job in race 1. She started 27th and charged her way through to 19th. Really good performance from her. And she lines up beside Freddie Housley, who had a real struggle in race 1. I think they had some very big problems in terms of the mechanical issues with the kart. And he will start in 28th. The problem he had in qualifying seems to have continued on into the first race, because Freddie is a much faster driver than the results would suggest. Then the last row of the grid sees Niels Lelor, who is there on the inside line in 29th, alongside a man who charged his way through in the earlier heat, proving the very point that he shouldn't be last on the grid, and that is Patrice Kowalewski. But the youngster who was in the field for some of last year had mechanical problems in qualifying and didn't even set a lap time. So he has to start all of the heats today from the back of the grid, which makes his job 10 times harder, but he will fight his way through. Thank you for all of those people who are watching along on the stream. Anybody who has any questions or anything they want to find out about the IAME Euro Series, you can either ask me by typing something into the YouTube stream, or you can go onto the website, IAMEEuroseries.com. We have 4 calendar rounds. We're here at Mariembourg for this first one, and a very exciting weekend it is turning out to be in the glorious Belgian sunshine. Very warm for this time of year. It was very chilly on Thursday and Friday. We've got some very good heat now developing over the circuit here at Mariembourg in Belgium. The second round in May takes us to Siete Larghi, the beautiful Seven Lakes circuit at Castelletto in Italy. Which, of course, is denoted by the fact that it is, in fact, surrounded by 7 lakes. That's why it's called that. Wackersdorf in Germany is the venue for the third round of the championship, which is quite special to a lot of the drivers here, not just because it's one of the best circuits in Europe, but also because if Dad isn't looking, there is an indoor circuit right next door to the outdoor circuit. So a lot of them go and have a play with each other when Dad isn't looking. Then the final round of the championship will be on September the 1st, and that will be at Salbris in the heart of the French countryside. And it's a beautiful venue for the last round of the championship. And then, of course, for a lot of these drivers, it is a precursor to the IAME International Final, which takes place at Le Mans every year on the karting circuit, the International Circuit Alain Prost in October. But this is the championship they all want to win to get to that point, the European Series. It is the official European Series for the IAME karting brand. And some of the best drivers in the world have travelled from far and wide to compete in this championship. It is the best. It is the top. And it's amazing to see the amount of work that has gone in. We've been welcomed with loving arms by Karting de Fania in Mariembourg in Belgium. NCK DRS has asked on the YouTube feed, how is the weather there? Chilled. It's a little bit breezy. There's a lot of wind in the air. But essentially, it is very warm. I've had to put the air conditioning on in my commentary box. I had my jacket on earlier, but it's got quite hot in here. It's a bit of a greenhouse if I don't put the aircon on. I thought I wouldn't need it, but it turns out I do, as the sun has really come out to bake the circuit. Air temperature is about 18 degrees. Track temperature, you've probably got to add about 4 or 5 degrees to that. So it's probably going to be about 23, 24 degrees Celsius, I would say, at the most. But in these sort of conditions, that does burn tyres quite quickly. The shifters are going to have a real trouble with tyres over the course of the weekend because, of course, they're only allowed 2 sets over the course of the weekend, and that is a cost-cutting measure, of course, and it keeps it cheap and cheerful for the rest of the brigade. Jan Van Ash asks, why is there no master category? Well, it's a difficult one. It's a bit of a debate that's been going on recently about the Masters category. There is conversation about the potential of adding the Masters to the package for future seasons. We will have to see what happens on that one. As a simple commentator, I don't have any official word on whether the Masters category will become part of the IAME official European Series. I know it does in various regional championships, and of course a lot of them will end up at the international finals at the end of the year. Perhaps that's something that could well be taken up with the IAME European Series in the future discussions. We will have a look into it, is the official answer. Unfortunately, we have no more to tell you on that one. But I have to say, as I will be at Le Mans later in the year, I am looking forward to seeing the Masters in operation. Pat on the shoulders for Guillermo Delgado from the front row of the grid as he lines up beside Freddie Slater, the man who won at the IAME Valencia Winter Cup last month in February, which is the precursor to our European Series. It's our beginning of the season, if you will, and the drivers treat it very much like the Indy 500 style event it is, that one-off blast event that everybody wants to win, and it kickstarts the karting season in Europe. And now we're into the meat and bones of the championship. 4 weekends around the European spectrum. And here is the grid for this second heat of the weekend. Same as race 1. Freddie Slater and Guillermo Delgado, the teammates on the front row. René Lammers and Paul Cayos on the second row from Sacha Van Pad Bosch and Sebastiano Pavan. Sebastian Ng and William Go from Leo and Edu Robinson. Clement Dutran and Alfie Slater from Zico Hopkins Collis and Lucas Flusha. Then Thomas Strovan and Louis Leveau, Adrian Ferrer and Dylan Visser. Bogdan Ionobria and Thibaut Ramakas. Thibaut Gelard and Julian Jägers from Henk Junior Voigt and Maria Gimano Nito. Rodrigo Seabra and Arthur Vassot. Luna Flusha, Freddie Housley, Nils Lalor and Patrice Kovalevsky. 30 spectacular drivers, aged just between 8 and 12. You'd hardly think it, and especially when you consider that all 30 of these drivers in qualifying yesterday were separated by a whisker over 2 seconds. That's astonishing, isn't it? 30 drivers, some of whom are still taking their first baby steps in the world of karting, and they are separated by just 2 seconds. That's why it is such a big show, the Mini category. The IAME European Series, we adore the Minis. They are fantastic. This year we have 3 times the grid we had last season for most of the rounds of last year's championship. And it's absolutely spectacular. We're really exciting. And people are watching from all over the world. It's great to have the plus 150 people tuning into the stream at the moment. We're sure we're going to get a few more, 100 or so, for the finals tomorrow. That's the one that a lot of people want to tune in for, as it's the first major race of the European season for a lot of these guys. But the battle is going to be quite intense in the Minis. These karts are the smallest of all of those in the paddock, so you've got a bit more overtaking space to play with, of course, because you can fit more karts wide around the circuit in the Minis than you can anything else. For a lot of the racetrack in the juniors and the seniors, you can only really fit 3 wide. In the Minis, you can fit 4, possibly even 5 at various points on the racetrack. So it's worth bearing that in mind when the drivers really start to kick off. And we've seen that a lot of last year. Even though we had barely a dozen drivers on the grid most of the rounds of last season, the racing was absolutely spectacular. And a lot of the fans in the paddock, they tend to rush out when the X30 Mini race is starting. I heard so many people through last year saying, when's the X30 Mini race on? Really want to see the Minis, and a lot of them do, because it truly is spectacular racing. And you're going to see not many laps of it, because they're only Minis, so you'll only see 7 laps in the heats. The final, of course, tomorrow, we'll see 11 laps of racing for them, but they've just got to build up to it slowly. Here we go. The drivers battling away. Hello to Silvana Santos watching from Marbella in Spain. You may well see a Spanish charge from the front of the grid. Freddie Slater and Guillermo Delgado from the front row. Is it a clean start? Yes, it is. Cracking getaway as Freddie Slater slots in. It's going to be a bold start from René Lammers, who comes through to second this time. Guillermo Delgado slots in, and he is the meat in a sandwich on Fusion Motorsport bread. Lammers comes round the outside, trying to tuck back in on the outside of Freddie Slater, and there's contact further back. 3 karts have gone off the road. One of them is the Kart Republic. Chassis, unfortunately, has parked it on the exit of turn 2. Can't quite see who that is, unfortunately. We'll try and figure out, but out of the race, it's one of the Pragas that's gone off. The 937 has gone off. That, I'm afraid, is Flusha, I do believe. That's Lucas Flusha, and that is that Sebastiano Pavan? I think that might be Sebastiano Pavan, the Italian. He's already out of the race. This man has no end of bad luck. He's one of the fastest drivers in the field. You can't deny that. But Sebastiano Pavan, yet again, is in the wars. This is such a dramatic weekend for Pavan. He doesn't deserve to be in this situation. He really doesn't. He's one of the hardest working minis in the paddock. Meanwhile, side by side, René Lammers trying to make the move to hold off Guillermo Delgado, and Delgado goes through. So the Spaniard into second place. Guillermo Delgado leads the way in the charge after Freddie Slater. So Freddie, see you Slater, is leading the race at the moment from Guillermo Delgado and René Lammers. Then in fourth place, that is Sacha Van Padbosch. And then it is Paul Cayos, Fernando Alonso's latest new challenger. And it looks like we've got yellow flags elsewhere on the circuit. I think we've had another incident potentially. I'm just trying to see if we've got yellow flags. Yes, it looks as though we've had somebody come off on the final corner. Two of them, in fact. We've had Thibaut Gillard and Dylan Visser have both gone off on the final corner by the look of it. So that's not gone well. The two of them, sadly, out of the race. So that is the Belgian and the Dutchman, Thibaut Gillard and Dylan Visser, joining Sebastian Pavan on the sidelines, I'm afraid. Yep, you can see their carts having come off the circuit there. So Freddie Slater leads in front of Guillermo Delgado of Spain and René Lammers, the Dutchman. Over the line, Slater doing well in front of his teammate. Where's Sacha Van Bosch going to go for the lead? Well, looked to me as though René Lammers chopped across his Dutch countryman. And in fifth place, that is the Panamanian star, Sebastian Ng, who was second in race one, of course. Having a really interesting tussle with the two Dutchmen. Sacha Van Bosch is going to go for the move. Van Bosch not able to get through on René Lammers, but he's opened the door for Sebastian Ng. And Sebastian Ng is going to go through. Nice move. Beautifully done. And he is now in P4. So he gets past Sacha Van Bosch. And that is a perfect bit of a lunge for him. But out in front, it is still Freddie Slater from Delgado, Lammers, and then it is NG, Van Bosch, and sixth place is Leo Robinson in front of William Goh. And in eighth position now, William Goh's now into seventh place in front of Clement Outran. And in ninth place, that is Paul Cayos. So the Spanish racer is having a difficult race, actually, struggling down to ninth place now. But here comes your leader, Freddie Slater. Delgado is being caught rapidly by Lammers and NG. And those were the two that finished second and third in race one, although NG was ahead of Lammers. So they come through again. A great little challenge from the drivers in this field. And some really good performances through the field. It is Slater who leads the way. Here comes Sacha Van Bosch trying to fend off the challenge from Robinson. Edu Robinson is going to try and come through. And in behind is William Goh. That's Leo Robinson making his way through. Edu Robinson has slipped a little further down the field, unfortunately. He's in about 12th position at the moment, Edu Robinson. Leo Robinson up to 5th position, battling away with the likes of Sebastian Ng and René Lammers. So here's that battle for second place, as René Lammers has got into second, in fact. So Lammers is second now in front of Guillermo Delgado. 4th position, that is Sebastian Ng now. So Freddie Slater still running in the lead of the race. For some reason, the timing screen seems to think that Rodrigo Schiappa was leading for a moment, but Delgado goes through in a second. The door's still left wide open as Sebastian Ng tries to come around the outside of René Lammers. That's not going to happen. So it's Slater. Then it is Delgado, Lammers, NG. Across the line, it's Sacha Van Bosch, who is in 5th position again from Leo Robinson. Then William Goh, Paul Cayos. Here goes Lammers up the inside of Delgado. Lammers gets into second place as Maria Germanonato, the Portuguese lady, gets a warning flag, unfortunately, with 2.5 laps to go in this race. So Lammers into second place from Delgado and NG. Then it is Van Bosch, Leo Robinson, Goh, Cayos, Outran, and Louis Leveau has come up 6 places to be P10. The Danish driver doing a fantastic job. Robinson in front of Zico Hopkins Collis. That's Edu Robinson. Then Thibaut Ramakers, and then it's Ionut Bria, Kovalevsky, Nato, Ferrer, Luna Flusha in front of Alfie Slater. Then Lucas Flusha, Julian Jägers, Rodrigo Seabra, and Artur Vassort. So Slater still leads the way, dominating out in front, as he did at Valencia, as he did in Heat 1. But this... Oh! Goodness me, it looked like Delgado went into the back of Lammers there under braking. And Lammers shaking his fist as if to say, come on, what are you playing at? Delgado Still pushing to come and move up the inside of Lammers. I don't think he meant to do that. I think he just rolled off the brake too late. But up to the inside goes Delgado, and NG gets through as well. But Lammers is going to come straight back in the bid to come back into third position, and he's there. So Lammers gets back into third position, in front of NG, and gestures to NG, come on, let's go get Delgado. I want a piece of him. Then it is Leo Robinson. Sacha Van Padbush is in sixth place now in front of William Go. And then it is Paul Cayos from Clément Autran and Louis Leveau. So out in front, no problem at all for our race leader, Freddie Slater, as he continues to control the pace of the race. And despite the difficulties for Thibaut Gillard, Dylan Visser and Sebastiano Pavan, it has been a fairly even race all told. So some really good race action. Freddie Housley's had an incident somewhere in the race. He's fallen away down to the back of the field. I'm not entirely sure where his pace has gone, but there's definitely something wrong with that kart. Down across the line once again. Freddie Slater continues to make the progress. Leads the way into the last lap. No problem for Slater. Oh, and a big lunge on the inside from turn 2. That's René Lammers. He makes a massive lunge on Guillermo Delgado and gets through. Now Sebastian NG will want to try and come through. The battle of a second is totally upstaging Freddie Slater out in front. Here comes Delgado, a big lunge into turn 3. He's going to have to shut that door quickly. Lammers is back on the inside. Watch for Leo Robinson. He's on the inside of Sebastian NG, and he's going to mug them both. Leo Robinson into third position. Brilliant move from Leo Robinson. Oh, that was something special. He just let them squabble away and said, right, there's a nice gap. I'll have it, thanks. Brilliantly done. Third position for Leo Robinson. René Lammers is away and clear in second. Sacha Van Padbush was able to get up into fourth place as well. Good job from the Dutchman. But out in front, Freddie Slater is going to take the victory in fantastic style. He will come across the line and gloriously takes his second heat win in a row. Great job from Slater. But in second place, it is going to be René Lammers. And a brilliant run to third for Leo Robinson. Well, he bagged the podium in Valencia overall. He's threatening to do it again here. But René Lammers grabs second place in front of Leo Robinson, Sacha Van Padbush, and Guillermo Delgado getting in the top 5 this time as well. From Paul Cayos, Sebastian NG, Clément Autran, William Go, and Edu Robinson. What a sensational battle we've seen, though. Really exciting racing from these guys. So now it's going to be a really exciting battle for the rest of the season as Freddie Slater pulls off another exciting heat win from René Lammers and Leo Robinson, Sacha Van Padbush, and the two Spaniards, Guillermo Delgado and Paul Cayos, from Sebastian NG, Clément Autran, William Go, and Edu Robinson from Louis Leveau, and the Australian Zico Hopkins-Collis getting better all the time. Thibaut Ramakas and Patrice Kovalevsky, who fought back from the back. Bogdanian Bria and Adrian Ferrer. The two ladies doing well. Mario Neto 17th and Luna Flusha behind brother Lucas. Julian Jaegers rounding out the top 20 from Alfie Slater, Renato Vassort, Henk Junior Voigt and Thomas Straven. Then Rodrigo Seabra, Niels Lelor and Freddie Housley with mechanical problems. Sebastiano Pavan, Dylan Visser and Thibaut Gillard were all out on lap 1. And for Sebastiano Pavan, his weekend and his chances of winning the final have tumbled about his ears. What a shame for the Italian. He was one of the favourites coming into this weekend. Sebastiano Pavan was so fast in Valencia, almost grabbed the pole position at one stage of the session. But on this particular occasion, I'm afraid Sebastiano Pavan is bang out of luck again. What does the Italian driver with the Kart Republic chassis have to do to catch a break? Well, from the minis, we go on to the next category, which is the shifter category. And I have to say, it is rather sad, the state of things in the shifter category. We don't have the numbers that we would have liked to have had. And let's be brutally honest, it is a great championship, the shifters. We wanted to see more of the karts out there. But for a lot of different reasons, a lot of the contingent, it just happens to be that, for whatever reason, they are not there. It's great to see so many people watching on the stream, though. We've got lots of people telling us where they're watching from, which is great. It proves just how international things are for all of the viewers at home. We've got Silvano Santos, who's watching from Marbella in Spain. Zenny's here from the United States. Sue Griffin's watching from Bangkok, actually, supporting the Coles team. Watching from Algeria is Muna Abdelaziz. And then Girosh Sada is watching from Barcelona. So great to see everybody having a great run and watching some great racing. Now, the shifters, you have to bear with us on this because I'm a massive, massive fan of the shifter category. It's gearbox racing. As far as I'm concerned, it is the Formula One of karting. There's nothing more extreme than the X30 shifter experience. You are a couple of millimeters off the ground, as you would be in any other karting fraternity, of course, but the launch time of these karts off the grid, and it's a standing start for the X30 shifters if you've never seen them before, are astonishing. It is comparable to Bugatti Chiron levels of acceleration. It is that quick. And these are, for me, the best drivers in the world. When you see gearbox racing, there are two world championships in effect in international karting. You have the direct drive karting championships, which was won by Lando Norris when he was just 14 a few years ago, and now he's in Formula One. But then you have the KZ Gearbox World Championship, which is the much more physical form of karting and much closer to Formula One levels of grip and acceleration and power. And even people like Valentino Rossi, David Coulthard and Michael Schumacher have had a go at gearbox karts in the past and got out and said, no, you guys are mental. So when you consider then taking into account that the shifter championship of the world was won aged 15 by Max Verstappen a few years ago, and the man in second place behind him, who's just 1 year older at the time, was Charles Leclerc, that tells you all you need to know, in my opinion, about the likes of Verstappen and Leclerc as world-class racing drivers. In gearbox, you are a different breed of racing driver. You are just different class. And even the seniors look at the shifters as, you know, the mentalists of the sport. Silvana Santos asks, how many shifter drivers here this weekend? Well, I will be a little bit disappointed and say there's only 7 this time. Normally we get about double that, but for various different reasons, we've had a little bit of a slack on the numbers. Casper Corjus, who did such a great job in Valencia before he was taken off on the run to the first corner in the final, just in the clutter of the first corner charge, unfortunately has now gone racing in cars for the main body of the season. I think he's doing Formula Renault Euro Cup, if memory escapes me at the moment, to confirm. Brad Benavides, who won the IAME Valencia Winter Cup, definitely is doing Formula Renault Euro Cup, and I spoke to him about it afterwards in Valencia, but hopefully we'll see him back through the course of the season. Last year's vice champion, Stendorian Piramagi, is racing cars now as well. Carlos Leon, not sure what's happening with him. He was one of the stalwarts of last year, but for some reason he's just not able to attend this one. A real shame. Carlos Martinez, who we saw in his native Valencia last time, almost won the whole thing for Praga España. Unfortunately, is not here either. However, we do have the reigning European champion, Thierry Del Rey, who dramatically retired from the earlier heat while he was battling away to try and get himself up the order. The winner of Heat 1 earlier was the Swiss star Philipp Siever for the Spirit Racing team, and his two teammates, Kevin Ludi and Michel Bifiga, all of whom race under a Swiss licence, but they are from different parts of the world. Kevin Ludi is the only Swiss national. Philipp Siever is Canadian in origin, and Michel Bifiga is Japanese in his origins. But all three of them are based in Switzerland and race for the Spirit Racing team in the Swiss Shifter Championship, and they win there. They also come here to Europe and win quite frequently, so it's going to be good to see them battle. It was Siever who actually took the victory from Ludi and Bifiga in race 1, with Eric Hellemans, the local man, coming home in 4th position in front of Laurent Melis, who is the younger teammate of Thierry Del Rey, the European champion, who dramatically pulled off in the early stages of the previous heat with mechanical difficulties. That's the other thing you've got to remember about the shifter category, is that the attrition rate and the mechanical sympathicness with the racing is very tough in this category. It's very high. The attrition rates can be very tricky to manage, and a lot of the drivers have suffered over the years with mechanical difficulties. It's not the easiest thing to cope with, but obviously the drivers have to balance that in the shape of the battle ahead of them. Thierry Del Rey was unfortunately out of the race in race 1, and then we had the absent Greek driver who was on the front row of the grid originally, Dionysis Livaris, who was on the front row of the grid beside Kevin Ludi, who took pole position in qualifying yesterday. He was battling for 3rd position earlier on with Michel Bifiga and Eric Hellemans, and just as the battle was really getting spicy, unfortunately his engine went, or something along the lines, maybe a chain parted company. I don't know what it was, unfortunately, but there was mechanical failure, and he knew it was a problem straight away because he just pulled straight into the pits, pretty much at racing speed. He knew there was a problem and didn't want to break another component of the kart. I know all about that from my road experience. You don't want to push something when you know something's already broken, or it knocks something else out of whack. So the grid for the X30 shifters is as follows. Kevin Ludi will line up on the front row of the grid alongside Dionysis Livaris. Philipp Siever will be on 3rd position on the grid alongside Thierry Del Rey, and you need to watch for Philipp Siever because from the standing start grid, he pelted off the grid from the 2nd row and blasted past Ludi and Livaris with millimetres to spare either side of him, either to the white line for the grass on the inside and his own teammate, Kevin Luddy. He almost made contact with him as he charged through to the first corner and bolted through to the lead. It was a spectacular sight. Thierry Del Rey, fourth on the grid alongside him as the reigning X30 Euro Series champion. Michel Biviga in the third row of the grid alongside Eric Hellemans on row 3. And then it is Laurent Malisse who will take up residency in seventh on the grid. It's not the best. It's not the full grid we wanted to see, but hopefully things will pick up again for X30 Shifter. They certainly get very, very spicy when we've got a full grid of drivers. And when we go to the next round of the championship, which is Castelletto, we will hopefully pick up a lot of the Italian racers who compete in this category. Silvana Santos writes, my husband is waiting for IAME to have a master category so he can compete as well. Ah, well, get in touch with the IAME Euro Series and we'll hopefully try and get some notice in to get the X30 Masters out here. It would be great to see them, to be fair. Having seen a few of the races myself over the years for X30 Masters, I would really love to see them in this paddock. It is a truly sensational battle, and it's always difficult for a commentator in karting to pick a favourite class because there are so many different disciplines of karting, but I can't help but love the IAMEs. It is absolutely amazing. I do have a lot of respect for a lot of the other classes and do find all forms of karting particularly entertaining, but I just have a bee in my bonnet and a love in my heart for the IAMEs. I just love them. They are so strong, from the minis to the juniors to the seniors to the shifters to the masters, even to the veterans as well. They are an amazing crop of racers, and in my opinion, I mean, I'm going to be biased, obviously, being here in my position, but I will be biased. They are the world's best kart racers. They really are. There are so many of them to fight against in some of the most prolific racing circuits in the world, and I've travelled to various different places and seen lots of racing in the IAME division all over the world, and there's nothing quite like it anywhere on the planet. So Kevin Luddy and Dionysis Liveris, Philippe Siva and Thierry Del Rey. Hopefully he will get a better race than last time. Michel Biviga, Eric Hellemans and Laurent Malisse. Now this is a critical race for Thierry Del Rey. He is the reigning European champion. That's why he will race as number 601. The 6 at the beginning of the number denoting which class you're in, of course. And they have different numbers depending on which class they're in. Junior doesn't have a number at the front of their normal race numbers. The seniors have 3 in front of theirs. The shifters have 6 in front of theirs, and the minis have 9 in front of theirs. So that's how you know which kart is which when you're looking at them from afar. But the critical position now for Thierry Del Rey is he's here on home soil. It's the beginning of his 2019 European Championship campaign. He had an amazing fight last year, which came to a bit of a loggerhead at Castelletto for the season finale, when the two of them locked swords and unfortunately came together as Thierry Del Rey battled with Stendorian Piramagi for the championship in the season finale. If you haven't seen that, I urge you to subscribe to this YouTube channel and go back and watch the X30 Shifter final from Castelletto 2018. It really was unbelievably good. One of the best races I've ever seen in karting, and very dramatic as well, particularly for Thierry Del Rey versus Stendorian Piramagi. It had shades of Michael Schumacher and Damon Hill from Adelaide 94. It was very much like that, and a particularly exciting spectacle. But Thierry Del Rey doesn't have Piramagi to race against for this first round of the championship at least, and probably for the rest of the season either. So retiring from race 1 has just made his mission to retain his title that much harder, because he will have had less running time than the others. In one way, it saves the rubber of his tyres, but in another way, it means that he's not going to have the preparation and the setup time from a lot of the other difficulties he's got to cope with. So already you've got the likes of Kevin Luddy, Philippe Siva and Michel Bifiga, who have opened their account with a strong finish in the first race. And also Dionysis Liveris, actually, really struggling. So a really good battle from all of the drivers. And a fantastic race performer is coming on the way, because we're going to have Kevin Luddy from the pole position. And it will be... I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm slowing down. I'm reading a lot of very pleasant comments on the YouTube channel. Thank you very much indeed to all of the people who are enjoying the spectacle, loving the racing, and who are, some of them, subscribing to the YouTube channel. Very good indeed. Do please do so. It is the official YouTube channel for the championship. and we will travel all across the various different parts of the globe. You can watch a lot of the other championships as well. The Spanish National Championship is covered on this YouTube channel as well. For those Spanish speakers amongst you, you're going to really enjoy the racing there, and a lot of the drivers here compete in that as well. So obviously, very exciting battle. So here come the drivers. They will roll up to the starting grid. And I'm not kidding. This is an electrifying spectacle if you haven't seen this kind of start before. The gearbox karts, they leave the grid, and the acceleration is unbelievable. So, Ludi, Liveris, Siva, Del Rey, Bifiga, Hellemans, and Melisse. The acceleration time of these karts is Bugatti Chiron levels. Wait for it. The lights come on, and when they go out, we'll be racing for the second time today. Here we go. What a start again from Siva, but it's a much better getaway this time from Ludi, and he does hold the line through the first corner. A good start too from Dionysus Liveris. This time, Del Rey looks like he's got a better package underneath him, and he's right in behind the Greek. So Ludi, Siva, Liveris, and Del Rey as they go through turn 3, back on the power, charging their way up the straight. Siva's going to try and come alongside his teammate already, and he nudges his way through. Brilliantly done, but he goes wide on the exit. Ludi's going to try and come back at him. Well, civil war at the Spirit Racing team already then, and they might lose out to Liveris and Thierry Del Rey in 4th position if they're not careful. I've seen this before with the team. They are very good and close mates, but there have been times when they've collided with each other and tangled. You've only got to remember back to Valencia in the pre-final a few weeks ago when Siva was battling away with Michel Bifiga and they clattered into each other with a few laps to go. Absolutely sensational. Now they come through over the start-finish line once more, and it's Siva in front of Ludi. Del Rey's up to 3rd, and Liveris is down to 5th place now because Michel Bifiga comes through, and now comes Eric Hellemans. Hellemans is going to try and make his way through. Oh, it's going to be tight, but he's got there. Nicely done from Eric Hellemans. He's so much faster even than he was in race 1. Liveris is struggling. Has he got the same problems he had in race 1? Well, for the moment at least, it is Siva in front of Ludi again. Is Philip Siva making a bid for the European title? He was only 6th in the rankings last year, hence his number 606. The first 6 denoting which class he's in, and 6 denoting where he finished in the championship last year. Only the top 10 are seeded with those numbers of the position they finished in the previous year. Any other driver can have whichever number they choose. So, around the other part of the course comes Philip Siva in front of Kevin Ludi as they come back onto the home straight. Eric Hellemans is looking so much more motivated for this one. Michel Bifiga in 4th place. He's definitely looking like a tough opponent, but Hellemans looks like he's got the opportunity to go for it. So Siva, Ludi, Thierry Del Rey. Then in 4th is Bifiga. Hellemans is there in 5th place. Liveris and Melisse. And still, despite the fact there's only 7 of them in it, it's actually a pretty good race so far, as Siva, Ludi and Del Rey are trying to stretch out the advantage over Bifiga and Hellemans in 5th position. But Dionysus Liveris is still there in 6th place, and I'm not sure what's happened to his pace. He was a lot quicker than this in qualifying. Absolutely brilliant. They come through, on for the S's, up towards the final turn, down to the braking zone, in through the right-hander, and back onto the home stretch once again. You power down through the gears, up through the throttle, kissing the curb on the inside line. You don't want to use it in these karts. It's not like the direct drive when you use the curbs and you ride the way through. With these karts, you stay off the curbs because they unsettle the kart ridiculously quickly. They're much faster karts. They're much smoother on acceleration, and that means that if you ride the curbs too much, you've got a lot more to brake. Del Rey starting to charge up to the back of Kevin Ludi now, the European champion. Whatever struck him in the first race is now definitely gone for the moment as he closes up on Kevin Ludi. Ludi, the original pole sitter. Philip Siva, who seems to have the better hold on this racetrack in terms of setup and in terms of dictation around the circuit. Look at the way he's just so smooth as he charges in through each apex. You don't ride the curbs in these karts. It is definitely too dangerous a task. The top speed of a shifter at this circuit, asks Stu Griffin. Well, you're probably looking at somewhere in the region of about 140 kilometres an hour. It's very fast indeed in these karts, and you're really pushing them to their limits. You might be able to get to 145 by the time you get towards turn 1, as it takes a lot of speed coming out of that final corner, and you're on the throttle all the way through. So they're pretty quick, these machines. Philip Siva, fastest lap of the race, 55.503. And that sort of lap time pace, I mean, if you're looking at sort of 54.5 as the sort of run that you're getting from the drivers at this sort of pace. I'm trying to figure out what the average speed of the karts would be in that sort of place. I mean, you're looking at an average speed of probably about 90 kilometers an hour. So, yeah, it's pretty fast over one lap here. Philip Siever from Kevin Luddy, Thierry Del Rey and Michel Biffiga. That's the order. From Hellemans in 5th. Liveris is still there in 6th, although his pace is compromised at the moment. And Laurent Malisse, Del Rey's younger teammate, is there in 7th place. Now, Del Rey's not quite able to get close enough to Kevin Luddy. Now, you're probably wondering, why doesn't he just go for it? Well, the difficulty with these karts is that you can't just push them the same way that you can with a normal direct drive kart. You've got to coax them. You've got to look after them. A lot of this is about strategy. You look after the kart for the first few laps of the race once you've got into a rhythm, and then you make your move when the kart in front is vulnerable, or you defend if you haven't done that effectively enough. This sport, the shifter category, is a lot closer to Formula One than it is to the normal world of karting, because you get that same sort of balance, that strategy, that calculated modus operandi. You've got to try and figure out how you're going to balance the pace, the tyres. You've got to look after the engine. You've got to look after where you put the kart on the circuit. You can't run over the curbs. You've got to look after the brakes. Everything is so much more calculated. And then you've got to add into all of that the fact that you're changing gears up through the gears, down through the gears, through corners as well. It's such a tough discipline. And I have a massive amount of respect for these guys, possibly even more than the normal direct drive drivers, because these guys are working 10 times harder. And they've got to be so much more physical, so much more focused. The calculations, the brain power, you have got to be such an intelligent cookie to be able to get this job done. It's a really tough discipline, probably one of the hardest disciplines of motor racing out there until you get to the likes of Dakar, probably. So through they come to the S's. This is the more twisty, tricky, technical circuit. Part of the circuit in 2 halves, this racetrack. For those who weren't talking to me or weren't listening to me about this earlier on, this circuit is a track of 2 halves, and you'll see it when we go round on this lap. Siever from Luddy, Del Rey, Biffiga, Hellemans, Liveris and Malisse. Now watch as they come across the line. From this point on, it's really fast, a really fast-flowing lap. Lots of fast-flowing corners and fast straights. And that's a bit of a difficulty in terms of the setup, because this bit is suited for top speed as Biffiga closes up on Del Rey. There are some slower corners, but you can carry a lot of momentum and speed through. You're still carrying good speed and momentum through this section of the course. Come into the right-hander now, and the circuit completely changes, because now all of a sudden you're having to coax the kart through. You're on the brakes. You're very delicate. It's tight. It's twisty, slower, much more tricky corners. You're basically into one corner, into the next one, throw into the next apex. It's so much harder, and you get a really interesting balance, particularly in this category, between drivers who set their cars up for the faster section of the circuit at the beginning compared to those who set them up for the second section where they want a better balance. So you get a nice little ebb and flow between the racers, and I love watching it. And you're going to see a bit of an example of that as Biffiga now tightens up to the back of Del Rey with 3 laps to go. Biffiga wants to get the 1-2-3 podium again for the team, but Del Rey is the thorn in the side. They got it in race 1, largely because both Del Rey and Liveris retired with mechanical problems. But Biffiga, to be fair, compared to last year, Michel Biffiga has definitely stepped up his pace. He is so much faster than he was last year. I'm talking about maybe a 7 to 8 tenths of a second gain. He's almost exactly the same speed per lap as Kevin Luddy up the road, which is amazing progress and really good to see. But Siever, who is in front of Kevin Luddy, is battling away. Now, you would think, wouldn't you, that with teammates, there is actually a really close bond with all of these drivers. Well, off the circuit, there really is a lot of the time, but when it gets onto the racetrack, these guys do tend to be at each other's throats, even in the same team, and it can cause issues. Biffiga's got through. I didn't see where he got past Thierry Del Rey, but he has got through. Now, this is all going to be about Del Rey fighting to come back. Here he goes. Up the inside. Contact! Oh, Del Rey tries to make the move on Biffiga, and Biffiga shut the door in his face. And Del Rey spins. So too does Biffiga. And that has allowed Dionysis Liveris and Eric Hellemans to come through. Hellemans is through to 3rd. Dionysis Liveris through to 4th. And Del Rey, he's not happy with Michel Biffiga at all. He was there on the inside. He was at least halfway around him. But, Biffiga has become public enemy number 1 to Thierry Del Rey. He's not happy with that. That is a very dramatic battle. And that's gone a little bit over the edge, unfortunately, for the drivers there. And the drivers are now going into the last lap at the front end of the field. Siva versus Ludi. Those two might still have a bit of a scrap, you know. Ludi's close enough to do it. Alicia Goundry asks, how old do you have to be the shifter driver? Well, a 15-year-old can compete at this level. So you only have to be 15 to race. I know Carlos Leon took his first race in it at the beginning of last year when he turned 16. But you're allowed to race in shifters at 15 at this level. And Max Verstappen did back in 2015 and became the world champion at gearbox karting. And then, well, the rest is history. Siva in front of Kevin Ludi as they battle away for first and second. Eddie Kellermans is going to be third. And then it is Liveris fourth from Bifiga, Melise and Del Rey. Del Rey has pulled off by the look of it. I think Del Rey is actually retired from the race. So that would be very dramatic if that's the case. I'm not sure if he's come through, but I think he's out of it. Yeah, Del Rey's out, and the checkered flag comes out for Siva with Ludi in second place, and the stands are shocked. Their hero, Thierry Del Rey, is out of the race for the second time in a row. Now, fortunately, the heats don't count towards the championship points, so he can still fight back for the pre-final and final tomorrow and the third heat later, and it won't make a difference to his championship fight. But in terms of preparation, it makes the pressure very, very intense for Thierry Del Rey. But he versus Michel Bifiga, that got a little bit messy, unfortunately. So that's going to be very, very tricky indeed. Well, the results are as follows. It is Philip Siva from Kevin Ludi, and Eddie Kellermans picks up a very deserved third place. Dionysis Liveris is fourth. Michel Bifiga gets away from that incident with Thierry Del Rey in fifth position. Laurent Melise is sixth, and Thierry Del Rey in seventh. But I have a feeling that Thierry, knowing him, he doesn't like to be taken for a ride by another driver. I wouldn't be surprised if I see him pop off beside me in the commentary box as he makes his way to see Chris Lambrecht in the steward's office. We may well see him do so. So Thierry Del Rey having a bit of an incident there with Michel Bifiga. Who was to blame? Well, fortunately, I don't have to decide that. That's Chris Lambrecht's job, and I don't envy him the position either. He does an amazing job sorting out who is who and who's done what. But an absolutely fantastic point. And Zenny's points on YouTube are very poignant, actually. Sometimes a move pays off, sometimes not. We'll have to find out on that one. We'll see what happens. Well, just to answer another of the questions, Silvano Santos asks, what times are they doing and how long is the circuit? Well, they're pulling in about 54.2s, 54.3s for the lap, which is quite good considering that the circuit is 1,366 metres long. So your average speeds of about 90 to 91 kilometres an hour. They're very quick indeed, those shifter karts. I love watching them. I'd love to give one a go, to be fair, but then I'd be out of a job, so that's probably never going to happen. Maybe we'll try and organise something for a Thursday or a Friday test run, and we'll film it and we'll put it on the live stream. How about that? That'd be good. So we'll talk about that one. So it's going to be an interesting battle. We're going to have to see some really exciting races coming up. This is the second half of the day's activities. We've got seniors, juniors, minis, shifters and seniors to close out the run. And having had an absolutely spectacular battle, we're going to see some really good racing to continue. But the shifters, despite the fact there's only 7 of them, it's very dramatic. You could definitely say that. X30 seniors are next up, and it is Heat B and E. So that is the groups B and E. They are separated into the 5 separate groups because there are 79 of them this weekend. So it is going to be very exciting stuff for the drivers as they battle around. So that means that the reigning junior champion of Europe, Lewis Gilbert, is going to take up pole position. It's amazing, isn't it? He was the junior champion last year. He comes straight in as a senior, and boom, he's at the front end already. I think the Scottish contingent from Dalry listening in or watching in at home must be very proud indeed. It's an absolutely incredible performance. Joey van Spunteren, the Flying Dutchman, is alongside him on the front row of the grid, and with 2 wins out of 2 so far, Joey van Spunteren is really exciting to watch around this circuit. He just absolutely loves it here. And I have a feeling that this year he feels he's got a point to prove, because last year he was the runner-up despite a lot of things going against him. He had a real struggle in last year's campaign, but a stellar performance at Castelletto brought it all back into the frame, and he was able to pip Clayton Ravenscroft, who was looking set for the title at one stage, to get into second place in the championship. Speaking of Clayton Ravenscroft, he is starting from P3 on the grid for this one, the man who won the Valencia Winter Cup in Spain last year and is pushing his way forward. Third position. He's already got a heat win under his belt. Sean Butcher, the Australian, is alongside him on the grid. Still convinced he's going to beat me in F1 2018 on the Xbox. No chance. Fifth on the grid is Matteo Raspatelli alongside the American Reese Ushijima. And they are going to be together on row 3. The American has been absolutely fantastic, to be fair, and he's really closing up on the pace of the guys in front of him. But all credit to Matteo Raspatelli, the Belgian. He had a sensational qualifying lap yesterday. He's really struggled to hold his own at that sharp end of the field, but he does not give up. He is never going to say die. And Raspatelli, if anybody is going to get a decent result out of this, it's going to be him. Being at the sharp end on a circuit he knows very well, you can expect him to be absolutely sensational. Matilda Olsson, the very talented Swedish lady, is on the inside line of row 4, and she is still one of only 2 women ever to win a race in the IAME Euro Series, and she's the first one to do so in a heat. The other was Alicia Barrett, who is in the next heat, actually, and she won the B final at Wackersdorf last year in juniors. Matilda Olsson, alongside her on the grid is Morgan Porter, the young Englishman doing a fantastic job for M Sport. And then in the 5th row of the grid, it is the Spaniard Juan Carlos Hernandez, who lines up beside the Hungarian Boldizsár Zsárbó. Then it is Jan Kalmet of Estonia on the 6th row alongside the German Patrick Degenbeck. Kevin Stehauer of Holland is beside Nelson King of Great Britain. And then we have Liam Hezemans beside Manuel Galofre. And then it is Harry Platten beside Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Bo Heymans is rounding out the top 10 rows alongside the Frenchman Nicolas Picot, who's having a really difficult weekend, to be fair. He's at the same sort of pace as his Strawberry Racing teammates, Matilda Olsson, Jordan Brown-Nutley, Mark Kimber, but he had a bad qualifying yesterday, and that's hampered his whole weekend, essentially. And then it is Henke Kalteren and Douglas Bolger, Lauren Renarts and Luca Medunitsa, Enzo Juliet and Harry Barlow, Matthew Erb and Oliver Fürstenhoff, Roman Tavitian, Masato Awada and Thomas Tavitian. So they're about to get the signal to head out onto the circuit for this next senior race, and it is a really exciting battle ahead of them. Out onto the circuit, 11 laps around this 1,366-metre Mariembourg circuit. Karting de Fania here in Belgium. Here we go. Lewis Gilbert and Joey Van Spunteren, Clayton Ravenscroft and Sean Butcher, from Matteo Raspatelli and Risa Shijima, Matilda Olsson and Morgan Porter, Juan Carlos Hernandez and Boldizsár Zsárbó, Jan Kalmet and Patrick Degenbeck, Kevin Stehauer and Nelson King, Liam Hezemans and Manuel Galofre, Harry Platten and Rivaldo van der Westerleken, Bo Heymans and Nicolas Picot, Henke Kalteren and Douglas Bolger, Lauren Renarts and Luca Medunitsa, Enzo Juliet and Harry Barlow, from Matthew Erb, Oliver Fürstenhoff, Roman Tavitian, Masato Awada and Thomas Tavitian. So the drivers will get the tyres and brakes warmed up. Back to the Senior X30 battle, where so many talented racers have done before. And as Silvano H. Santos has pointed out, yes, Dean, Joey Van Spunteren's mechanic, has been giving him all the tools he needs to get the job done. Not that Joey needs any advice, of course. He is still one of the world's best racing drivers in any form of motor racing, never mind karting. And he is absolutely incredible. The 28-year-old from Zandijk in Holland. He's been second and fourth in the Euro X30 Senior Championship over the last couple of seasons. When he was racing in cars, he was pretty impressive. He was the Benelux champion in Formula Ford in 2011, and he was the runner-up in the 24 Hours of Zolder in the CN 2000 class 4 years ago. So this man races anything and is at the front. But Joey Van Spunteren is here to get one mission done, and that is to become IAME X30 Euro Series Senior Champion. Following in the footsteps of Mark Kimber is going to be tough. He knows it. He was beaten by him last year. But this year, Joey Van Spunteren appears to have taken a step up in his game, and he's looking to do so with gusto. But the man in front of him in pole position, Lewis Gilbert, had an amazing heat earlier when he got an amazing gap in front of the rest of the field and just disappeared out in front. Zeddy writing in the United States, let's go ladies, kick butt. Well, there is one lady on the grid who can do just that. Matilda Olsson, 7th on the grid from Uppsala in Sweden, just turned 18 and won a race the next day, in fact. The first woman to do so in the heats, and she's been one of the fastest 3 drivers through the entire weekend. So let's see where she can go in 7th. Only qualifying was her downfall, but in free practice, she was the 3rd fastest driver of the field. Here we go, and it's a perfect start. Lewis Gilbert gets into the lead. Already Clayton Ravenscroft trying to come up the inside of this contact. Ravenscroft has to come back off the draft and has lost a few places. He was a little bit hungry there on the inside of Lewis Gilbert, and the field jostles its way through turn 2. Ravenscroft lucky to get away, dropping only to 5th, but that was so close. Gilbert now has Van Spunteren behind him, then it's Butcher. I think that is, well, who's that in 4th position already? That's a pretty hectic start, but I think that's Matteo Respitelli, isn't it? Oh, up the curbs and back onto the racetrack again comes the treble 3, I think that is. So a bit of a problem further back. Well, that might be Manuel Golofra-Torne, actually. I think he was the one who went off the circuit. That's 4-3. But out in front, it is Gilbert and Van Spunteren. They are out in front. Sean Butcher in 3rd position. And I think that's Matteo Respitelli doing a very good job. Is that him in 4th position? I think it is, as Ravenscroft is about to lose another place, dropping down to 6th position as they come through. So it's Gilbert from Van Spunteren, Butcher, then it is Respitelli on home soil. He's doing a grand job. Morgan Porter in P5, then it's Matilda Olsen in front of Jan Kalmet, Reese Ushijima and Clayton Ravenscroft. So Ravenscroft is all the way down to 9th position on that first lap. He's now got past Reese Ushijima to get back into 8th. And up the inside comes Juan Carlos Hernandez as he gets the move on Bodica Jabo, the Hungarian. And that's not quite worked out for the Hungarian, for the Dimes Racing team. They're still squabbling and jostling for position. It's not going to be the easiest race, is it? Lots of feisty drivers wanting to make their way through. But Lewis Gilbert in front of Joey Van Spunteren and Sean Butcher. The Scot, the Dutchman and the Australian battling away at the front of the field, with Matteo Respitelli on home soil in 4th position, trying to chase them down. But Lewis Gilbert, the Dalry Diamond from Scotland, pushing very hard in the lead of this race, hoping for another victory. But can you beat Joey Van Spunteren today? Well, Lewis is going to try his best. But Joey Van Spunteren is so fast around here. He loves this circuit. And he's particularly quick. So let's see what he can do. Fast in practice, fast in qualifying, fast in the races. He's the fastest of the entire weekend. Joey Van Spunteren, his best time of a 55.776 has not been beaten by anybody so far this weekend. And no surprises, really. He is so good around this Karting de Fania Mariembourg circuit. So through they come. Once again, onto the far side. Van Spunteren now under some pressure, in fact, from Sean Butcher as Lewis Gilbert starts to open up the taps. Lewis Gilbert lists his racing hero as Colin McRae, the late great rallying superstar. I'm sure he's looking down and having a wry grin at Lewis Gilbert, putting in such a spectacular show out in the lead of the race. Charging down the main straight once again. Joey Van Spunteren, Sean Butcher. Van Spunteren covers the inside line nicely with a faster turn in and a tighter line. I think he thought Sean Butcher was going to make a move, but he wasn't really close enough to make that happen. A lot of toing and froing further back. The 3 drivers behind them have broken clear of the rest of the gaggle, so Morgan Porter looking fairly safe in 5th position behind Matteo Respitelli, and in front of the 6th place man, Jan Kalmet for the Talvar Racing Team. Clayton Ravenscroft has fought his way back to P7 in front of Reese Ushijima and Matilda Olsen. Then it's Liam Hezemans, Patrick Diggenbeck, then Stahauer, Pico, Hernandez, Heimans, King, Van der Westerlaken, Bulger, Platten, Medunitsa, Reinhardt and Bodica Jabo, all the way down to 22nd in front of Enzo Juliet and Manuel Golofre. Then it's Harry Barlow, and then Fürstenhoff, Mathieu Erb, the Tavitians, Thomas in front of Roman, and then it's Henke Kalteren and Masatora Wada. They're all still going, but the field has definitely shuffled a bit. But Joey Van Spunteren, look, he just can't keep up with Lewis Gilbert. He needs assistance from Sean Butcher. Butcher ran very close to Joey Van Spunteren earlier on. But the Australian doing a very good job in 3rd position. He's one of the only drivers in this field I know what it's like to race against. When we went to Wackersdorf last year, I decided to try my luck in the indoor circuit. Sean Butcher got wind of it and said, right, we're going to take all our mates and come racing with you. So his teammates, Rufus Hunt and Alexander Wang, came out on circuit as well, and so did a few other drivers. Hello to Louis Westover if you're watching. And had a bit of a laugh. So I know what it's like to race against him. And to be fair, he's doing a great job. He's got past Joey Van Spunteren for the moment. But watch out, Joey Van Spunteren's about. Down the back straight, Sean Butcher in front of Van Spunteren. And the Australian has done a spectacular job so far, running in front of the Aussie. Down the main straight, Gilbert still leads. Butcher 2nd, Van Spunteren 3rd. Respitelli is being rapidly caught by Morgan Porter. And in 6th place, we still have Jan Kalmet from Ravenscroft. Now into 8th place has come Matilda Olsen. She's got past Risa Shijima quite well. But here comes Van Spunteren again on the back of Sean Butcher. And now up into the 10th position spot. A good comeback drive from the Dutchman Liam Hezemans, whose father Mike, of course, is one of the top-rated GT racers on the planet. So Lewis Gilbert running very well in front of Sean Butcher and Joey Van Spunteren. Matteo Raspatelli and Morgan Porter. Jan Kalmet and Clayton Ravenscroft from Matilda Olsen. Reese Ushijima and Liam Hezemans from Diggenbeck. Pico, Stahawa, King, Van der Westerlaken and Douglas Bolger. But this man, Lewis Gilbert, is still out in front. Even Joey Van Spunteren is struggling to stay with him. The Dorai Diamond is going beautifully. What if he comes through this season to win the Senior Championship just a year after winning the Junior title? That would be pretty spectacular from Lewis Gilbert, and so far, so good. The Persistence Motorsport squad giving him the tools he needs to do the job. There's only two karts from that team here this weekend. It's him and Alex Pendlebury, but the team have given him exactly what he needs. He feels comfortable, he feels happy and calm, and they're clearly the right package. So through they come again. Some good battles in the midfield as well. I'm trying to keep in touch of about 3 different incidents going on at the same time around the circuit. I'm trying to stay with the leaders. There's a good battle for about 8th place, cooking up behind Matilda Olsen and... is that Matilda Olsen still scrapping away with Clayton Ravenscroft? It is. Olsen's actually got through. So Matilda Olsen's made the move on... Well, that's not anybody she's passed. That's Clayton Ravenscroft, so she's clearly having a good day at the office. A bit stymied by the start... But let's see how far she can get. She's going to be frustrated if she finishes 7th place because she has the equipment and the ability to win races this weekend, and she wants to win the title. She thinks it's possible, and I think it's possible. She is one of the fastest in the field over 1 lap, but she just needs to have a little bit more faith in her own abilities when it comes to the start. As Jan Kalmet gets up alongside Raspatelli, Porter's already got past, and Raspatelli now having to go defensive on Jan Kalmet. Then it is Matilda Olsen in front of Clayton Ravenscroft. And then Risa Shijima. I'm a little concerned, though, about Clayton Ravenscroft's front fairing. I think that's a little bit low to the ground, which means that it would have moved. Now, if you haven't watched kart racing at this level before, then if your front fairing comes loose, it's an instant 5-second penalty. And it's basically to discourage, I should say, contact in the world of motor racing, because all of the drivers need to avoid something which is known as ABC, which is advantage by contact. You're not allowed to do it, and it's not clean racing, as they all know, but sometimes even in the heat of battle, mistakes are made, and if your front fairing is loose, then you're given a 5-second penalty. So they have to be very careful about how they go about these moves. And it's a very contentious rule as well. A lot of people think it's a little bit too harsh. A lot of people say, well, it doesn't really allow for incidents that are against the driver's control. But the rule is there, so the drivers know they have to abide by it. Lewis Gilbert, Sean Butcher, Joey Van Spunteren, then Porter, Raspatelli, Kalmet, Olsen, Ravenscroft, Ushijima and Diggenbeck. A good run from Patrick Diggenbeck, actually, to get himself back up to 10th position. Silvana Santos says, something not working with Joey Van Spunteren's kart? It's a good argument. He definitely doesn't have the pace he had earlier on. It could be the set of tyres he's tried to go on, because they have to be very careful as to which tyres they choose over the course of the weekend. If he's not able to get close to Lewis Gilbert on a particular move, he may well just decide, well, you know what, 3rd position is not bad. I've got 2 wins from earlier on, and I scored 0 points for doing so. It's golf scores in the heats, of course, because you score as many points as the position you cross the line in, and whoever has the least amount of points at the end of the weekend, at the end of Saturday, the best placed 28 of those will go through to the finals guaranteed. The last 6 positions are then decided by the first 6 drivers across the line in the second chance heat, which is about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So the drivers battle away, and it is very intense at the front, but Lewis Gilbert has squeezed the opposition down, and he is here about to go into his final lap. Persistence pays off, it clearly shows, for Persistence Motorsports, Lewis Gilbert. But this is unbelievable speed, even from Lewis. I've seen him do some amazing things in the past, but this is one heck of a performance from Lewis Gilbert. It's not hard to see how good a driver he is when you think he was a great driver in juniors last year, but in seniors, he has stepped up to the plate and is immediately on the pace and leading. This kid's got something special coming his way. He could be the next Scottish Formula One ace. Sean Butcher and Joey Van Spunteren battling away in 2nd and 3rd. They come up the far side, up towards the hairpin. A really good battle from these drivers at the sharp end. And Sean Butcher has well and truly shown a clean pair of heels to Joey Van Spunteren. The Australian will be happy, as will Dad back home. But it's going to be a victory for the man in front. Lewis Gilbert continues his amazing weekend. He scored a victory in the heat earlier on, and he's going to do so again here. What a story this is being told. And across the line, Lewis Gilbert gets another heat victory at Mariembourg in Belgium. Butcher is second, well and truly beating Joey Van Spunteren. A fourth-place finish for Morgan Porter in front of Matteo Raspatelli and Jan Kalmet, who just beats Matilda Olsen and Clayton Ravenscroft over the line. Reese Ushijima in the top 10 again, and Patrick Degenbeck in 10th position in front of Liam Hezemans and Harry Platten. Brilliant driving, great racing, and Lewis Gilbert still looking unbelievably strong, as the clouds are now starting to come in and cover up the sunshine as it goes very chilly here all of a sudden. Lewis Gilbert takes the win then from Sean Butcher and Joey Van Spunteren. Morgan Porter and Matteo Raspatelli are in the top 5. Jan Kalmet fights his way through to P6. Matilda Olsen and Clayton Ravenscroft are next from Reese Ushijima and Patrick Degenbeck. Liam Hezemans and Harry Platten are next from Nicolas Pico, fighting back to 13th. And Bo Heimans likewise to 14th. Kevin Stahauer and Nelson King. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. Good performances from Douglas Bolger and Luca Medunitza. Manuel Galofra comes home 20th. Borislav Żabo slips to 21st. Enzo Juliet, Laurent Reynards and Harry Barlow are next from Oliver Fjestenhoff, Henke Kalteren and Masato Awada. Then Matthew Erb, the Tavitians, Roman and Thomas, and Juan Carlos Hernandez falling all the way to the back of the field. And unfortunately, out of the action by the look of it, although it says here that he has crossed the line and finished the race in 31st position, mark you. That's not where he wanted to be, considering he started up in 9th place. So problems for Juan Carlos Hernandez. So that's the last race on the bill in front of you if you're watching the live stream. That is Heat 8 for the seniors, A and D. Those two groups will battle against each other. But then we've got another rotation of heats to come after this one. So if you're wanting to keep going, good, because so do I. Great racing still to come. And in 6 minutes, it's going to be the next group of drivers. It'll be Group A versus D. And that is going to see the ultimate pole position setter from qualifying yesterday, Rimo Kadapik, alongside the Belgian hero Eli Goldstein. And he is very much one of the drivers to watch for this weekend. We've got a pair of champions on the second row of the grid. Danny Curl, the karting world champion from 2017, alongside the reigning IAME Euro Series senior champion, Mark Kimber, who is there on the second row of the grid. You can just about see him getting his helmet on through the graphic on the screen in front of you on the live stream if you're watching. Jordan Brown-Nutley and Angus Mulsdale will make it an all-British third row. Jordan Brown-Nutley has been at the sharp end of karting for the last 20 years, pretty much, since his cadet days, and still pushing his way through. He's a very talented racer, Jordan Brown-Nutley, and has been one of the stars of the last 20 years of karting. Angus Mulsdale is there in third row of the grid, and as a former junior world champion, he is finally showing the sort of pace he was hoping to show in 2018. In 2019, he's back where he belongs. Ruben Moya, the Spaniard, is on the fourth row of the grid, on 7th position of the grid. Alongside him, the Italian Leonardo Caglioni, who's had a tough race and an opportunity taken away from him with a DNF in race 1. And then we had Thomas Fleming, who got involved in that incident earlier on with Alex Lloyd. And alongside him on the grid is going to be Jort Kuhn, the Dutchman. Georgi Dimitrov and Ivan Bataya are going to be together on the 6th row of the grid. The Bulgarian, who is based in the UK these days, and the Spaniard, Ivan Bataya. And then it is Guillermo de Oliveira and Herberts Moore on the 7th row of the grid from Roman Leroux and Jarno Guvarts, with Hans Morin and Manaf Hijawi on the 9th row of the grid. Gobi Powells and Sim Liedmar are on row 10. Then it's Jack Deacon and Linus Janssen, Robin Knudsen and Rasmus Janssen. Then Will Orton, Gerard Tinoco, Alicia Barrett, Casper Janssen, Rufus Hunt, Paul Javier Lopez, Sandro Ritz and Eric Müller. So again, a very talented grid of drivers, a whole plethora of exciting and spectacular races from all four corners of the globe. A lot of races still to come. Girash Sada says 5 minutes to go for the F1 qualifying at Bahrain. What's that? No idea what you're on about. Too much great racing going on here. No idea what you're on about, mate. So fantastic battles for Lewis Gilbert, and amazing battles, and a really exciting battle from him to get the victory earlier on. But we're going to see now what happens when Rimo Kadapik from pole position in Estonia goes for the battle, along with Eli Goldstein on the front row of the starting grid. Danny Curl and Mark Kimber on the second row of the grid from Jordan Brown-Nutley and Angus Moulsdale. Ruben Moya and Leonardo Caglioni. Thomas Fleming and Jort Kuna will round out that top 10. Now, there's those 4 or 5 drivers in that mix of Ruben Moya, Leonardo Caglioni, Tom Fleming, Jort Kuhn. Those 4 drivers, they have shown amazing speed in qualifying, but they always seem to get bad luck and a raw deal once they get through the first 3 or 4 laps of a race. And the difficulty there is that you always wonder where that motivation comes from to pick yourself back up and throw yourself back into the fray. But the great thing about these drivers is they have great motivation, they have great teams to back them up, they always want to push for that extra little bit of speed. And the good thing about their morale is that, you know, all it takes is one good overtake in the middle of a battle and you pick yourself straight back up again. And these 3 or 4 drivers definitely have the potential to do so. Looking back out of the top 10 of this grid as well, you've got some very good talents here. Georgi Dimitrov was going through the field like a jackrabbit through the last heat. Ivan Bataya got really badly caught out in terms of his fortunes last time. If you remember from watching his earlier heat, he actually retired before the finish of it. And Ivan Bataya for the Praga España team is hoping to come through the field and do a good job. The Portuguese star Guilherme de Oliveira and Herberts Moura of Spain, both of those guys have immense ability and they're going to charge their way forward. So we'll see a lot of good stuff from them. And Romain Leroux is actually one of the top French drivers in this series, and he seems to have had a fair bit of bad luck come his way of late, but hopefully he has the mentality and the discipline to bring himself back out of it. There is Manaf Hijawi, one of my favourite chaps in the paddock, the young man from Jordan, who in the Middle East, he has taken on the mantle of the lead driver in the Birolot Middle East team in Europe. And, of course, he races back home in the Middle East, but having stepped onto the European scene, he's really gained in terms of his plethora of speed. But this man, Eli Goldstein, the 367 for VDK Racing, is trying to take the mantle to the man just behind him on the grid, Mark Kimber. But a lot of people watching out for Eli Goldstein, a very talented young racing driver, put on such a show last year, and hopefully this year he's going to get to the top spot. He is the local favourite. A lot of the Belgian flags will be waving for him as he comes out onto the circuit. Rimo Kadapik lines up alongside Eli Goldstein from Danny Curl and Mark Kimber. Then Jordan Brown-Nutley and Angus Moulsdale from Ruben Moya and Leonardo Caglioni. Thomas Fleming and Jort Kuna. Georgi Dimitrov and Ivan Bataya. Guilherme de Oliveira and Herberts Moura. Romain Leroux and Jana Govats from Hans Morin and Manaf Hijawi. Kobe Powells and Sim Liedmar. Jack Deacon and Linus Janssen. Robin Knudsen and Rasmus Janssen from Will Orton and Gerard Tinoco. Alicia Barrett, Casper Janssen, Rufus Hunt, Paul Xavier Lopez, Sandro Ritz and Eric Müller. So again, the drivers will warm up their tyres and brakes as they make their way around the circuit. There's Alicia Barrett just going through the shot, the world champion for ladies in X30s back in 2017 in the junior category. I say world champion, it is of course the IAME International Final, of course. But she's now stepped in. This is her first weekend as a senior. And has actually been taking a lot of tips from the strawberry racing driver Matilda Olsen. We had a nice little piece to camera with them yesterday. I'm hoping you'll get to see that on our social media channels over the course of the weekend. If not, it'll probably be just after the event. But it was really good to talk to both of them as they step into the senior world of racing at the top end of Europe. But we'll see what happens as this next qualifying heat gets underway for Rimo Kadapik and Eli Goldstein. And it's going to be a really exciting battle as they come through the S's up to the far end of the field. And now they are going to form up in their 2 formation lines. They will have to travel up the corridors on the main straight, or the tram lines if you're English. It's corridors everywhere else. And if you come out of the line before the lights go out, that is a penalty straight away. And if it's not clean enough, then Martin Bean will judge that it's a false start and they'll have to go around again. So they obviously have been told over the course of the weekend that they have to be very careful, they have to be very mindful as to what is happening. But obviously it is going to be very interesting to see how the drivers cope with the procedure. And they will want to put on a big burst of speed right from the start. They come out of the final corner. And the X30 seniors are going to get underway again. Kadapik, Goldstein, Curl, Kimber, Brown-Nutley, Mulsdale, Moyer, Calione, Fleming and Kuhn. They will make their way off of the final turn into the corridors and down the main straight. And when they are released, they can go racing. Now, fantastic start from Goldstein. He tries to edge right across into Curl, but it's not going to be enough. And he's going to get caught out. 2-3 of them come past. So that's a big problem for Eli Goldstein. He's down to 6th position. He was trying to edge in behind Danny Curl and not let him come through. But unfortunately, it's ended up going against him. So a few drivers coming into some problems. Oh, and that's a big incident at the back. It looks to me as though there was contact there. Big damage for the 415 of Eric Mueller. It looked as if Sandro Ritz missed his braking and went straight into the back of him at turn 2. So a big problem there. And a mistake, unfortunately, for Sandro Ritz. But the damage is going to be, I think that Sandro may well pick up a front fairing penalty for that. But out in front, Rimo Kadapik holds the lead in front of Danny Curl, the 2017 world champion. They come off the turn, back on the power. You're accelerating all the way through this section, all the way down the main straight. And in towards turn 1, a blip of the throttle as you go through. Back on the power, halfway through the apex to get you back up the run. And here comes Danny Curl. Rimo Kadapik not going to let him get through there. Not on lap 2. I'm going to enjoy leading this race for as long as I can, thank you. So Kadapik leads the way. Curl second. Kimber no longer in 3rd position because that is Jordan Brown-Nutley in 3rd place. So they've actually swapped positions, the two Strawberry Racing drivers. I was going to say Kimber's 3rd, but that's not Kimber. That's Brown-Nutley, who is there in P3. And he's trying to have a go at Danny Curl. Now, Jordan Brown-Nutley is one of those drivers who pulls off an overtaking move you couldn't even believe possible to execute. He's all over the back of Danny Curl. Curl just giving a little bit of a nudge to Kadapik. They come off the turn, down the short stretch. Here we go again. Danny Curl on the inside into the final corner. That's nicely done. The door's still open. Jordan Brown-Nutley through as well. That was really nicely done. And I think Ruben Moyer fancies a little bit of that as well as they come down the straight, swarming around. Danny Curl trying to protect the inside line. Kadapik uses the inside line to shut Moyer down, but he's not going to be able to keep him back for long at this sort of rate. Yellow flags are flying. And it's because we've had an incident further around the course. Sandro Ritz has been given a warning for that incident as Kadapik makes a move on the inside of Jordan Brown-Nutley. That tightens things up big time as Kimber tries to get a move on the inside of Ruben Moyer. Makes it work, but he drifts out wide. And that's Thomas Fleming getting past both of them. Great move from Tom Fleming. Tom Fleming is so good at those cheeky little maneuvers. He manages to make it look oh so easy there. So a big moment. And we seem to have had a retirement from the race as well up at that first corner. I have a feeling that that is Linus Janssen. Oh, it is. What a shame for Linus. The German has been so good over the course of the weekend, much stronger than we saw from him in 2018. He's devastated, absolutely heart-wrenching to watch a driver in such a poor state of mind after a big incident like that. But Linus Janssen, just so sick to the stomach of this now as through they come. This is Ivan Bataya now trying to have a look. And we've had another incident further up the road as well. Someone else has come off the circuit. I think that's Rimo Kadapik. Where's Rimo Kadapik gone? Rimo Kadapik has disappeared. Now, I didn't see what happened, but Rimo Kadapik is off on the far side of the circuit. Rimo Kadapik is actually parked up on the marshal's post on the middle section. You can just about make him out on the far side, but Rimo Kadapik is out of the race. So Danny Curl is leading Eli Goldstein and Jordan Brown-Nutley. Now, unfortunately, we were so busy looking at Linus Janssen, I didn't see what happened to Rimo Kadapik, but he is out of the race. And that is devastatingly bad luck for the Estonian who started from pole position. Danny Curl now leads it. Goldstein in second from Brown-Nutley and Fleming doing an amazing job in 4th place. Here's the battle a little bit further back. A little bit of a squabble. That's Seam Leadmar being overtaken. I believe that's Angus Mulsdale trying to come through. He's lost a lot of places too. So Angus Mulsdale not having a great race and struggling down the order. But out in front, it is Danny Curl who leads. Eli Goldstein, more contact. That's one of the Talvar carts that's come off the road. I think that's Tavitian. And a shake of the fist there from the 363. Now that is going to be Jort Kuna. So Jort Kuna. And that's Janssen, in fact. It's actually Janssen who has come together with Rasmus Janssen. So he's very annoyed. And unfortunately for Jort Kuhn, he's absolutely hopping mad. Well, things are getting a little bit scary out there for the seniors as a few of these incidents are not working. Danny Curl, here goes Goldstein! Boom! To the inside line, and Eli Goldstein hits the front on home soil. Brilliant run from Eli Goldstein, and he leads here at Mariembourg, and the Belgian contingent will be absolutely delighted. Eli Goldstein leads the way, Danny Curl in second, Jordan Brown-Nutley in third, and Thomas Fleming is now fourth, would you believe, right on the back of these three. And there's all sorts of battles and squabbles further back down the order. A warning flag has gone to the Swedish driver for KR Sport. That's Robin Knutsson. So I'm not sure what has held up Robin Knutsson or caused that incident. But clearly he's got a warning flag for something. But out of the race, very dramatically, Rimo Kadapik along with Linus Jansson. Very exciting battles. Really, really good racing. And as they come down the main straight once again, it is going to be pretty exciting stuff from Eli Goldstein as they come down towards turn one, sweeping through. And Eli Goldstein in front of Danny Curl and Jordan Brown-Nutley. Thomas Fleming in fourth position in front of Romain Leroux. And that's got to be Ruben Moyer in sixth position. Jordan Brown-Nutley up the inside of Danny Curl. Makes the move. Curl's trying to come straight back and then they rub wheels. They almost spit each other off the circuit. Fleming is up the inside and gets into third place. Nearly takes on Jordan Brown-Nutley. Did you see the steam that was coming off those tyres as they rubbed together? Danny Curl and Jordan Brown-Nutley. That was tight. That almost ended up in the war zone there. But out in front, Eli Goldstein getting away from the scene of the crime and charges his way forward. This is a brilliant run from Eli Goldstein. And as far as he's concerned, his race weekend starts now. An opportunity for a victory on home soil ahead of some of the best racers in the world, including the European champion from last year, Mark Kimber, who is... Well, where is Mark Kimber? He's down in 19th. I wonder if he was involved in that incident that saw a couple of drivers down the order. But a big shuffle of the deck. Tom Fleming has got Danny Curl all over the back of him, but Fleming wants second place at least. If he could be the first Brit home, he'd be absolutely elated with that. That's a massive feather in the cap, as the Brits do seem to have the opinion that they are the best X30 drivers in the world. So to be the first of those home in any race, it's a bit like being the best of them home. But obviously, when Eli Goldstein's in front of you, that's a man who knows this place so well. Tom Fleming on the Zenon chassis is having an amazing race, and he's in front of the world champion, and he's closing in on Jordan Brown-Nutley. And with 3 laps to go, Tom Fleming is about to pull off what could be his best ever result in the IAME Euro Series. And there's a lot of people all over the world going, come on, Tom, get it done. Get on with it, my friend. Down through the run to turn 2. Goldstein is your leader. Brown-Nutley second. Fleming is third. Fourth is Curl. Fifth is Romain Leroux. A great fight back for the Frenchman. Here comes Danny Curl on the inside of Fleming. Leroux's going to try and follow it through. No, you don't. That was well defended from Fleming. I think you'll find I'm only losing one place, thank you. Ruben Moyer trying to come through on Romain Leroux, and then it's Guilherme de Oliveira, the Portuguese driver. Here comes the rest of the pack. Hans Morin in front of Manor Fijawi, about Moore and Leonardo Calioni. Then Siem Liedmar leads the chasing back behind from Ivan Bataya, Angus Morsdale, Jana Guvarts, Jack Deacon, Will Orton and Mark Kimber ahead of Alicia Barrett, who's come up to 19th place. Good performance from Alicia, charging her way through the pack. And she seems to be coping with life much better as a senior than she did as a junior. So another driver who's made the jump and made light work of it. Goldstein leads, Brown-Nutley second, Danny Curl is third, Tom Fleming fourth now. Some good challenges into the last 2 laps of the race. But this will be pretty tight. Goldstein in front of Brown-Nutley, Danny Curl and Tom Fleming in fourth position. Then it is the 3:15 of Romain Leroux, Ruben Moyer and Guilherme de Oliveira. Then Manor Fijawi and Erbelt Moore, Leonardo Calioni and Siem Liedmar, Ivan Bataya, Angus Morsdale, Mark Kimber up to 14th now in front of Jana Guvarts. Manor Fijawi, just saw him there in 8th place. There is Mark Kimber fighting his way back in front of Jana Guvarts, the Belgian. Jack Deacon, Will Orton, still going well in 17th. Then Alicia Barrett from Robin Knutsson and Kasper Janssen. So some big moments through the field. Jort Kuhn has had a terrible race, down in 26th, unfortunately, now behind Paul Xavier Lopez. But across the line, Eli Goldstein is dominating at home It's the perfect result if he can finish the job. But Danny Curl's having a go at Jordan Brown Nutley for second place on the last lap. Tom Fleming is swarming around trying to keep his position in fourth place from the clutches of Romain Leroux and Ruben Moya. Danny Curl may still have one last crack at Jordan Brown Nutley on this lap to go and get a second place finish. A mistake from Fleming as he runs wide and just about hangs on in front of Romain Leroux. Leroux is going to try and get alongside him and come right round the outside. Fleming shuts the door. Hang on, Tom. Romain Leroux trying to get through on the inside. No, you don't. And that is Rimo Kadapik sat at the marshal's post. Very disappointed indeed. He could have been in this fight, of course, but now he will not. And Danny Curl has got through past Jordan Brown Nutley. So Danny Curl is through on Jordan Brown Nutley. He's going to get through to second place. But Eli Goldstein is going to come through for the victory in a fantastic race performance. Eli Goldstein looks back. Where is everybody? Great win. Danny Curl comes through for second place in the end from Jordan Brown Nutley and Thomas Fleming. Romain Leroux and Ruben Moya in the top six from Guillermo de Oliveira and Manaf Hijawi. Leonardo Caglioni and Urbelts Moore, the Spaniard, finishing up in the top 10. Some really good battles in that race. And the driver who made up the most progress from their grid position, overtaking more people than anybody else, is Alicia Barrett. She made up 11 places from her starting point to come home in 16th place. So she is the race's hard charger. Well done. Eli Goldstein takes the win from Danny Curl and Jordan Brown Nutley. Tom Fleming is third from Romain Leroux and Ruben Moya. Guillermo de Oliveira ahead of Manaf Hijawi. Then Leonardo Caglioni and Urbelts Moore. Sim Liedmar and Ivan Bataya come home next. In 13th is Mark Kimber. That's a disappointment for him. Angus Millsdale, Jana Guvarts and Alicia Barrett come next. From Will Orton and Robin Knudsen, Jack Deacon and Casper Janssen, then Rufus Hunt, Kobe Powells, Georgi Dimitrov and Gerard Tinoku. Then it's Jort Kuhn, Paul Javier Lopez, Eric Muller, Sandro Ritz, Rasmus Janssen. And then our three retirements. Hans Morin, Rimo Kadapik and Linus Janssen. So a very dramatic race, but for Rimo Kadapik in particular, the pole position sitter, that is not the way he wanted that race to go. So now we have our last part of the timetable on your screens if you're watching the live stream. Heat 5 and 6 for the juniors, then the third and final heats for the minis and shifters, and then it will be the senior heats 9 and 10, their last heats as well, before we finish up proceedings around about 6:15. So it's going to be a really exciting end to the day. We've had plenty of great race action right from the start of proceedings here. But we'll see plenty more race action as the drivers starting to wind down after a tough race battle. But now we come to the grid for the juniors, and it is going to be the two Strawberry Racing teammates, Vilgot Edqvist and Aaron Walker. And they will start in their positions at the front end of the field. Wilgert Edqvist having been the original pole position sitter, of course, from qualifying yesterday. Aaron Walker definitely starting his race in a good position from the front row. Joe Taylor and Zach Ripley on the second row. Freddie Spindlow and Chris Harnan on row 3 from Tom Leben and Oliver Behrman. And then Alex Lee and Maximus Meyer are on the 5th row of the grid. From Ed Pearson and Aaron Reshepi, the Swiss driver. Then it is Noah Maton and Lois Delbar, Kimi Abraham and Danny Prinz, Matteo Rubio and Harvey Ryby. And then it is William Nicolou and Olivan Veit from Viggo Hjorvard, Patrick Enoch, Francois Delatti, Luca Leistra, Robin Pagnat, Victor Obajanek, Angelo Melli and Miguel Perro. And that's going to be a very interesting 8 laps of this circuit, which equates to 10.9 kilometres of racing around this circuit. Well, what an absolutely amazing battle. Sue Griffin writes after that performance that saw the likes of Alicia Barrett charge through the field. One of the great things about karting is its inclusivity. Love to see the ladies race against the gents. Well, here we've got 3 of the females in the senior contingent doing a fantastic job this weekend. Matilda Olsen was the 3rd fastest driver overall from the earlier practice session in Senior X30. Alicia Barrett, you just saw her charge her way through in her first weekend as a senior, actually doing better as a senior than a junior by the look of it. And the other racer in the female contingent from the seniors is the Dutch lady Nina Pothoff, who is racing in the Birolart chassis. Plenty of female talent in the mini brigade as well. At least 2 of them. Maria Jimana Nito, the Portuguese youngster, and Luna Flusha, who is the younger sister of Lucas, and they are teammates in the Praga España squad. As for the juniors this weekend, I'm not sure if there is much of a female contingent this time. There certainly was last time out when we were racing at Valencia, and I'm still waiting for the return of the French lady Lola Lovinfos, who was at the IAME Winter Cup last year. And we saw her at, I think, the first round of the championship in the IAME Euro Series at Salbris in France. We may as well see her back for the season finale then, I guess, which is at Salbris this year. It was the season opener. Now it's the season finale. So we're waiting for the action from the X30 juniors. And the young Swede, Vilgot Edqvist, will start from pole position along with Aaron Walker. And that's going to be really interesting. Vilgot Edqvist has clearly been taking a lot of tips from Matilda Olsen. I know she came with him to the pole position interview. He was a bit nervous yesterday and decided it was better for him not to do so. So I know that Matilda Olsen, his fellow Uppsala home hero, will be very supportive of him, particularly as they are in the same team, albeit in different classes. But Aaron Walker alongside him is suddenly becoming one of the forces to be reckoned with in IAME Euro Series Junior this year. He was a new face to the IAME Euro Series paddock last time out in Valencia. Put on some very impressive performances following his victory at Valencia in the Spanish Championship back in February. But now he is doing an absolutely fantastic job here and fighting for the victories from the off here in IAME Euro Series. And I know that Mr. Walker, his father, is going to be very, very happy indeed at the way this has all played out. So Aaron Walker giving a lot of smiles to the Strawberry Racing fans and fraternity back home. And it will be really exciting to see the battles from the guys behind. Joe Taylor and Zach Ripley will be there on the second row of the starting grid. Freddie Spindlow and Chris Harnan will be on row 3. Tom Leben and Oliver Behrman on the fourth row of the grid. And Alex Lee and Maximus Meyer on the 5th row, which means that technically speaking, there are 9 Brits in the top 10, although Maximus Meyer is registered as a Spanish racer because he lives there nowadays and races in the Spanish championships. Max Meyer is actually British-born originally, but now, of course, he lives and races at Torrevieja in Spain, and is a very good soccer player as well as a good kart racer. I know which one's more fun, though, and so does he. Here they come. Vilgot Edqvist and Aaron Walker coming out onto the grid to get their warm-up laps underway. Joe Taylor and Zach Ripley on the 2nd row of the grid. Freddie Spindlow and Chris Harnan on the 3rd row. Tom Leben and Oliver Behrman from Alex Lee and Max Meyer. Ed Pearson and Aaron Reshepi. Noah Maton and Lois Delbar. Kimi Abraham and Danny Prinz. Matteo Rubio and Harvey Ryby from William Nicolou and Olivan Fait. Viggo Hjorvard and Patrick Enoch. Francois Delatti and Luca Leistra from Robin Pagnat, Victor Obajanek, Angelo Melli and Miguel Perro-Rozaraga. So as the drivers get themselves up to speed, they are obviously working very hard indeed as they get the tyres and brakes up to temperature once again. These are the last 2 heats of the day for X30 Juniors, so this is their last chance ultimately to get themselves into a good position ready for tomorrow's races. And as we keep mentioning, you score as many points in the heats as the position you come across the line in. So if you score a victory, that's the only exception actually. The victory, you score 0 points. If you finish 2nd, you get 2. 3rd, you get 3. 4th, you get 4. 5th, you get 5, and so on and so on and so on. And basically, the score system works the same as golf. The person with the least points at the end of the day will be the person who starts the pre-final from pole position. The first 28 drivers on the scoreboard are the ones who guarantee their place in those positions for the pre-final. From 29th down to 62nd, although in reality in the juniors it is 54th, I think it is. Because there's only, 56th, I should say, because there are 56 drivers entered. Those drivers will be entered into a second chance heat, and it will be the first 6 drivers across the finish line in that second chance heat that get through to the final. The rest have to go home and try again next time at Castelletto in May. So let's see how the battle will progress. Savannah Santos agrees with me. Karting way better than soccer, a lot more adrenaline. One of the things I really do like about the sport, actually, is that the thing about racing at this level is that with sports such as soccer, basketball, tennis, you get a second chance at having a go at that ultimate shot, that ultimate point, getting that set point or that match point victory. You get other chances. In racing, if your cart breaks down and you're in the barrier, that's it. Game over. Such an amazing challenge for the drivers. Here we go. Edqvist and Walker, Taylor, Ripley, Spindlow, Harnan, and it's a cracking start. Oh, and a big lunge from Edqvist to try and stop his teammate coming through. Taylor's trying to get into the inside line and gets past Walker with assistance from Ripley. And now they're going to get through to turn 2. The field squabbles their way through the first couple of corners up towards turn 3. And Wilgert Edqvist leads the way with Joe Taylor in second place. Are they all going to fit through turn 3? Yes, they do, but only just. Out in front, Joe Taylor already starting to get a bit of a pressure to Wilgert Edqvist as they run up the far side of the circuit. Can Joe Taylor squeeze through on Edqvist into the hairpin? No, he can't. He's going to try his best, but hasn't quite been able to make the deadlock. Third position, Zach Ripley, running very well as they run through on the far side of the circuit. And again, Joe Taylor trying to squeeze past Edqvist, the Swede, hoping to push his way further forward as he runs his way down through the final corner. So he comes his way out onto the main straight once again, back through the throttle. You go through the left-hander and onto the main straight once again, flat on the throttle. Here comes Joe Taylor. He's going to make his bid for the lead. Wilgert Edqvist tries to block him, but Joe Taylor comes through. No problem at all. 7 to go. Taylor is your leader. Edqvist second, or is he? Ripley's going to try and come through. Ripley is not going to get the move. Fourth position, Oliver Behrman's now going to squeeze up the inside of Zach Ripley and goes for third place. Good job from Oliver Behrman. Very good overtake. Further back through the field, and there's some good manoeuvres from various drivers. Luca Leistra and Miguel Perro are trying to fight their way through the field from the back and have already picked off a few drivers. So good to see them making some good moves. But Joe Taylor is your leader. Edqvist is no longer in the lead of the race. He's down to second from Behrman and Ripley. And the rest of the field jostles for position. It is Leben in fifth position on the comp cart for Mark Litchfield Racing. Then it's Aaron Walker down to sixth from Chris Harnan. Then Alex Lee, Max Meyer, Freddie Spindlow, Ed Pearson, Noah Maton and Harvey Ryby making his way up to 13th place. Great drive this from Harvey Ryby as he charges forward a full 5 places from the grid. A much stronger race from Harvey Ryby. His ultimate ambition is the British Touring Car grid, I've been told. He's going about it the right way, making some good moves. 6 laps to go. And on the back straight, they charge up through the left-hander and up through the right-hander. Looks as though we've had a race retirement, unfortunately. It's the Belgian Kimi Abraham who's come off on the end of the first lap and had to park the cart up on the curbs on the exit of the course, so up towards turn 5. So Kimi Abraham is out of the race. But your race leader is Joe Taylor. Then it's Edqvist, Behrman, Ripley, Leben and Walker. Chris Harnan, the Dutchman, is there in 7th place from Alex Lay and Max Meyer. Some really good battles in this field as they continue to battle over the start-finish straight once again. Charging down the straight. Taylor looks behind him. Edqvist is a little bit further back than we might have thought. Second place in front of Behrman and Ripley. Tom Leben running well in 5th. Walker's got some support from Chris Harnan, the Dutchman. Alex Lee is in there in 8th position. Alex Lee. 9th place is Max Meyer, the Spaniard. And then it's Freddie Spindlow in 10th position for the KR Sports Squad in front of Ed Pearson in the 54 for Coles Racing. There's a great battle going on further back as Noah Maton is about to lose a place to Vigor Hjorvard. And I think Vigor did get through on that occasion. So really good tussle. Some brilliant battles at the sharp end. But Joe Taylor leads from Wilgert Edqvist. Then Oliver Behrman and Tom Leben. Now what's happened with Ripley? Ripley has got back in front of Oliver Behrman. So Ripley has made the move into 3rd place and got the job done. Good work from the Evolution driver as he fights his way back into P3. Charging down the straight. Taylor, Edqvist, Ripley, Behrman. 5th place is now the 24 of Tom Leben. Changing teams for this year, Tom Leben, and it seems to be working out perfectly well for him. He's looking so much stronger in 2019, and it's all coming good. A bit of a battle as up the inside, Chris Harnan makes the move to 6th position in front of Aaron Walker, that is. And then Alex Lee is in behind him, Max Meyer and Freddie Spindlow. And then it is going to be Ed Pearson in front of Aaron Reshepi. Lois Delbar and Matteo Rubio are next up in the field. Then it is Noah Maton, Danny Prins, Luca Leistra and Miguel Perro up to 18th place. So through come the leaders. It's still got quite a tight fight for third position with 3 laps to go at the end of this one between Ripley and Behrman. But Joe Taylor made the move on Wilgert Edqvist, it seems, at exactly the right moment and has started to stretch away. He's got enough of a gap to be comfortable, but Wilgert Edqvist, the Swede, is not giving up here. Joe Taylor continues on as up the inside goes Behrman on Ripley. Nicely done through turn 1. A perfect gap, perfect discipline, and very nicely executed. Not a lot Zach Ripley can say about that one. He's just got to dig deep and try again. 5th position, that is Tom Leben. And then in 6th position, a bit of a squabble as Walker tries to get on the inside of Alex Lee. Lee has got through, and Max Meyer's going to make the momentum swing his way to get past Freddie Spindlow. So Max Meyer comes through, and that puts him into P9. Nice bit of driving there from both of them. And they manage to keep out of the war zone. As up on the far side, we've got a new contender for the race victor if Wilgert Edqvist continues to battle away. But Joe Taylor is about to complete lap 6 out of this 8-lap heat. So it's all looking very good from his point of view as he comes out of the final turn. I'm not sure Edqvist is going to catch him on pure speed now just because the gap has opened up enough. But can Zach Ripley snatch third position away from Oliver Behrman? That is a question that needs answering soon. Meanwhile, Alex Lee is battling away with Aaron Walker further back for their position as Max Meyer is trying to get away from the likes of Freddie Spindlow and Ed Pearson fighting for 10th position. But Behrman is 3rd, Ripley is 4th, and Oliver Behrman just trying to stay with the leading 2. Joe Taylor and Wilgert Edqvist. There is the 24 of Tom Leben battling with Chris Harnan. There they come, through to the right-hander. And there's Walker out in front of Lee, Meyer, and then it is Spindlow and Pearson. Then it's Lois Delbar who's come up to 12th position. Lois Delbar in front of Noah Maton and Aaron Reshepi, the Swiss driver. And then it's Danny Prins, Luca Leistra, Matteo Rubio, and Miguel Perro in front of Francois Delatti and Victor Oberjanek, who's come up to 20th place. A bit of a shame for Harvey Ryby. He was right up in, I think the highest he's run in the race is 12th, but he's ended up tumbling away for some unknown reason back down to 20th. And Victor Oberjanek has got through at some stage. Well, Ryby's got back through into 20th, I should say, as we go into the last lap. And it's now or never for Zach Ripley. He knows it. It's his last chance to get a top 3 finish, ready for tomorrow. But for Joe Taylor, a victory now is critical. Leading Wilgert Edqvist in front of the 41 of Oliver Behrman and then Zach Ripley in 4th position. A really exciting battle as they come through on the far side of the circuit. Up through to the strong part of the course. Into the left-hander. Joe Taylor has done enough here in front of Wilgert Edqvist. Zach Ripley may have one last go at Oliver Behrman to sneak up the inside and grab a 3rd place finish. But a 4th place finish is not to be sniffed at. He'll be very happy and solid with the points he scored today in difficult circumstances. But out of the final turn, Joe Taylor is going to cross the finish line and pick up his last race win of the day. And it's also his first. Joe Taylor takes the flag. Good job from him, the Coles Racing driver, putting on a fantastic show. And a really good race from Joe Taylor. Absolutely fantastic. So Joe Taylor beats Wilgert Edqvist to the victory in front of Oliver Behrman and Zach Ripley. Tom Leben is 5th in front of Chris Harnan and Alex Lee. Then Freddie Spindlow, Aaron Walker and Max Meyer. But a spectacular effort from Joe Taylor, really making it come his way in a stellar race. Really good battle, and it was always going to be very tricky to beat this kind of caliber of driver. But Joe Taylor gets the victory in front of Wilgert Edqvist in 2nd. Oliver Behrman is 3rd from Zach Ripley and Tom Leben. Chris Hannon, and then Alex Lee, Freddie Spindlow and Aaron Walker. Max Meyer rounding out the top 10 from Ed Pearson and Noah Maton. Then it is the 13th man, Luca Leistra, charging his way through with Miguel Perro to be 13th and 14th. Aaron Reshepi and Danny Prins, Matteo Rubio and Francois Delatti. Harvey Ryby comes back to 19th in the end from Victor Oberjanek. Lois Delbar and Patrick Enoch. William Nicolou and Olivan Veit. And then it is Viggo Hjorvard, Angelo Melli and Robin Pagnat, with only Kimi Abraham failing to finish the race after being clattered into by somebody on that first lap and pulling off the circuit at turn 5. So a very fast and furious race then in X30 Junior. And they will battle again to do so for Heat 6, which is Junior B versus D. And that's going to be a very competitive group. A lot of Brits at the front end of this race too. It's Josh Rowledge and Liam McNeely who run at the front end of the field for this one. Josh Rowledge for Strawberry Racing And on the inside of Liam McNeely for the Evolution squad, on the front row of the starting grid, Marcus Luzio lines up in third position on the grid. One of the finds of the weekend, it has to be said. Marcus Luzio has been absolutely spectacular in this weekend thus far. A brilliant second place behind Josh Rowledge in his earlier race. He stormed through to second place in the first heat, in his earlier heat, I should say, and has been absolutely brilliant. Just going with him and following in formation, putting on a fantastic job. Alongside him on the grid is Oliver Gray for the Dan Holland Racing Team, who's also been pretty impressive all through the weekend and has pulled off a couple of top 3 finishes already. Heralin Nerodini, the Albanian, who is based in Germany these days, lines up in 5th on the grid. And alongside him on the grid is the Flying Scotsman, Cian Shields, of the Fusion Motorsport squad. And he will be going off the 3rd row of the grid on the outside line. But don't forget, he was the fastest driver of the entire weekend from the practice sessions, 56.673. So if he can get a good start and get himself into a good position, he can get himself into the contention, no problem at all. Jason Young, the Canadian, is now in the 4th row of the grid on the inside line of row 7. In 7th position, as I say, on the inside line of row 4. And he is lined up alongside the Estonian of Ken Oscar Algra. And then it is Archie Walker alongside Alfie Rigby, 2 of the new British faces to the IAME Euro Series paddock, and both very much with a potential to go all the way to the championship title. Ruben Volt, the Estonian, alongside his fellow former mini racer, Nathan Ottink. Those 2 were fighting wheel-to-wheel in minis last year for race victories. Looks like they're going to do so again in juniors in 2019. Ian Aguilera and Jerzy Spinkovic are on the 7th row of the grid from Eloy Gonzalez and Thijs Kleinjen. Then it is Sam Hawthorne and Dan Ginchard on the 9th row of the grid from Dinan Dorkum and Benjamin Fugelsang. And then it is Sam Shaw and Ollie Pilka from Erik Alanis and Lucas Teilman, Hugo Arendi and Albin Carlsen from Mattis Fagbemi and Bart Plug. So a lot of drivers out of position after some difficult qualifying performances. They need to find their way to come back into the positions once again. It's always going to be quite difficult, but the drivers have done an absolutely fantastic battle. So let's see how the driver's done. Sue Griffin is actually having to disappear now, having watched from Bangkok, but says well done to Joseph Taylor and the support team. Hopefully she'll watch tomorrow. I'm sure you will, and you'll have plenty of great race action, and hopefully Joe Taylor can give the Coles Racing team a thoroughly spectacular result. Josh Rowledge, though, alongside with Liam McNeely on the front row of the grid, has already taken a heat victory so far today and will want to do so again a little bit later on. Let's talk you through what has happened in the juniors over the course of the heats if you weren't watching right from the start. Josh Rowledge picked up the victory in the first race of the day ahead of Joe Taylor and Freddie Spindlow. Then it was Oliver Behrman who got the win in front of Chris Harnan and Aaron Walker after, rather sadly, Oliver Gray picked up a penalty. Then it was a victory again for Josh Rowledge in front of Marcus Luzio and the fastest lap of the race from Oliver Behrman. And then in the earlier heat, we saw Joe Taylor take the win over Oliver Gray and Wilgert Edqvist after some really great battles from Joe Taylor. So I was wrong. He's actually taken 2 race victories over the course of the last day. And Josh Rowledge is looking good as well to take another great victory after his performance earlier on. So Josh Rowledge took a win in the first race over Joe Taylor, did so again in the second heat, and is now looking to go for the hat-trick of victories. If he does so, Josh Rowledge, and gets the victory in this race, then effectively that will put him in pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. So from his point of view, a lot is riding on this race, and he will be very expectant for a good result and a good performance. So we'll see what happens and how it all plays out, but it's hopefully going to be a spectacular race battle for him, and hopefully it will all end in a very positive note. So we'll see what happens with this final X30 Junior race of the day. For those who are wanting to tune in tomorrow to see how these heats will play out, well, the first of the races tomorrow is for the juniors in their second chance heat for the drivers who qualify from position 29 to position 56 for the drivers. And that is going to be at 10 o'clock local time here in Belgium. On the live stream, we will start at 10 o'clock with the juniors' second chance heat. We'll also have the seniors' second chance heat straight after that for the drivers who qualify from positions 29th through to 62 from the heats today. And those who are 63rd onwards will have the MG Cup one-off race, which is 11 laps long, and the winner of that can have a little bit of pride to take home with them. Then we will move on to the pre-finals, which will start at 11 o'clock local time here at Mariembourg in Belgium. And then there will be the lunch break before the stream reopens again for the drivers to get onto the circuit for about 1:15, I think it will be local time that we'll be streaming from. And there'll be great races all the way through the day as they battle away for supremacy. So there's the timetable for the rest of the day's action. The race that's about to take place is Heat 6 of the juniors, Group B versus Group D. So we'll have 4 races after that one, the mini, the shifter, and the 2 senior heats that close out the day's action in what is turning into a much cooler day actually now. The patch of clouds that's hiding the sun is making the circuit quite chill and a little bit breezy. So when it comes back, hopefully, when those clouds move out of the way again, we will get a little bit more heat onto the circuit once again. It's got a little bit chilly, but this is absolutely perfect conditions for those tyres, of course, for these karts, because they will like the track to be a little bit cooler. And obviously, with the sun not able to beat down directly on the circuit like it was before, tucked away behind those clouds, it's perfect for the tyres. So the drivers, once they're in the kart pushing for the victory, will actually probably prefer the fact that the karts are not going to be pushing the heat of the tyres quite as much as they were before. And as I say that, the clouds move apart and the sun starts to come back out onto the circuit once again. Commentators curse. Sorry, all the drivers. But it's going to be Josh Rowledge and Liam McNeely on the front row of the grid from Marcus Lizio and Oliver Gray. Those 4 drivers all have a genuine chance to go for the victory in this one. It's looking pretty exciting as things currently play out. Cian Shields there. You can see him in the Fusion Motorsport kart, 6th position on the grid. He's come away from today so far with an 8th and a 4th, but he is still the fastest driver on the circuit. Some interesting fastest laps through the day I've been looking for, actually. Ruben Volt got the fastest lap in the first heat. Then it was Ollie Pilker who did so in the next one. Then Oliver Behrman came up trumps in the next heat, and then it was Ken Oscar Algra in the 4th heat. So none of the drivers who won the races in the previous 4 heats actually came through to take the fastest lap of the race. I don't know why that's interesting. It just is. So Josh Rowledge, Liam McNeely on the front row of that grid from Marcus Lizio and Oliver Gray. Then Helena Nerodini and Cian Shields. Then Jason Young, Ken Oscar Algra, Archie Walker and Alfie Rigby. That is a ultra-competitive top 10. And I'm really excited to see how that battle plays out. Here we go. They're going to be sent out onto the grid and they will go racing for 8 laps around this Karting de Fagnes circuit here in Mariembourg in Belgium. And they will be sent out bang on 16:40, which is exactly now. Told you. Like clockwork. That's how brilliant the IAME Euro Series is. A great team of people making sure everything runs shipshape and Bristol fashion. Josh Rowledge and Liam McNeely on the front row of the grid then from Marcus Lizio and Oliver Gray. Herelyn Nerodini and Cian Shields from Jason Young and Ken Oscar Algra. Archie Walker and Alfie Rigby. Then Ruben Volt and Nathan Ottink, Ian Aguilera and Jose Spinkovic. Eloy Gonzalez and Thijs Kleinion. Sam Hawthorne and Daniel Ginchard from Dinan Dokum and Benjamin Fugelsang. Sam Shaw and Ollie Pilker. Eric Alanis and Lucas Teilman. Hugo Arendi and Albin Carlsen from Mattis Fagbemi and Bart Plug. 28 drivers from all over the world battling away to compete for the top spot in the X30 Junior Brigade. This time tomorrow, we will know who has won the first round of the IAME Euro Series. We've got a lot of races to go to get there still. This is the last heat for the X30 Juniors, though. Once all of the signed, sealed and deliveries jobs are done with the final results of each of the heats, we will have a confirmation as to who will be on pole position. But as long as Josh Rowledge stays in front and holds off the attentions of the 27 other drivers behind him in this race, he will be pole position. Having taken 2 heat victories already, Josh Rowledge is best placed to get himself into the top spot, ready for the pre-final. He said this year, this is my year. He is the leading seed coming into this season, as all of the drivers in front of him have either stepped up to seniors or gone on to different challenges. But Josh Rowledge, this is his opportunity, and he knows it. He wants to make good use of it as they battle away for the victory. Now, it looks as though we've had a breakdown on the run to the first corner. That's Marcus Lizio! Marcus Luzio's broken down at turn 1. Marcus Luzio, the cart has come off at the first corner and broken down before the race has even begun. Oh, Marcus Luzio, heartbreaking. In a major weekend, when he is breaking through and showing everybody what he can do, Marcus Luzio is a spectator for this race. That is agony. Starting from third position on the grid, had things worked out his way, that is bitter, cruel luck. So it's been a bittersweet weekend, essentially, for Marcus Luzio. He's shown the world what he can do, but he can't do it in the last race. So that is devastating for Luzio. But the race will continue without him. Rowledge, McNeely, Gray, Nerodini, Shields, Leung, Algra. Here we go. And it's a cracking start from the front from Rowledge. McNeely again trying to go right round the outside. But this time it's going to be Herolin Nerodini who charges through to second position with a little bit of support in there from, that looks to me like Oliver Gray still trying to get through. Jason Leung in the mix there as well. Kian Shields tucks in behind Oliver Gray as they run through in the top 6. But it seems very cruel indeed for Marcus Luzio to be sat there. Oh, we've got somebody go off in the first corner barriers as well. Somebody's gone off into the barriers. Now, who is that that's not come through? I think that's Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw has not come through, and he is now at Marshall Post 2. So, unfortunately, there's always going to be somebody that gets spat out to the scenery. But on this occasion, I'm afraid to say it is Sam Shaw for the BKC Racing Team, who is off at turn 1. That is a real shame. So here come the leaders. Josh Rowledge is through and leads the way comfortably. Liam McNeely is going to get a little bit of a pass from his teammate at Evolution, Herolin Nerodini. So they now are second and third, those two. Oh no, that's McNeely getting through on Nerodini. Sorry. Evolution 2 and 3 now. Fourth place, that is Jason Young. And then it is Oliver Gray and Kian Shields. So the absence of Marcus Luzio has actually thrown quite a few spanners into the works. But disaster for Sam Shaw, who cannons into the barriers on the edge of turn 1. That's a real shame from his point of view. He would have wanted to have a much better race than that. But it's a very short one, unfortunately, for him. Josh Rowledge leads the way. McNeely second. Nerodini third. Then it's Young, Gray, Shields, Algra, Ruben Volt, Aaron Walker. Archie Walker. I've done it again. Confused the two of them. So sorry. Archie Walker in 9th position. And then it's Ian Aguilera from Thijs Kleinian, who's made his way up to 11th place. Then Sam Hawthorne, Eloy Gonzalez, Alfie Rigby, and Dan Ginchard. So a cracking start. Lots of good battles through the field. And that's Jason Young trying to defend at the moment from Oliver Gray. Gray's going to come up the inside. Goes for 4th position. Does he finish the move? Yes, he does, but not without hesitance from Leung. Leung is going to try and come back at Oliver Gray, who goes very deep into the next apex corner. Leung is going to get back alongside. Watch out for Kian Shields. He might be able to get past as well. Leung is through. Shields is through. Good bit of driving there from Kian Shields. He reacted to this situation very well indeed. And now for the lead, that's Liam McNeely. McNeely takes the lead from Josh Rowledge. So it's Evolution leading the way. Liam McNeely gets the lead from Josh Rowledge. Now, I'm fairly sure that's one of the first times today Josh Rowledge has not been leading a race. So Rowledge out in front for a short period, but Liam McNeely is now your race leader as they come off the final turn. Rowledge is going to get a bit of a challenge from the second Evolution cart now. Here comes Herolin Nerodini. But Josh Rowledge is going to take the lead straight back again before that. And Herolin Nerodini is going to get through on his teammate Liam McNeely. So he gets through as well. So Rowledge leads, Nerodini second, and McNeely is now third. Then comes Leung and Kian Shields in 5th. Bit of a moment there as there's a scrap away with Archie Walker. He manages to get through on the inside of the 69. That is Ian Aguilera, the Mexican, as Ty Kleinian comes through for the fastest lap of the race. And whoops, there goes number 34 going wide there over the grass. Now that is Thijs Kleinian, the man who has just set the fastest lap of the race. This one won't be his fastest. So they come through. Josh Rowledge back in front. Herolin Nerodini, the Albanian, in second place, now based in Germany. So races under a German licence. McNeely in third. Then it is Jason Young, Kian Shields, Oliver Gray, Ruben Volt in 7th for Estonia. Then his countryman, Ken-Oscar Algra. And then it's Archie Walker and Ian Aguilera over the line. 4 laps down, 4 to go. Half distance. Josh Rowledge being hunted down by Herolin Nerodini and Liam McNeely. Jason Young in 4th. Kian Shields is still right there behind them trying to find a way through to come up into 4th position himself. But that is quite a tough wall to break through, isn't it? The evolution, second and third, of Herolin Neradini and Liam McNeely. Oh, and there's a big spin further back as into the barriers into turn 2. Contact with 2 of them and a very damaged cart for the 22 of Eric Alanis. And he's come together with Thijs Kleinian. Well, you can hear that cart's not going any further, can't you? Eric Alanis is going to have to come back to the pits and retire with big, big damage to that cart. So Eric Alanis, unfortunately, is going to be out of the race. And Thijs Kleinian, unfortunately, is the one who's come together with him, having previously been the fastest man on the track. Oh, dear. That cart is literally in bits. Down the start-finish line. 3 laps to go. And up the inside goes Jason Young. Where's he come from? While we were watching that, Young has clearly got into third, and now he's gone into second. Jason Young, the Canadian, is having a superb race. So it's Josh Rowledge leading. Jason Young now second. The Canadian putting on a fantastic effort and having a great race. As now, further back, we've got a bit of a battle between the 32 of Ruben Volt and his teammate Archie Walker. So Volt gets through past Walker as they jostle away. That's Dan Ginchard just going through the shot as he battles away with the likes of Joza Spinkovic. So Archie Walker is making some good impressions on his teammate Ruben Volt, but not quite able to run away from him at the moment. 2 laps to go nearly, as Josh Rowledge is now leading Jason Young, Herolin Neradini and Oliver Gray, who has got past Liam McNeely on this lap. Cian Shields is down to 6th position, so Oliver Gray making a great fight back. 2 laps to go. Here comes Jason Young for the lead, and the Canadian gets through into the lead of the race with 2 laps to go. Great work, but Josh Rowledge is going to come straight back at him. Jason Young decides to hang back. Waits for a move to come back through into turn 3. Rowledge is going to hug that inside line. Leung is going to get him on the switchback. No, he doesn't. He hangs back in the end. So Leung knows where Josh Rowledge is going to be vulnerable, and he's learnt a lot from that manoeuvre. Neradini third, Oliver Gray fourth. Wait a minute, is that Oliver Gray in third? It is. Oliver Gray's come through to third. Now he's going to go for second. Jason Leung resists him. Good bit of defence from Leung. So he's held on to his opportunity to go for Josh Rowledge, but he needs to have a really strong second end to the lap now. And hopefully he'll have one more crack at Josh Rowledge for the victory. But Rowledge is determined. He's going to win all 3 heats. He really wants to come through and get this one as they go into the final lap. Rowledge has got Jason Leung behind him. Third is Gray. Fourth is McNeely. Then it's Neradini, Shields, Algra, Volt, Hawthorne. Leung has a go. Tries to have a look at Josh Rowledge. He's not going to get through there. Oliver Gray's going to have another attempt. Oliver Gray's going to try and come right round the outside and then get the slingshot on Jason Leung. He's going to work with Jason Leung to try and get up the inside of Rowledge. Now he's going to try and get the move himself. It's not going to work. McNeely coming around the outside gets into third position. Well, Oliver Gray should have been a little bit more forceful to try and get Jason Leung on the inside of Josh Rowledge, but Leung has other ideas. He's going to try and tag onto the back of Josh Rowledge. Maybe he can get the move into the next left-hander. He's not close enough. He might get a charge in the final turn as Gray gets back on top of Liam McNeely in the final couple of corners. But Rowledge is going to get the victory in front of Jason Leung. Absolutely brilliant drive from the Canada superstar Jason Leung. But Josh Rowledge makes it 3 from 3. And Josh Rowledge will be delighted. He will be pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. Josh Rowledge can be absolutely ecstatic with his job today. 3 races and 3 victories mean he scores a 0 score, which is exactly what he wanted. You score 0 for a victory, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fifth, 4 for fourth, and so on and so on. So with no points on the board, it's just like golf. You want the lowest score possible from the heats. So Rowledge takes his 3rd heat win in a row and pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. Jason Leung fights to a fantastic 2nd place. Oliver Gray is 3rd from Liam McNeely. Ken Oscar Algra and Herolin Neradini are next from Ruben Volt and Cian Shields. Archie Walker and Ollie Pilker fights back to 10th again. Sam Hawthorne doing a great job in 11th ahead of Ian Aguilera. Then Eloy Gonzalez and Alfie Rigby. Dan Ginchard and Nathan Ottink. Dinan Dokum and Joza Spinkovic. From Bart Plug up to 19th and Ben Fugelsang in 20th. Then Hugo Arendi, Lucas Tyerman, Albin Carlson and Thijs Kleinian in front of the last man in, Mattis Fagbeni. And then Eric Alanis, who had that problem earlier on, you saw. And then, unfortunately, Marcus Luzio failed to start. And Sam Shaw didn't get further than the first corner. Big disaster for them, but it now brings us to the next class, which is going to be the last race of the day for the X30 Mini contingent. And they've been absolutely superb all day long with the previous two races. And again, it looks like there is yet another man who is going to charge his way through for a fantastic performance from 3 race wins out of 3. And that is Freddie Slater, who came through for a victory in the first heat in front of Sebastian Ng and René Lammers, the Dutchman, with Leo Robinson ahead of Edu Robinson and Guillermo Delgado in the final reckoning. Heat 2, well, the winner didn't change. Freddie Slater was in front of René Lammers. The gap, however, did change. Race 1, he was 2.8 seconds clear. Race 2, he was a full 5 seconds clear. René Lammers in second from Leo Robinson. Sascha van de Pad Bosch was fourth in front of Guillermo Delgado and Paul Cajos. So if Freddie Slater does the same job again, he will be just like Josh Rowledge in the sense that he will win all 3 of his heats, and that will give him pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. But there's plenty of drivers in this grid worth keeping an eye on. Alongside Freddie Slater is his teammate Guillermo Delgado, the Spaniard. René Lammers of the Netherlands is on 3rd position on the grid. Alongside him is the Spanish boy wonder Paul Cajos, who's not had a lot of luck from the outside line. Then Sascha van de Pad Bosch, who is doing a good job in the 5th position kart, the Paralin chassis. Sebastiano Pavan is in 3rd row of the grid alongside him, the Italian, who's hoping to have much more luck from this race than he did previously. He's had a miserable weekend so far. A 7th place and then a DNF in the previous race means that Sebastiano Pavan is going to have to fight his way through from the next pre-final. But then alongside, on the 4th row of the grid, we have Sebastian Ng of Panama and the Filipino racer William Go. And then it is Leo Robinson and Edu Robinson who will take up the 5th row of the starting grid. A reminder that the Robinsons are not in the same family. They are just in the same team. But Leo and Edu are together in row 5. Clement Autran is on row 6 on the inside line. The Frenchman joins Alfie Slater, who is the younger brother of Freddie, on the 6th row of the grid. Then Zico Hopkins-Collis, the Australian, lines up beside the Spaniard Lucas Flusha for Praga, España. Then it is Thomas Strovan, Louis Leveau, the Dane. Adrian Ferrer is on the 9th row of the grid for Spain, alongside the Dutchman Dylan Visser. And then another of the Spaniards, Bogdanian Odbrea, is on the 10th row of the grid in 19th, alongside the Belgian Thibaut Romakas. Then it is Thibaut Gelade and Julian Jägers on the 11th row of the grid from Henk Junior Voigt. And alongside him is the Portuguese star Maria Germano Nito. Rodrigo Seabra is on the 13th row of the grid for Portugal. Then Artur Vassort. Then it is Luna Flusha, one of the youngest in the field. The Spanish girl is beside Freddie Housley. And then it is Niels Delors and Patrice Kovalevsky, the 2 Belgians, the latter of which didn't get a single qualifying lap in the heat at all in the qualifying session yesterday, I should say, on the timed session due to a mechanical problem. And we've had a message come in from Sonia Borges. Good luck, my sweet child, Maria Germano Nito. Love you. So sweet, isn't it? Lovely. She's obviously watching to see how Maria Germano Nito gets on. The answer is very admirably indeed. She didn't have the greatest of qualifying sessions yesterday, and despite the trials and tribulations, has actually been going very well indeed. Has acquitted herself very well through the field, made some good overtakes. Speaking of girls making good overtakes, Luna Flusha has been absolutely brilliant today, and I'm sure that Papa Flusha is going to be very, very excited with her performance today. She's done such a good job and turned such a developmental corner in a very short space of time as well. So good to see her making some progress through the field. There's been a lot of good performances in the minis today, to be fair. Freddie Slater, of course, taking 2 heats goes without saying. Sebastian Ng, the Panamanian, has really stepped up to the plate and been one of the strong chargers of today. His 2nd place in Heat 1 is testament to that. René Lammers on pure 1-lap pace appears to be one of the only drivers who can really handle Freddie Slater today. And he has got a 2nd place and a 3rd place over the course of the race meeting. So if he gets one more of those, he's almost certainly going to line up on the front row of the grid for the pre-final beside Freddie Slater. Guillermo Delgado and Paul Cajos have been 2 of the strong Spaniards up at the front end of the Mini X30 field. They've both given a very good performance today. Sebastiano Pavan would be up there had he not had a little bit more luck come his way. He was 7th in race 1 with a difficult start and then had to fight his way back to supremacy, and then a DNF in race 2 has really compromised his weekend. But the Italian is hoping to charge back through the pace once again. Sacha van Bosch has been quite close to his countrymen as they run at the front end of the field. Sebastian Ng and William Goh we've already mentioned, but William Goh in particular has been very impressive after his one or two appearances last year in the 2018 campaign. Here in 2019, the first round of the championship, having switched teams, William Goh seems happier, seems more content with his lot, and he's definitely making massive steps of progress, and that's always very promising to see. A few other talents to keep an eye on, obviously Leo and Edu Robinson, the teammates in the Fusion stable, not brothers, just very, very close chums. Alfie Slater, on the 6th row of the grid beside the Frenchman Clément Doutran, has definitely proven to be one of the star turns since Valencia. He had some good performances in qualifying, but never quite enough to be towards the sharp end. This time, though, Alfie Slater in qualifying gained about 0.7 of a second or so, but he still needs really to get the feeling for handling himself in a crowd, and that's where he's ended up losing just a little bit of his pace, but there's still plenty of that to find, and it's very early days, of course, for young Alfie Slater. Zico Hopkins-Collis proving that 4 wheels is the future of the Hopkins family, rather than the 2 wheels that have been part of their family history for the last 50 years or so. But Zico Hopkins-Collis, the Australian, doing a fair job indeed. Lucas Flusha, he's been very frustrated and fed up for most of the last 2 days. You've got to remember this is a kid who was battling for the IAME Valencia Winter Cup last season, and he's had some difficulties over the course of the last 48 hours, but he never gives up, does Lucas Flusha. He's always got a smile on his face. He always tries to push for a little bit more, and he will hopefully make his way back through over the course of the last 3 Mini X30 races of the weekend. Louis Laveau is one driver who's definitely giving me a lot to talk about. The Dane is charging his way through from that 16th position on the grid. In the first 2 races, he was certainly right up towards the sharp end, and he's making it very, very entertaining to watch. Adrian Ferrer and Bogdan Ionut-Bria, 2 of the frustrated Spaniards, trying to get themselves back up the order. It's not easy in this field when you've got so many drivers to race against. There is William Goh, the Filipino driver for Fusion Motorsport. The will to win on the back of his helmet there. He's certainly got that. And the youngster is making some great progress in this category. There's young Alfie Slater getting a big boost from his mechanic. And just in behind, Edu Robinson. The Fusion talent, there's a lot of great stars in this particular field for the Mini X30 Brigade. And you get the feeling that this championship is only going to grow and grow as the season progresses. But there's some amazing talents on this grid this time. Further down the order, we should see some progress again from Julian Jägers, the Dutchman, along with Maria Gemananito, Rodrigo Seabra and Luna Flusha. Hopefully the problems that Freddie Housley had a little earlier on in the weekend have now gone away from him, and he can get back to the pace we're used to seeing from him. Patrice Kovalevsky has charged his way through the field twice now in the previous 2 heats, having not got any qualifying laps at all in on Friday. So let's see what this 3rd and final qualifying heat is going to give us from the Minis as they get going once again, and we'll run around the circuit for 2 laps to warm up the tyres and brakes before we race for the 3rd and last time today of the 5 races this weekend. Freddie Slater and Guillermo Delgado on the front row of the starting grid from René Lammers and Paul Cayos, Sacha van Bosch and Sebastiano Pavan, Sebastian Ng and William Goh from Leo Robinson and Edu Robinson. Clément Doutran and Alfie Slater, Zico Hopkins-Collis and Lucas Flusha, Thomas Strovan and Louis Laveau, Adrian Ferrer and Dylan Visser, Bogdan Ionut-Bria and Thibaut Romakas, and then it is Thibaut Gillard and Julian Jägers from Henk Junior Voigt and Maria Gemananito, Rodrigo Seabra and Artur Vassot, Luna Flusha, Freddie Housley, Niels Lelaw and Patrice Kovalevsky. So as the drivers work their way around the circuit, they've obviously got to do the same as they did before. Warm up the tyres and brakes, get themselves into a good position. There is a lot of stress and strain on these guys at this level. You've got to remember that this is all very high pressure, and the drivers are obviously in some of the top teams in the world, battling away for supremacy and obviously trying to work themselves to the front. It's never easy to get this right. But no matter how much pressure they put on themselves, they've just all got to remember the same thing. If it's not fun, it's not worth doing. It's a really, really tough sport, this, and you've got to be absolutely in the big discipline. You've got to have good racecraft, good mental capacity, good strength. And one of the things that's really great about the IAME Euro Series paddock is that it is fun. And the drivers do have a hell of a lot of fun when they go out onto the circuit and when they're in the paddock afterwards. There's a lot of great incentives to keep them occupied and keep them happy over the course of the weekend. And there's lots of reasons to keep the families and the teams happy as well. There is 933, The Wolf, Rodrigo Seabra, the Portuguese star. Their hashtag, if you want to go searching for them and subscribe to their social pages, is hashtag Unleash the Wolf. And hopefully Rodrigo is going to get faster and faster until eventually he will be knocking on the door of podiums every time. But at the front, Freddie Slater and Guillermo Delgado will make it an all-Fusion Motorsport front row. So far, Freddie Slater has made light work of the start, although in race 1, earlier on, the first qualifying heat, it was Rennie Lammers who charged through from the second row of the grid to overtake both Slater and Delgado by charging up the middle and just carrying the pace around the outside. But with these karts being slower and slightly smaller and definitely slightly narrower, you can fit a few more of them through that first corner. So we could see an electric start here once again. Slater, Delgado, Lammers, Kaios, Van Padbosch, Pavan, NG, go. They're going to come through the corridors once again. It's a perfect start and away we go. Into the first corner. Freddie Slater's going to hold his line to Rennie Lammers, who gets into second position through turn 1. Sasha Van Padbosch is trying to get through on the inside of Guillermo Delgado. Lammers, a little bit of a nudge there on the back of Freddie Slater as he tries to come through. Paul Kaios is having an amazing run round the outside. Into third position, now trying to come through to second. Round the outside of Rennie Lammers. Paul Kaios is having an amazing first lap. Up into third position, make that second if he keeps this run going on. Rennie Lammers squeezing him from round the outside. Paul Kaios is having an amazing start. Unfortunately, he's run a little bit deep there. Can he hold third round the outside from Guillermo Delgado? No, but my goodness, Paul Kaios has come straight out of the blocks like a greyhound. Storms his way through and up into fourth position. He was around the outside losing ground and tucked himself back up the order and came on the outside line and found the grip. So having initially started fourth, he was losing ground and then just stuck it round the outside and said, no, I'm not losing these places, thank you. Down the straight, Freddie Slater leads the way. Lammers and Delgado. Then it is the 915 of Leo Robinson, who has charged his way back into fourth place in front of Paul Kaios. But Delgado is going to try and get the move on Rennie Lammers to try and move his way further forward. But Slater has got the lead he wanted over Rennie Lammers, thanks to Paul Kaios trying to work his way through. And there goes Sebastian NG. The Panamanian gets through on Paul Kaios, and now Edu Robinson is going to come through, and he gets past Paul Kaios as well. Perhaps a little too much too soon from the Spanish boy wonder. But now it's going to be Sebastiano Pavan who's going to try and make his move to come through, as Sasha Van Padbosch is going to be the next one to have a look at Paul Kaios. But Freddie Slater is running very well in front of Rennie Lammers and Guillermo Delgado. But Freddie Slater, this is the thing, once he gets into the lead of a race and gets a little bit of a gap, he just settles down into a rhythm, and it seems as though nobody can get near him once he's out in front. So here he comes over the line once again. Slater leads at the end of lap 2. 5 laps to go. Here comes Guillermo Delgado, and up the inside goes Sebastian NG on Leo Robinson into fourth place. A great run from the Panamanian. And here, another move coming up a little bit further back as well. That's Sebastiano Pavan trying to take on Paul Kaios. So Sebastiano Pavan is trying to make the move to get up into 7th position, as up the inside for 9th place comes Lucas Flusha with a brilliant move on Sasha Van Padbosch. So Lucas Flusha into turn 3. There he is, the 937, the Praga Espana kart, doing an amazing job. And that's going to be side by side further back as the 923 Adrian Ferrer battles it out with Thomas Stravan, the Belgian. But out in front, still no change for Slater. But second position is going to get close now, as Lammers, Delgado, NG, and Leo Robinson are going to have an amazing 4-way scrap by the look of it for second position. Freddie Slater's allowed to run away and hide. So far, so good for him as he runs through down the home straight. The second place battle coming through. This looks like a good run from Delgado. He may get the run on Lammers here. And NG is not going to wait around for long either. Not going to make the move into turn 1. They get back on the power and up towards turn 2. Is this going to be a good charge through for the hairpin? Another opportunity as Lammers goes a little bit deep. But is this a chance for Delgado? It is. He's going to put his nose on the inside. Lammers runs deep on the power. Round on the outside, though, and holds onto the place. Now, Sebastian NG is going to get compromised if he sits behind Delgado too long. He'll want to try and go for the move. And Leo Robinson might assist him in the order to come through into third position. Here goes NG. In fact, he's going to try and make another move. That's not going to work. Now it does on the exit, but that's cost them quite a bit of time to Lammers. But NG is through into third place. Not a lot that Delgado and Robinson can do about it. In fact, Leo Robinson has actually got through into 4th position as a result of that. So Guillermo Delgado has slipped back into P5. Then it is Edu Robinson from Sebastiano Pavan, Lucas Flusha now in front of Paul Kaios, and then it is Zascha Van Pad Bosch, William Go, Zico Hopkins Collis, and then it is Alfie Slater doing a good job in 13th from Clement Autran, Thomas Strovan, Thibaut Ramakas, Dylan Visser, Adrian Ferrer, Julian Jägers, and Thibaut Jalada. So some good battles in the field as the drivers are continuing to find that ultimate speed. René Lammers still runs in second. Look at this train of 6 carts all the way down to Sebastiano Pavan in 7th place. Lammers, NG, Robinson, Delgado, Edu Robinson and Sebastiano Pavan all for second position this, and it could go anybody's way in this run of drivers as Leo Robinson makes his move up the inside. Oh, contact! Leo Robinson battles with Nenji, and they both go to the back of the field now, so that is going to be Delgado into 3rd, Edu Robinson through into 4th, and Sebastiano Pavan up into 5th place as Robinson and NG go down the order. Lucas Flusha has made his way between them, so he's now into 7th place. Sebastian NG down to 8th position. It just looked as though Leo Robinson didn't quite finish off the move, and the two of them tangled, Leo Robinson and Sebastian NG. 2 laps to go for Slater. Lammers, Delgado. Here comes Robinson. A nice move up the inside for Eddie Robinson, and he's through to 3rd position. Sebastiano Pavan now trying to do the same move on Guillermo Delgado to turn 2. Hasn't quite managed to. Freddie Slater's already through turn 3 as they head to the braking zone for turn 3. But there is Lammers in 2nd place in front of Edu Robinson, Guillermo Delgado, Sebastiano Pavan. And then it is Leo Robinson from Lucas Flusha, Paul Kaios, Sebastian NG, and Sascha Van Bad Bosch. So the top 10 still running quite strongly. This second place battle's not over. Up the inside goes Edu Robinson. Lammers goes over the grass. And that's going to be Guillermo Delgado through into 3rd position. And I think Pavan may get a run on Lammers too. Well, it's all come unstuck for Lammers. And there goes Sebastiano Pavan in through to the 4th position spot he was after. So Sebastiano Pavan through into P4. René Lammers just take it to the grass. He didn't really have an alternative. Otherwise, he would have gone and spun the cart. But out in the lead, it's Freddie Slater, and it's a fusion 1, 2, 3 as Edu Robinson runs 2nd and Guillermo Delgado runs 3rd. Edu Robinson protecting that inside line for 2nd place. Guillermo Delgado wants 2nd place away from him, though, as they battle 1, 2, and 3, the fusion squad. Watch out for Sebastiano Pavan. He's the danger man in 4th position. The Italian is finally having a race that he deserves, and he's going to try and come around the outside as the Fusion drivers battle for the inside line. There's an amazing squabble for 7th place behind them, and it's led by Paul Kaios and Lucas Flusha, who are having a terrific scrap amongst the two of them. That's the Fernando Alonso Racing Team versus the Praga España squad. Up the inside goes Pavan on Delgado. Not enough room to get by. So tight, but up in front, Freddie Slater is going to come down through the final few corners and grab his 3rd win in a row. Pole position to 3 heat wins means that Freddie Slater is in commanding fashion. Here they come. Freddie Slater makes it 3 wins out of 3 and a brilliant start to the weekend for him. Edu Robinson comes home for 2nd and he puts 2 hands in the air. He is delighted. That is Edu Robinson's best ever finish in the IAME Euro Series, and he can be totally and utterly delighted with it. Delgado is 3rd. Leo Robinson is 4th. The team are 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the end then, from Sebastiano Pavan in 5th. René Lammers recovers to 6th. From Sebastian NG, Paul Kaios, Lucas Flusha, and William Go. But Freddie Slater, dominant today, dominant yesterday. He could keep it up tomorrow. Fusion 1, 2, 3, 4 then for Slater, Edu Robinson, Guillermo Delgado and Leo Robinson. Then it's Pavan, Lammers, NG and Paul Kaios, Lucas Flusha and William Go from Zascha Van Pad Bosch and Zico Hopkins Collis. In 13th, it is Clement Autran from Thomas Stravan and Alfie Slater. Dylan Visser and Thibaut Ramakas. Patrice Kovalevsky fights back to 18th in front of Julian Jägers and Louis Laveau. Bogdanian Odbria is in front of Adrian Ferrer. Luna Flusha comes up 4 places in front of Thibaut Jalad. Hank Junior Voigt and Rodrigo Seabra from Freddie Housley and Maria Gemononito. Then Artur Vassort and Niels Leloa. All 30 of them came home, and they were separated by 30 seconds. You can't say much fairer than that, can you? Not bad at all. So just 3 races left to go on the programme here. as we have the third and final heat for the shifter contingent, and then the 2 remaining senior heats for the day. You can just see in the background the reigning European champion for shifters. That is Thierry Del Rey, racing here on home soil. The beloved Mach 1 chassis, as he continues his challenge. We've had 2 very different races over the course of the first one. We saw the 3 Spirit Racing carts essentially take a decent position out in the front and check out with mechanical failures for the likes of Dionysis Liveris and Thierry Del Rey. And then we saw a rather dramatic second race where we saw that battle between Michel Biffiger and Thierry Del Rey eventually end in a little bit of a tainted finish as the 2 of them ended up colliding, and Thierry Del Rey and Michel Biffiger going for a bit of a spin. Biffiger continued, but Del Rey would have to retire from the race in a very disappointing end to his status. Dionysus Liveris was having some technical problems right from the start, and that meant that the podium was a 1-2 for the team at Spirit once again. Philip Seaver in front of Kevin Luddy. And the man who finished up in third position was the local man, Erik Hellemans. And he will be very happy with that, as that definitely gives him something to smile about heading into this last race of the day, which is the 6th position starting point for him. But a really good result. So let's see how the drivers are going to go into this third and final race of the day for the youngsters. Well, we've had the youngsters for the juniors and the minis. Now we're going to have the senior contingent once again. The shifters are now coming out onto the circuit. They can start racing in this category from the age of 15. And these karts that can get to a top speed of about 145 kilometers an hour around this circuit are obviously going to find it very tricky. But there's going to be some brilliant race action to come in this third and final race of the day for the shifters. Just remember that these are the fastest karts of the weekend. They can go very quickly indeed, and their acceleration off the line is similar to the top-end hypercars, and they will run on the front end of the grid and battle away to that first corner with only 20 metres to get to turn 1. So you can see some pretty spicy starts in this shifter category. But the good thing is we will see a lot of exciting racers charge their way through to the front. From the front row of the grid, it's going to be Kevin Luddy, the Swiss driver who's had 2 second places now from the first 2 races. But he's very much a championship contender. Looks like he could have the package to get the European title won this year. But alongside him on the grid from qualifying is the Greek star Dionysis Liveris. And he did a very good job to get himself into this position. So we'll see, hopefully, if the mechanical sympathy of the car continues for this third race and he gets a better run, then hopefully it will go much better for him. Third on the grid is the man who's won both of the previous heats, Philip Seaver. Managed to get himself into the lead with a spectacular start in the first heat of the day, all the way back, goodness me, about 5-6 hours ago now. And the second race, he had to fight for it. He was not quite able to overhaul Kevin Luddy at the start, but he managed to tag onto the back of him fairly quickly through the first couple of corners, and then eventually got into the lead at the midway point of the first lap, and has never really looked back from there. So 2 wins out of 2 for Philip Seaver, and he wants to make it 3 to put himself in pole position. Alongside him on the grid is the European champion, Thierry Del Rey, who is here on home soil, wanting to get the championship defence off to a good start. And the news hasn't been good, to be fair. He's had a very tricky start to his campaign. The first heat, he had a mechanical problem that developed shortly after the start, and he ended up having to peel off into the pits and retire. Then, when things were coming good, he was in third position, battling away with Michel Biffiger. Biffiger got past him, and then he made the retaliating move and was right alongside him, but the two of them banged wheels, and they ended up spitting themselves off the circuit, and it was Del Rey, unfortunately, on this occasion, who came off worse. So he ended up retiring from the race a second time. So it was not very good from his point of view. So hopefully this third heat will give him a better opportunity to charge forward. Then in fifth position on the grid, it is Michel Biffiger, the man who ended up in that incident with Thierry Del Rey. But obviously he's going to have a really interesting challenge from this point on to try and maintain his position. Then in sixth position on the starting grid, it was Erik Hellemans, It will be Eric Hellemans, I should say, and he's already had a podium finish today, so good to see him fighting his quarter on home soil. And behind him on the starting grid is going to be Laurent Malice, the younger member of the Del Rey Racing Mach 1 squad. And so they will be putting everything behind that particular charge to put him further up the order. But Laurent Malice is still very new to the team. He made his debut for them in the European Series paddock in Valencia in Spain back in February. And it's not the easiest kart to get used to if you're a new boy. So you've got to give him time to get used to it before he can really put on his best possible show. So the drivers are getting themselves ready to go on this warm-up lap that will be coming up, 2 laps around the circuit. Let's not forget that there's going to be some really good battles for the drivers coming up in the senior categories just after this one at 5:40, and then at 6 o'clock, the last 2 races of the day that will decide the fate for the remaining senior drivers as they battle away for position in these last 2 heats. It's going to be a very tough challenge and a tough battle for those drivers, but we're going to have to see what they can come up with in these last few races of the day. So it will be a 7-kart race. It's not a lot, but it is shifters, so it should still be a really good battle, and we'll see some really good runs from the drivers as they continue to fight for supremacy, and continue, particularly from the Spirit Racing team. It is still going to be a very fast battle, and we'll see a lot of great racers charge their way forward. But there's plenty of action to come, even from this shifter race. There may only be 7 of them, but the first 2 races were still particularly exciting. It's gearbox racing. There's always something particularly interesting about it. And the lap times have been showing us just how fast you can go around this circuit in a kart. 54 seconds for the fastest race times of the weekend. I think a couple of times in the weekend, one of the drivers might have got underneath the 54-second barriers. Probably in the practice session, that might have been the case. But the drivers are now getting ready to go racing in this shifter category. And we're going to see some pretty exciting battles from them, mark my words. They'll be very exciting to watch. And the spectacle of watching the shifters blast away, even from the pit lane, is always very exciting. So we'll see what they can do in this last 3rd heat of the day for the shifter category. And it's still not very clear who's going to get the victory. We know that Philip Seaver has the best chance of it, having taken the earlier 2 heats. But it's still not very clear who is going to get that opportune moment as they run around the circuit. 11 laps to go in this 3rd and final heat for the shifters. But it's going to be really entertaining to see how the drivers battle away around this Mariembourg circuit. So the drivers will head out onto the circuit with Kevin Luddy in pole position and the Greek star Dionysis Liveris lining up alongside him on that front row of the grid. Once the drivers start around the circuit, they will get 2 laps to warm up the tyres and brakes. They will come back into their grid positions on the main straight, and then they will head off into the distance for 11 laps of the circuit. Here we go. And it's going to be Kevin Luddy from pole position. Alongside him on the grid will be Dionysis Liveris. Then it will be Philip Seaver and Thierry Del Rey on the 2nd row of the grid with him. In 3rd row of the grid, it will be Michel Bifiga and Eric Hellemans. And then it is going to be Laurent Malice in 7th position on the starting grid. So there is the confirmation. Luddy and Liveris, Seaver and Del Rey, Bifiga and Hellemans, and Laurent Malice will complete this rather small shifter grid, but still a very exciting one indeed. And the drivers will battle away tooth and nail for this one. Kevin Luddy and Dionysis Liveris from that front row of the starting grid. But can Philip Seaver do what he did in the first 2 races, which is charge his way through past his own teammate and then make a good impression for the rest of the race? Because Thierry Del Rey will want this 2nd race to go a lot better than this 3rd race, to go a lot better than the first 2 did. He certainly found more pace in the 2nd race, but didn't get the luck in his battle with Michel Bifiga. Unfortunately, it was Thierry Del Rey who ended up off the circuit in that battle with the 2 of them. Now, I want to know, first of all, actually, was there any fallout as a result of that result? Well, there was no penalty handed out, so the race ended up as it was. It's obviously been judged to have been a racing incident, But the fortunate thing is that it's only a qualifying heat, so in terms of the championship points, it hasn't made a difference to the standings. Championship points are only handed out once they get to the pre-finals. And then they will score 34 points for a race victory, 33 for second, 32 for third, and so on in the pre-finals, with more points on offer for the final. So Kevin Luddy, Dionysis Liveris, Philippe Siever and Thierry Del Rey from Michel Biviga, Eric Hellemans and Laurent Melis. And they have gone round for one formation lap. They will go around for a second now. But for Kevin Luddy, this is such an important race. He wants to prove that he has what it takes to beat his teammate Philippe Siever in a straight fight. So far, his teammate has got the better of him in both of the previous races. And the thing is, there's no team orders in the same way that there are in other forms of motorsport. In this form of motorsport, in karting, you do race for the same team, you do share data, you do help each other further forward, but when you're on that racetrack, it's every man for himself. Everybody is here to do the same job. They want to win. And so your teammate becomes your worst enemy in essence, even more so than in other championships where, you know, with some team sports, you want to get the best result for the team. There are no radio calls, there are no instructions to let your teammate through. You race and you go for it. The only rule is don't take your teammate out because nobody wants to deal with the fallout afterwards. But so far, Philippe Siever and Kevin Luddy have raced very hard and very fair, but it's not quite been the way that Kevin Luddy would have wanted it to go. Philippe Siever has come through for the victory in both of the previous heats. Luddy in second both times, but now he wants to redress that balance. Luddy and Liveris on the front row of the grid. Kevin Luddy and Dionysis Liveris. Then it is Philippe Siever and Thierry Del Rey. Michel Biviga, Eric Hellemans and Laurent Melis. They are in positions on the grid. The lights will go out and they'll blast to the first corner. Ready? Go! And it's a terrible start from Liveris. Siever's done it again! Charges through and through past Kevin Luddy. Liveris gets an initial terrible start, fights his way back to fourth position, but Thierry Del Rey has tucked through into P3. An absolutely mega start from Philippe Siever, though. He charges through past his teammate Kevin Luddy, and Thierry Del Rey is trying to come past Luddy already. As up the inside, Biviga gets the move on Dionysis Liveris to come back into fourth position. Then it is Laurent Melis. What has happened to Eric Hellemans? Eric Hellemans has had a bit of a problem on the first lap and has now got going, but he is a long way down the order behind Laurent Melis. So technical problems by the look of it for Eric Hellemans, and that is a real shame. So hopefully he can charge his way back through. But it is Siever, Luddy and Del Rey that lead the way as they charge forward. Del Rey wanting a really good exit out of the final turn to get on terms with Kevin Luddy as they charge through. Luddy's going to try and have a go at his teammate into turn one to try and get the lead. He knows he's got to do it early, and Luddy takes the lead in front of Philippe Siever. Now Thierry Del Rey is going to try and make a move to come into second place. Siever protecting that inside line. Wow, this is a very feisty race as Kevin Luddy hits the front once again in front of Philippe Siever. He knows this is the thing. He's got to get past him fairly quickly because once Siever gets into the lead, he's very hard to keep up with. So Kevin Luddy holds the early advantage. Siever is in second place again from Del Rey and Bifiga. But Thierry Del Rey is trying to assert himself. He's picked off one of the Spirit Racing carts, Michel Bifiga. Now he's got to go for the next one, Philippe Siever. And Siever is struggling to hold Thierry Del Rey at bay. Kevin Luddy is now opening up the taps and starting to stretch out an advantage. So Siever needs to get back on with this. I did say this was an important race for Kevin Luddy to get right on Philippe Siever. Del Rey's had a good run off the final turn. Can he make a charge through into turn one and make a lunge on Siever into two? He's not quite close enough yet. That will be from too far back. He'll make the lunge, so he's just got to be a little bit circumspect about when he makes the move and how he goes for it. Makes a good run off the turn at 3, up towards 4 through the left-hander he goes. And now charging his way further forward as they come up the right-hander and then up towards the tricky technical section of the circuit. As you tighten your way through, Luddy is your leader, Siever second, Del Rey third, Bifiga fourth, Dionysis Liveris is in front of Laurent Melis and Eric Hellemans. A really tough battle for the victory between these four. The three drivers for Spirit Racing, Luddy, Siever and Bifiga. But in the middle of them, in third position, is Thierry Del Rey. So the battle is going to be an absolutely spectacular race battle. Up the inside, Del Rey goes for it, and again in contact! Unbelievable! 2 races in a row as Thierry Del Rey deliberately makes the move on the inside. It doesn't come off. And look, you can see his front fairing is very badly loose. And Del Rey is absolutely fuming. But to be fair, he's made an attempt to go through on the inside of Philip Seaver. And it's not worked. It's not come off well. Michel Bifiga has come through into second position as a result of that. Kevin Luddy has come through into the lead. So Kevin Luddy is now looking good to move up forward. Now, with 2 second places from Luddy and a victory potentially on the horizon, Seaver down in 4th position, although that could become 3rd. Is Del Rey going to peel into the pits? No, he's not. So Del Rey surely must know how damaged his front fairing is. But he's continuing on his way, having lost position now to Philip Seaver. Seaver is through in 3rd. Del Rey is down to 4th. Well, there's no way that Del Rey can continue thinking that he's going to be in... Well, he's not going to be in the top 3, is he? Perhaps he thinks maybe I can overtake one of the drivers behind me in the standings. But no, that front fairing is coming right off the cart. And Del Rey slows right down. He knows that he's not going to have a decent race anymore. He lets the 2 drivers behind him go. Laurent Malisse and Eric Hellemans are allowed to go through. Oh, careful. He lets Eric Hellemans through in the end. But as far as Thierry Del Rey is concerned, this is yet another bitter pill to swallow. And unfortunately, he is now going to come away with 3 last place finishes. Talk about pressure. Thierry Del Rey, the European champion, has got plenty of it now, hasn't he? He comes out of the final turn and he's still going by the look of it. Thierry Del Rey's not given up. He's still running. He obviously wants a little bit more testing time. But Thierry Del Rey is not happy with the way that has gone. So now it is Kevin Luddy leading and Michel Bifiga second. Michel Bifiga is actually making good progress here to close up on his teammate. Kevin Luddy is not the fastest man on the racetrack. That is actually Michel Bifiga. So Bifiga may get the best opportunity possible to go for the victory. This is going to be his best ever finish in the IAME Euro Series, even if he finishes here in second place. So from Bifiga's point of view, he genuinely has a chance to take his first ever victory in the IAME Euro Series. So let's see what Michel Bifiga can do. He's there in second position, chasing down his teammate Kevin Luddy. What if he gets it? It's going to be a very happy Michel Bifiga, who's been working for over a year. He's got through! He's got through! Now Kevin Luddy appears to have let him go. Now, has Kevin Luddy got a problem? Because if Kevin Luddy's got a mechanical issue, then that's going to be very dramatic in terms of the racing tomorrow. But Michel Bifiga has come through to take the lead of the race as Kevin Luddy appears to have slowed down with a mechanical problem potentially. But Michel Bifiga is leading in the IAME Euro Series for the first time in his short career. Well, this is going to be a fairy tale moment. I've said all weekend that Michel Bifiga has really stepped up the game and is now a genuine race winner potentially. But he's going to do it earlier than I think anybody thought was possible. And there's a warning flag that's gone out to the 601 of Thierry Del Rey. So they clearly thought he was the one at fault for that incident. Desperation potentially becoming the buzzword there for Thierry Del Rey. The officials have looked at it. Looked at Thierry Del Rey making the move and said, well, I'm afraid that was your own fault, my friend. There is Philip Seaver running in third position. As we see Liveris, Hellemans and Malisse. Laurent Malisse is going a lot better in this race than he was in the earlier races. So whatever problems they had with the Mach 1 chassis initially, they seem to be getting on top of it. But this man, Michel Bifiga, is having an amazing race. Now, what has happened to Kevin Luddy? He's in second position still, but is he? What are his lap times like? He's going a lot slower than Michel Bifiga in the second sector particularly. So Kevin Luddy could well be caught by Philip Seaver at this rate. He comes through on a 57.1. Philip Seaver has done a 56.0. So Luddy is losing at least a second a lap to his teammate Philip Seaver. But Michel Bifiga is having a glorious race out front. Up the inside comes Hellemans on Dionysus Liveris. Oh, so close. not quite going to make it through on that particular occasion. But with 2.5 laps to go, Dionysus Lividis and Eddie Kellermans are going to have an amazing race to the flag. But Michel Biffiger is so close now. I don't want to jinx it because he's had a few opportunities to get a decent podium finish and it's all come apart for him. At this point, I'm really hesitant to jinx him and say that he's going to get a really good battle to the victory. If he gets a win, he's going to be absolutely ecstatic, Michel Biffiger. Second place is Ludi. Third place is Siva. Here comes Eddie Kellermans up the inside of Dionysus Lividis. And now he's got him. That looked almost too easy. I wonder if Lividis is nursing a small problem now as well. So we'll double check. And just to answer a question that's been given on the live stream, does he still get a penalty even after finishing in last place? He gets a time penalty, I do believe. So that will be added to his race score. But Thierry Del Rey is still going, despite the fact that the front fairing is flapping around all over the place. Ben Price, has the Mini X30 final been on yet? No, that's tomorrow. It's just the heats that have come through so far. So don't worry, Ben, you haven't missed anything. Tune in at 1 o'clock tomorrow, local time, and you will see all of the finals in all 4 classes. Last lap. This is the moment of truth for Michel Biffiger. Is he about to take his first ever race victory in the IAME X30 Euro Series? The door has opened very beautifully for him to take advantage of the other people's misdemeanors. Kevin Ludi has been losing quite a lot of pace over the last few minutes. But as far as Michel Biffiger is concerned, he doesn't care. He's just focusing on bringing his kart up to the checkered flag for what is going to be his first ever victory. It's a coming-of-age moment for Michel Biffiger. Joined the team last year and had a steady progress in the IAME Euro Series. But this is the moment. Over the winter, he's rebuilt himself. He's been finding a lot of pace and a lot of time. He's developed himself very admirably. And now, Michel Biffiger is finally going to get the victory he's been chasing for over a year. Michel Biffiger takes the checkered flag and wins. And that's a satisfying moment for the man from Japan. Based in Switzerland these days as part of his contract with the Spirit Racing team. But what a fantastic result as it sinks in now for Michel Biffiger. He's won a race in the IAME X30 Euro Series shifter category. Fantastic. A really good effort from Michel Biffiger. Kevin Ludi in second place, Philip Siva in third. And I'm fairly sure that means that Philip Siva will be in pole position for tomorrow's races. Here is the victory dais. Michel Biffiger getting the win from Kevin Ludi and Philip Siva in front of Eddie Kellermans and Dionysus Lividis. Laura Melisse is next up, and then it will be Thierry Del Rey, who comes home in last place after a little incident with, I think, it was the contact, wasn't it, with Philip Siva initially. Having had an incident with Michel Biffiger earlier on, he then had that incident with Philip Siva in that last race. And for Thierry Del Rey, it's a very dramatic race, but he will start the pre-final tomorrow from 7th on the grid. So there are now just 2 races left, as you can see on the schedule in front of you if you are watching along on the live stream. 2 races to go today, and they are all heats. The pre-finals and finals are tomorrow. The second chance heats, well, you can catch up with those tomorrow as the action starts from just before 10. Well, the live stream tomorrow will start from 10 o'clock local time, and then through the first 3 races, which are the second chance heats for junior and senior and the MG Cup for seniors. We'll then have the pre-finals, starting with the minis, which will commence at about 11 o'clock local time on the live stream. And then at 1:15 tomorrow, we will return for the finals in each of the 4 categories. But for these drivers in the seniors, it is potentially the last chance for them to really fight their corner, get themselves out of the MG Cup race and out of the second chance heat, because only the top 28 scoring drivers from the seniors category will be guaranteed a place in the pre-final and final, because the other several drivers, I'm trying to do my math very quickly, the other 51 drivers will then have to either drive in the MG Cup race or fight their way to the top 6 of the second chance heat. in the hope that they can get back into the pre-final. So it's a very tough mission for the drivers, and they know what's at stake. They've got to put in the best possible effort they can from these last two races of the day. So let's quickly talk you through the grid for these last two heats. The first one is Philip Vaver on pole position from Joey van Splinteren. There he is. You can see him getting himself warmed up. Philip Vaver and Joey van Splinteren on the front row of the grid. Then Marty Boyer and Sean Butcher on the second row. Alex Lloyd will be on the third row on the inside line alongside Reese Ushijima. Then Callum Bradshaw and Morgan Porter. Nick Smith and Boditar Jarbo will round out the top 10. And then it will be Sam Balota, who lines up beside the German Patrick Degenbeck. Niels Kuhlen will be beside Nelson King. Eduardo Cosseteng will be beside Madel Galofre from Danny Bunshu and Rivaldo van der Westerleken. Tom Nellison and Nicolas Pico will round out the top 20. And then it is Alexander Wang and Douglas Bolger from Guillaume Crespin and Luca Medunitsa. Nina Potov and Harry Barlow will be on the 13th row of the grid from Alex Pendlebury and Oliver Fjestenhoff. Dan Steinman and Masato Awada. And then at the back of the grid, it will be the Dutchman Rivki Rakamulya. So a very tough race in front of them, particularly for a lot of the drivers in the midfield. They literally have just one more chance in this race, and the drivers competing in the next one as well will have just one more chance to get themselves out of the war zone and out of the drop zone, as it were. So it's going to get pretty dramatic from this moment on. We may well see some spills as well as some thrills in these last two senior heats as drivers make that final desperate bid to get themselves into the main event tomorrow. But there's going to be quite a few drivers walking away from this one a little bit sour-faced and very disappointed. But you know that the 28 drivers who will guarantee their places in the pre-finals will have totally earned it. And that second chance heat tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock on the live stream local time is going to be worth a watch, because there's going to be so many drivers trying to find their way into that particular gaggle of karts. 11 laps go onto the scoreboard once again for the Digiboard, and 11 laps later we will find out if Joey van Splinteren can take his third win of the day from 4 starts. He's had 2 wins. He couldn't quite beat Lewis Gilbert in a straight fight earlier on, but now he has a chance to get himself closer to pole position. A win, I think, would pretty much get the job done for Joey van Splinteren, and he knows that, and he's done it from second on the grid in each of his races so far today. So alongside him on the grid is the pole sitter, Philip Vaver, who's made a massive stride forward for the KR Sports squad. And the Spaniard will want to come through from pole position to take a victory. He knows how tough it is. There's a lot of good talent on the grid. But he'll also know just how hard he's got to work to get there. So we'll see how it all shapes out. Final good luck from Joey van Splinteren's mechanic as they get themselves ready for the action. 2 races to go today, and for Joey van Splinteren, it is time to make it happen from the outside of the front row of the grid in the penultimate race of the day and his last qualifying heat before the finals. Barring any disasters, he is going to get through and be at the sharp end of the field in the first round of the championship. Let's find out how this last heat for these guys and the last heat of all will play out. Philip Vaver and Joey van Splinteren from the front of the grid, then Marty Boyer and Sean Butcher, Alex Lloyd and Reese Ushijima, then Callum Bradshaw and Morgan Porter, Nick Smith and Boditar Jarbo from Sam Balota and Patrick Degenbeck, Niels Kuhlen and Nelson King from Eduardo Cosseteng and Manuel Galofre, Danny Bunshu and Rivaldo van der Westerleken, then Tom Nellison and Nicolas Pico, Alexander Wang and Douglas Bolger from Guillaume Crespin and Luca Medunitsa, Nina Potov and Harry Barlow, Alex Pendlebury and Oliver Fjestenhoff, Dan Steinman, Masato Awada and Rivki Rakamulya complete the grid for this penultimate race of the day. The sun is coming in now, and obviously that's going to make the circuit conditions a little bit cooler. Perfect conditions for the tyres. And you're going to get a bit of a differing strategy from some of these drivers. There'll be some who have got a fairly decent run of the first 3 heats they have done, who will try to put on a scrub set of tyres. Others who are desperately trying to work their way through the field and get into a decent position will slap on a new pair of slicks in the hope that they will just be in position at the end of the race. So you'll have a couple of gamblers through the field trying to charge their way through on a new set of tyres. That might have been the reason why Joey van Splinteren was unable to overhaul Lewis Gilbert and Sean Butcher in the earlier heat to come home for third place. He might have gone for a slightly second-hand set of tyres just to bang in some points. But you never really know until you speak to drivers afterwards what the state of play truly is. But there's going to be some great race action from these guys as they battle away for position. Philip Vava, pole position for the KR Sports squad. Joey Van Splinteren alongside him on the front row. And then it is Mari Boya, the former FIA Karting Academy Trophy champion, the reigning champion, in fact, along with Sean Butcher, Alex Lloyd and Rhys Ushijima, Callum Bradshaw and Morgan Porter, Nick Schmidt and Bolitar Jarbo. A very competitive top 10. We'll see how it all shapes up, but it's going to get pretty spicy from the sharp end of the field. We'll see how it goes, but Vava and Joey Van Splinteren from that front of the grid are going to give us some really exciting entertainment. Here we go. Vava and Van Splinteren from the front of the grid. The engine revs will rise. They're in the tram lines. Charging up to the first corner. Lights out. It's a perfect start. And no problem at all for Joey Van Splinteren to get alongside Philip Vava. He cuts across and dives back for the inside on the retaliation. And Joey Van Splinteren takes the lead. That was an amazing start from the Dutchman. He swung from one end of the circuit to the other, dived for the inside line for turn 2 and grabs the lead from Vava. Marty Boyer in third position as up to fourth place comes Alex Lloyd. So Joey Van Splinteren, Philip Vava, Marty Boyer, Alex Lloyd and Callum Bradshaw are your top 5 at the moment as they charge around this first lap. A really exciting start. Looks as though everybody, except for Danny Bunshu, has made it through the first few corners. But a really exciting battle. Danny Bunshu has not really made it through the race at all by the look of it. And for the Ike's Racing team, I think Luca Medunitsa has had a bit of a poor start. Somebody has obviously given him a lack of room as they go through the first lap. But Joey Van Splinteren leads the race in front of Philip Vava. Then it's Marty Boyer, Alex Lloyd, Callum Bradshaw. Then it is Nicky Schmidt for the Ferry Schmidt Racing team. And then it is Morgan Porter, I do believe, who is there in 7th place from Samba Lota. Up the inside, that's Alex Lloyd on Marty Boyer. Alex Lloyd gets through and into 3rd place on the Spaniard Marty Boyer. A really good move from Alex Lloyd into turn 3. Dialed him in and gave him a good shot. So into 3rd position he goes. Joey Van Splinteren leading the way, though, in front of Philip Vava, then Alex Lloyd and Marty Boyer. But Marty Boyer wants another crack at this, and Alex Lloyd has already started to think about a move on Philip Vava. Well, he was the vice champion in the IAME X30 Euro Series Junior, and he won the Junior International Final at Le Mans last year. And now he's a senior. Alex Lloyd is really starting to make a massive inroad to the seniors. This is a big challenge for a new boy in the category as Callum Bradshaw dives up the inside of Marty Boyer and gets into P4. A great performance from Callum Bradshaw so far. And he's doing an absolutely stellar job. Alex Lloyd makes the slingshot move for Philip Vava into turn 3 and gets through. And now Bradshaw trying to get on the inside of Vava, who slams the door shut in his face just as he pulls across to make the move. But Alex Lloyd is in a 2nd position, and now it's up to him to close up on Joey Van Splinteren. And now Callum Bradshaw has made the move, clearly not taking very kindly to having the door slammed in his face. Callum Bradshaw finds another way to get past Philip Vava very quickly, and now Marty Boyer is the next man in to have a go. So on the far side, Joey Van Splinteren leads the way from Alex Lloyd. Then it's Callum Bradshaw, Philip Vava, Marty Boyer, Morgan Porter, Niels Kuhlen, Nicky Schmidt, Sam Balota and Eduardo Cosseteng has gone through in front of Rhys Ushijima now. Manel Galofre in front of Sean Butcher, who has struggled down to 13th. Marty Boyer making a late look at Philip Vava, not able to carry that move off. Some great racing and some truly spectacular battles from the drivers as they battle around the circuit. That is the move up the inside from Niels Kuhlen, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. He takes on Morgan Porter and gets through as Joey Van Splinteren continues to lead Alex Lloyd and Callum Bradshaw. Then it's Vava, Boyer, Kuhlen, Porter, Schmidt and Balota. A very competitive field as they continue to charge forward. But Joey Van Splinteren is working very hard on Alex Lloyd to get away from him in 2nd position. So Joey Van Splinteren just on the charge to drop the hammer and fly away from the field. Alex Lloyd in second place. Callum Bradshaw in third as they charge down the home stretch once again. 4 laps down, 7 to go. Up the inside for Murray. Boyer tries again on Philip Varver, and this time he comes through, and that's enough for Niels Coughlan to get by as well. Coughlan trying to get through on Marty Boyer and has not been able to get the job done. So, Joey Van Spunteren leads from Alex Lloyd and Callum Bradshaw. Coughlan now gets through on Marty Boyer. Philip Varver is struggling to stay in front of Morgan Porter at this stage. Porter giving him a massive hurry up. Nicky Schmidt has worked his way up to 8th position very well indeed. But some really exciting battles at the front end of the field as Joey Van Spunteren is trying to get away from Alex Lloyd, but Lloyd is definitely closing him in. Fastest of all in Sector 1, fastest of all in Sector 2. Alex Lloyd is closing in on Joey Van Spunteren and taking Callum Bradshaw with him. So it's not going to be too long before the race leader, Joey Van Spunteren, will get his first taste of what racing with Alex Lloyd is like. A lot of drivers have come up against Alex Lloyd and found him to be an exceptional overtaker. What will Alex Lloyd do up against a former Benelux Formula 4 champion? Joey Van Spunteren leads the way from Alex Lloyd. Look at this jostling in the mid-pack. That didn't quite go well for Sam Balota. He tried to make his move, and now Risa Shijima might get an opportunity to come round the outside and go for a move to come past. And Balota just about hanging on in there with Philip Varver. Ushijima, Cosseteng, Golofratone and Sean Butcher all in that little squabble as well. Ahead of Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. In 15th is Nelson King. Then it's Alexander Wang, Nicolas Pico, Patrick Diggenbeck, Boldichar Jarbo and Guillaume Crespin. From Nina Potov, Tom Nellison, Douglas Bolger and Alex Pendlebury. So on to the main straight they come. Alex Lloyd has got to balance a good overtake with looking after the tyres. Down the main straight, into the first corner. Look how close Alex Lloyd is getting to Joey Van Spunteren now. He clearly senses that he has a chance to go for him. And there is a good opportunity to go for the victory here. Joey Van Spunteren in front of Alex Lloyd and Callum Bradshaw. But the two Brits are stepping up the attack to the Flying Dutchman through the left-hander. On the short charge towards turn 5. Up through the right flick. And Alex Lloyd is right underneath Joey Van Spunteren now. He's just sizing for his moment. One of the most convincing junior drivers of his generation, Alex Lloyd. Now that he's a senior, he wants to prove that that speed can transfer to any category. And I'm absolutely convinced that Alex Lloyd can win in seniors, potentially even this weekend. He might even be able to do it with a smart move with 4 laps to go. Joey Van Spunteren leads the way. Alex Lloyd continues to dig deep. Callum Bradshaw's on his trail as well, so he's got to be careful. If he makes a move, he needs to keep the door firmly shut. And will try his best to allow Joey Van Spunteren to squabble with Callum Bradshaw rather than allow Callum to come straight through as well. It's always going to be tricky. But you never know what you can do unless you give it a go. And Alex Lloyd is all over the back of Joey Van Spunteren. It's the dawning of a new generation, isn't it? When the juniors from the previous year take on the seniors from the current year. Oh, a little bit of a shove and a battle further on. And somebody's gone off the road in the middle of the pack. Dust flying everywhere. And who was that went off there? I think it might have been. Well, I don't think it was the driver we just saw going through. That was Luca Medunitsa. Looks like somebody else had a big off. Manel Golofratone just lost out. I think it was Guillaume Crespin who had the off. Watch out for Alex Lloyd this time by. He's going to come through on the straight. He's right in close behind Joey Van Spunteren. Here he goes for the move. He thinks better of it. And up the inside, Callum Bradshaw's going to take that moment of hesitation. He doesn't get the move done. But this could be a chance for the man in 4th, Niels Coughlan. Niels Coughlan's now going to try and go for it. The Dutchman, the Brit, the Dutchman. And now Coughlan goes up the inside and makes the move for 3rd position. Good run from Niels Coughlan. Really good move. Now, can he get up with his teammate in the lead of the race? Joey Van Spunteren being hunted down by Alex Lloyd. Joey Van Spunteren glued to that inside apex. No chance of getting through there for Alex Lloyd. And now Niels Coughlan is going to have an opportunity to come through. If the Dutch boys can make it 1 and 2, then they really would have a bit of a party tonight. But Joey Van Spunteren in front of Alex Lloyd. Niels Coughlan tucked in right behind, hoping for a move to come up the inside of the final turn. And Niels Coughlan gets through. Lovely move on Alex Lloyd into the final corner. So now it's the Dutchman, the Brit and the Brit. And here we go. 2 laps left. Alex Lloyd will not settle for being beaten by Niels Coughlan. But I'm not sure Niels Coughlan will settle for being beaten by his teammate either. He's going to have a run for Joey Van Splinteren. I wonder if he can get there. Oh, it's Callum Bradshaw uses a lot of the curbs to make the move on Alex Lloyd. Sweet as a nut. That is threading the eye of the needle at 40 kilometres an hour. Absolutely spot on. And now Niels Keulen is having a look at his teammate, Joey Van Splinteren. Niels Keulen takes on his teammate and gets the place. Wow. That's going to be an interesting one to talk about later. But Niels Keulen has got his teammate, Joey Van Splinteren. I wonder if Joey is currently seething in his helmet or has a quiet grin behind that visor. It looks like the kid's coming good. So Niels Keulen has put one over on Joey Van Splinteren as we go into the last lap of the race. Here we go. It's any one of these four who can win. Keulen, Van Splinteren, Bradshaw, Lloyd. Up to the hairpin. Turn 2. Keulen's done well to get this lead from Van Splinteren. But Niels Keulen looking absolutely superb today. He's been threatening to do this for the last 6 months. And here he is doing just that in an absolutely spectacular battle. Last year he had some flashes of brilliance. This year he's really stepped up a gear, Niels Keulen. And now he could take on his own teammate, Joey Van Splinteren, and win in a straight fight. Can he finish the job? Just a few corners to go. And this is going to be one of the race wins of the day and a very popular one as well for Niels Keulen. He's a lovely chap and a really likeable character. Putting one over on teammate Joey Van Splinteren is a fantastic achievement. Niels Keulen comes through for the victory. It's Evolution 1 and 2, and there's going to be a very happy man in that cockpit. Niels Keulen takes the victory. Absolutely standout effort from Niels Keulen. It's a 1-2 for Evolution, and Joey Van Splinteren almost secure at the top end of the grid. We just need to see how the other heats and the points play out. But Niels Keulen, an absolutely euphoric effort. And he will be absolutely delirious with joy. A fantastic win. And I'm fairly sure that is his breakthrough victory in the Senior X30 Brigade. Niels Keulen from Joey Van Splinteren then in the first two from Callum Bradshaw and Alex Lloyd. Marty Boyer is 5th from Morgan Porter. Nick Smith 7th from Philip Vava. Sam Balota is 9th in front of Eduardo Cosseteng. Sean Butcher and Nelson King come next in front of Manel Golofre and Reese Ushijima, Nicola Pico and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, then Patrick Degenbeck and Alexander Wang, Tom Nellison and Douglas Bolger from Alex Pendlebury and Dan Steenman, Rivki Rakamulya and Bodicha Jabo, and then it is Guillaume Crespin, Masatora Wada, Nina Potov, Oliver Fjestenhoff and Luca Medunitsa in front of a very disappointed Harry Barlow, who was fighting his way in front of those guys towards the end. And then Danny Bunshow did not start the race, as he has had for a previous few heats now. So I wonder if he is no longer taking part in the meeting for some reason. We will find out that one a little bit later. So now there is just one race left to run this weekend. And that is the race for the X30 Seniors qualifying heat for Groups B and D as they race against each other. And this is going to be a really exciting final battle to decide the fate of the 28 drivers that go through to the pre-final of the X30 Senior Brigade and the several drivers who do not. There will be 31 of them. There will be 51 of them, my apologies, who do not make it through immediately to the pre-final. And there will be 34 of them who will have to race against each other in the fight to become one of the 6 drivers given a reprieve, if you like, to fight their way through to the next port of call. So here is the grid for that qualifying heat. It is Group B versus Group D, and it is Lewis Gilbert hoping to find another senior victory from pole position. And alongside him on the grid is Eli Goldstein, who took a victory earlier on as well on home soil, much to the delight of the home crowd. Clayton Ravenscroft in 3rd position on the inside line, along with the reigning European Series champion, and that, of course, is Mark Kimber. So a really good battle. It's going to be absolutely fantastic from those 4 guys on the front of the grid. Lots of messages from Mel and Becky, who are watching Alex Lloyd over the course of that previous race. He did a fantastic job, didn't he? Considering this is his first weekend of the 2019 IAME Euro Series campaign as a senior. He's done absolutely fantastic. It's not every day you get to fight with somebody as prolific as Joey van Spunteren, and he held himself very well indeed. So he's got everything to be very proud about. The final heat of the day then, the final race before we get into finals time, be they B finals or A finals, and it's going to be the X30 Senior qualifying heat for Groups B and D. Lewis Gilbert and Eli Goldstein from Clayton Ravenscroft and Mark Kimber at the front end of the field. Matteo Raspatelli will start from the third row on the inside line on home soil, as we've seen before. And then Angus Mulsdale will be there on the third row of the grid, with Matilda Olsen and Leonardo Caglioni on the fourth row of the starting grid. And then it is going to be Juan Carlos Hernandez and Jort Kuhn who come through on the fifth row of the starting grid. Jan Kalmet, who fought so brilliantly in the previous heat to get up into the top six, will start on row 6, along with Ivan Batalla, the Spaniard for the Praga España team. Kevin Stahauer, who's had a miserable day at the office by all accounts, had a couple of trips into the barriers. And alongside him is the Spaniard Herberts Moore, who's been solid and consistent throughout most of the day. It was a good effort in the previous heat from Liam Hezemans, and I'm sure Papa Mike will be very thrilled with his efforts. Liam did a good job, actually, through the last couple of heats to fight his way to the top 10. And Jana Guvarts, the Belgian, has had solid efforts throughout the day, but there's still a bit of time to come for him. Then it is Harry Platten alongside the Jordanian Manaf Hijawi, who has been very competitive through the weekend. Got himself up to the top 10 in one of the previous heats. Then it is Bo Heimans, who is alongside Siem Liedmar. The Estonians really struggled through the course of this weekend. Qualifying hasn't gone his way, and then getting through the pack has not been as simple as he might have first thought. So he's really struggled to make an impression. Hopefully the weekend isn't going to end too early for him. Henke Kalteren will line up beside the German Linus Janssen. We saw having a rather disgruntled moment as he rested at the Marshall Post 4 after an incident that put him out of one of the earlier heats. Lauren Renarts and Rasmus Janssen will be on the 12th row of the grid. And then it is Enzo Juliet, the man who won the final here last year in junior. He's now a senior and finding life a lot harder. He lines up on the grid alongside Gerard Tinoco. And then it is Mathieu Herbe along with Kasper Janssen on the 14th row of the grid from Roman Tavitian, Paul Xavier Lopez, Thomas Tavitian and Eric Müller. There is Angus Mulsdale, just getting himself ready. There's Eli Goldstein. Goldstein from the front of the grid on the second position slot. From the outside, he knows where all the grip is here, of course. Having started in pretty much every position in the top 10, it is possible to start at Mariembourg in various different championships and disciplines. But here, he has a great opportunity to take another heat victory. And Eli Goldstein is a very likeable young chap. The fans love him here and want him to get on that overall podium. He did last year, don't forget. So the opportunity is to get him there once again. But everyone would love to see the Belgian flag and the Belgian national anthem played out over the Karting de Fagnes airwaves here at Mariembourg in Belgium on home soil. And what a way to start his European campaign it would be. So it's time for Eli Goldstein to go to battle alongside the pole sitter Lewis Gilbert, the Dorey Diamond and the reigning junior IAME Euro Series champion, who has stepped into seniors ridiculously quickly and is showing everybody just how to get the job done. So Mario will wave them out of the pits for the last time today, and we'll go racing for 11 more laps around the Karting de Fagnes circuit. Lewis Gilbert and Eli Goldstein from the front row of the starting grid. Clayton Ravenscroft and Mark Kimber, the reigning Euro Series senior champion, fourth on the grid. Then it is Matteo Raspatelli and Angus Mulsdale. Matilda Olsen and Leonardo Caglioni. Juan Carlos Hernandez and Jort Kuhn. Jan Kalmet and Ivan Batalla. Kevin Stahauer and Herberts Moore. Liam Hizman and Jan Guvarts. Harry Platten and Manaf Hijawi. Then Bo Heimans and Siem Liedmar. Henke Kalteren and Linus Janssen. Lauren Renarts and Rasmus Janssen from Enzo Juliet and Gerard Tinoco, Mathieu Herbe and Kasper Janssen, then Roman Tavitian, Paul Xavier Lopez, Thomas Tavitian and Eric Müller. They dial themselves in once again, bidding for one final race that will take them to the top end of the dais. And for several drivers, again, this is their last chance to break out of the drop zone, ready for the final races tomorrow. This is going to be such a tough fight for so many drivers to stay out of trouble. Lewis Gilbert, though, all he has to do essentially is get a good start, get into the lead, and do what he did previously, and he will take another victory. but it's easier said than done, especially when you've got the former Euro Series champion, the current Euro Series champion at senior, starting fourth on the grid, and Clayton Ravenscroft right behind him, his former teammate, although he has beaten him a couple of times over the course of the day, so it's definitely doable again. But he's got to make it happen. And again, easier said than done. So the field is now slowing up, courtesy of Lewis Gilbert and Eli Goldstein controlling the pace of the field as they go around on this rolling lap. So now it's just a case of the carts slotting into their final grid positions. Hopefully they will have done exactly what they need to do to warm up the tyres, get the brakes up to temperature, and obviously the engines should be at all operating temperature as well. Everybody has taken up their positions in the starting line, so it's not going to be somebody on the sidelines in trouble by the look of it for this one, which is very good news indeed. And it's Gilbert, Goldstein, Ravenscroft, Kimber, Raspatelli, Morsdale, Olsen, Caglioni, Hernandez and Kuhn as we get ourselves ready for action. They come through in the tram lines down the straight. Let's see what happens for this last race of the day. We wait for the lights to go out. They do, and we're racing, and it's a cracking start from the inside line. Goldstein has not had a good getaway from the inside line. It's everybody off to the right. Oh, and contact as someone's gone over the top of Goldstein, and it's caused pandemonium. 3 or 4 carts get spat out get out of the line there. And it looks like one of them has missed half the racetrack to come back onto the circuit. 2 of them, in fact, have done so. But Goldstein had somebody travel over the top of him as they went through the first couple of corners. And there's one cart in particular not moving. It was Calteron, Linus Janssen, Enzo Juliet, and Roman Tavitian who were all involved in that incident. How Goldstein got away with that without too many problems, I don't know. But in all of that, Clayton Ravenscroft has leapt into the lead of the race in front of Lewis Gilbert and Matteo Raspatelli. So a very dramatic first start to the race then. But it's a disaster for Lauren Reinhardt. It's Linus Janssen. I don't believe it. Linus Janssen again at pretty much exactly the same place. Linus Janssen is out of the race. And I think, unfortunately, that might also mean pretty much out of the weekend. The MG Cup is going to be the only race he's going to be able to compete in. So Ravenscroft leads the way. Up the inside goes Matilda Olsen and Mark Kimber. Those two are working together. And so now it's Olsen in third, Kimber in fourth, in front of Raspatelli. 6th place is Hernandez, then it's Caglioni, Ivan Bataya. Eli Goldstein is now 9th, in front of Kevin Stahauer and Erbeltsmoor. So a very dramatic start to this race. So many drivers in jeopardy. Sim Liedmar, Mana Fijawi, Henki Kalteren, Roman Tavishian, Eric Mueller. Who else was involved? I think Paul Javier Lopez and Jana Guvarts were involved in that incident as well. Enzo Juliet was down the order. But Clayton Ravenscroft leads the way. Well, no, did lead the way. Lewis Gilbert's now in front. I do apologise. I'm looking in 7 different places at once and just missed that. But here comes Olsen up to second. And up to third goes Kimber. Ravenscroft down to fourth. And now Ravenscroft having another look at Kimber. Hasn't quite been able to make the move. How about this for a top 5? This is epic. Gilbert, Matilda Olsen, Mark Kimber, Clayton Ravenscroft, and Matteo Raspatelli. So you've got 5 very different stories. Lewis Gilbert, the reigning junior champion and winner in senior earlier on. Matilda Olsen won a heat in Valencia, the first woman to do so, winning a heat, and now is on course for potentially another one if she can get through. Mark Kimber, the reigning senior champion in the IAME Euro Series paddock. Clayton Ravenscroft, the Valencia Winter Cup champion from 2018 and was the vice champion in the international final. And now, in 5th place, the local man, Matteo Raspatelli, who could do with a decent result, to be fair. So goodness knows how this is going to play out. Gilbert from Olsen. Kimber. Here comes Kimber again. Up the inside. Olsen's trying to keep him at bay, but Olsen goes defensive, and Kimber gets through. Olsen's trying to come back at her teammate, But Ravenscroft is now trying to come through to get past Matilda Olsen. So Gilbert leads, Kimber, Olsen, Ravenscroft. Here comes Ravenscroft trying to come through. Matilda Olsen won't like that. But Ravenscroft does find a way to get through in a 3rd position. He had to force the issue a little bit, but that's fine and dandy. Nothing dirty in that one. He didn't make contact. He just stood the cart on the inside line and gave Matilda Olsen a choice. Forfeit or go off the track. So Gilbert in front of Kimber. Then Ravenscroft and Olsen, Raspatelli and Hernandez. Then Goldstein in front of Pataya. And then it is Stahauer in front of Herbalds-Moore. And Calione is now down behind Harry Platten. Then it's Kalmet, Hezemans, Janssen, and Renards. But out in front, it is Gilbert and Kimber. Now, Kimber will desperately be wanting to take a victory. Fastest lap of the race, though, Lewis Gilbert. Can anybody keep up with the Scotsman? Ravenscroft third, Olsen fourth. Kimber is second up the road from them. And up the inside for sixth place goes Eli Goldstein. So Goldstein's getting back into the game and is now up behind his countryman, Matteo Raspatelli. So Matteo Raspatelli is going to have Eli Goldstein right in behind him. And Eli Goldstein will go for the move as soon as he's got an opportunity. He wants to get back up to the charge for the victory. He won comfortably earlier on, and he'll be devastated that he's not got much of an opportunity to close up on Gilbert and Kimber before the laps run down to nothing. So now Ravenscroft trying to get away from Matilda Olsen. Linus Janssen out of the race. Have we lost two more? I think, yes, we've had a contact further back. It is Jort Kuhn and Enzo Juliet. Jort Kuhn and Enzo Juliet have gone off together at turn 5, and their carts are out of the race. You can just about see them in the background, or at least you can see the yellow flag waving there. You just saw a glimpse of the two carts in trouble. And up the inside comes Eli Goldstein and takes on Matteo Raspatelli. So into 5th position, yellow flags now. So he timed that one well. And the yellow flags are for the two carts that are just off to the left of your picture. You can't see them, but they are Jort Kuhn and Enzo Juliet. And they are out of the race, having come together on lap 4. But these two are now battling for 3rd position. Clayton Ravenscroft versus Matilda Olsen. There are the two, Jort Kuhn and Enzo Juliet, out of the race after a collision, unfortunately. They scramble across the track, and both are very disappointed. Enzo Juliet especially, 12 months ago when we raced, well, I say 12 months ago, it was closer to 10 months ago, actually, when we last raced at Mariembourg in the IAME Euro Series. He was the winner, the young Montpellier star, in the junior category, and Olsen goes through and takes 3rd position away from Clayton Ravenscroft. Ravenscroft trying to cut back to the inside, but Olsen is trying to resist. Oh, they bang wheels, and Ravenscroft gets back through in a 3rd position. Well, that was two drivers being very reluctant to let the other one go. And as a result of that, racing incident in my book, nothing dodgy about that from either of them. Ravenscroft 3rd, Olsen 4th. Olsen tries again on Ravenscroft. It's very hard to get through. Meanwhile, Gilbert has got one of the top drivers in this field, and the reigning Euro Series champion, Mark Kimber, there they go, breathing down his neck. So Lewis Gilbert trying to hang on. Now, if he can beat Mark Kimber in a straight fight, that bodes very well indeed for the championship, doesn't it? He's already taken a heat victory, Lewis Gilbert. But if he can beat Mark Kimber, the reigning European champion, that would be a very big omen for the season ahead, as Ravenscroft and Olsen are now trying to get away from Eli Goldstein. Eli Goldstein with plenty of opportunities to win here. Matilda Olsen is having an absolutely spectacular weekend on a circuit she didn't get to race at last year because she had a broken leg and had to miss the meeting. But she's getting back into the flow very well indeed. Tucked up behind Clayton Ravenscroft, who had a fantastic time at Mariembourg last year, if you remember. Had some really good race victories. And this is going to be a tough one for Gilbert to hang on in front of Mark Kimber. Mark Kimber, very pressurizing at the moment, really putting on a bit of a spurt of speed. So it's going to be quite tough as they come through the final corner and down the main straight again. Kimber definitely has Gilbert lined up, but can he get close enough to the Scotsman to go for the move? Fastest of all in the 2nd sector, Lewis Gilbert. Faster than Gilbert in the 3rd sector, Mark Kimber, though. There's nothing between them. And Gilbert's still trying to hang on in front of Mark Kimber. The reigning junior champion versus the reigning senior champion. What a battle. Gilbert versus Kimber. And this is what I think both of them were hoping for at some point during the season. But I didn't think it was going to happen at round 1. So Gilbert and Kimber, the two reigning champions of senior and junior X30 respectfully. Kimber senior, junior for Gilbert last year, are now racing together in senior, and they are battling for the win. Ravenscroft 3rd, Olsen 4th, Goldstein is 5th, Raspatelli in 6th, then it's Hernandez, Bataya, Platten, Stahauer, Moore, Calione and Kalmet. But still, Ravenscroft hangs on to 3rd in front of Matilda Olsen. Here comes the battle between Gilbert and Kimber over the line. 2 laps to go. Kimber's doing everything he can. So is Matilda Olsen in 4th place. She is working hard to shake off Goldstein and go after Ravenscroft and grab a 3rd place finish once again. But Kimber's not done with Gilbert. Now, if those two were to tangle, Ravenscroft, Olsen and Goldstein would effectively become the battle for the victory. It's up the inside. That's a bold move and a very nice one indeed from Stahauer as he gets past Erbaltsmoor. And that allows Leonardo Caglioni to close up a little bit as they battle away over 10th place. But this is the battle for 3rd. Ravenscroft, Olsen, and in 5th position, Eli Goldstein. But what about those leaders, Gilbert and Kimber? Still nothing doing to change between those two. Kimber's doing everything he can, every trick in the book to close up. Kimber does a personal best in the 1st sector, a personal best in the 2nd sector, but he's just not able to get close enough to Gilbert. Here they go, last lap. And Lewis Gilbert, the reigning junior champion, versus the reigning senior champion, Mark Kimber. The first time they have come together in a straight fight. And it looks as though the junior may beat the senior. Lewis Gilbert, he knows where Mark Kimber is. He doesn't need to look behind him again. He knows he's got a bit of a gap. He just needs to keep pumping in those sector times. Kimber's going to push hard. But will he risk a move in the heats? He might do if it was the final, but I'm not sure he would if it was the heats, as Ravenscroft and Olsen are working very hard to keep Eli Goldstein at bay. Matteo Raspatelli trying to come through as well. But the leaders are still together, and Lewis Gilbert is going to hang on, I'm sure, in front of Mark Kimber. If Kimber was going to get an opportunity, he would have taken it by now. And through the final corner, Lewis Gilbert sets up an amazing challenge for 2019 as he beats the Euro Series senior champion from last year. Gilbert wins in front of Kimber. And in 3rd place, it is going to be Ravenscroft in front of Matilda Olsen. And a drag race to the line is won by Matteo Raspatelli over Eli Goldstein for 5th position. We had a retiree out of the race on the last lap, I'm afraid, and that is Angus Moulsdale. Angus Moulsdale ending up, sadly, out of the race on the first corner of the last lap, battling away with a few other drivers. But what a race. What a battle. And Lewis Gilbert versus Mark Kimber, for the first time in their career, ends in favour of Lewis Gilbert. So Gilbert takes his 2nd heat win of the day from Mark Kimber and Clayton Ravenscroft in 3rd, making it 3 different teams in the top 3. Matilda Olsen is 4th from Raspatelli and Goldstein, Juan Carlos Hernandez and Ivan Bataya from Harry Platten and Kevin Stahauer, then Leonardo Caglioni and Erbaltsmoor, Jan Kalmert and Rasmus Janssen, Bo Heimans and Gerard Tinoco, Mana Fijawi and Kasper Janssen from Sim Liedmar and Liam Hezemans. Then it's Henke Kalteren in front of Jana Guvarts, Laurent Jeinarts and Thomas Tavitian. Eric Müller is 25th in front of Roman Tavitian and Mathieu Herbe. And then it is Paul Javier Lopez. And then the retirees, Angus Moulsdale, Jort Kuhn, Enzo Juliet, and yet again on lap 1, the very unlucky Linus Janssen. Well, 22 races have gone over the course of the day. It's been absolutely fantastic. We've seen some truly brilliant battles through the season. And to answer Girish Sada's question, will this channel broadcast all the events for this year? You betcha. But we've got the finals tomorrow, and that's going to be absolutely spectacular. Join us on the live stream again tomorrow from 10 o'clock local time as we have the second chance heats for juniors and seniors along with the MG Cup, and then the pre-finals for mini, shifter, junior and senior at about 11 o'clock local time, and then the finals as the pomp and circumstance of the meeting will come to a dramatic close after some fantastic racing over the course of the weekend. I'm Jake Sanson. I hope you've enjoyed the battle so far. Join us again tomorrow at 10 o'clock local time when we'll do it all again for the finals.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingham and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.